into an all-black neighborhood, what would you think would happen? You think I would be treated differently if I would? What would you think?
No, ma'am.
No,
you won't.
No, you don't want to do this part, though, right? You don't want to do this part.
Okay, no, listen.
You don't want to do this part, right?
We don't do that.
How would look at as well?
Let's hear what she's saying.
Seriously, if I walked into because I'm sitting here and I'm speaking up, if I walked into an all-black community as I look right now, you mean to tell me I would not be judged? Get the hell out of here with that shit. Get out of here with that. I'm tired of that. We're all tired of that.
Act like this, 100% we treat you differently.
Because you're sick. No, because look at what you're saying. We're judged. Like we're not. Like we're not.
No.
Like we're not.
Say
we're not. Say we're not. Say we're not. Say we're not. You don't know me from Adam, but right away want to jump to the race thing. I'm probably one of them. Oh, get the hell out of here with that.
So can I pipe in for a second? You guys have been arguing for long enough. I just like to say a few things. Number one, as far as the kink community is concerned, there's a Black New World Order that is completely entirely for Black folks. You know, there's a lot going on. Like, you've contradicted yourself a lot by saying that it's individualized for everybody, but then you're standing here saying what it's supposed to be for everybody. No, even how you look at it is going to be different from how the next person does. None of us in any kink community can speak for the next person. As far as the day collars, where this all started, I had to go away because y'all got too intense, but back to day collars. The white woman who's wearing her day collar, she's not doing that in a pretense on her that I've seen. Now, if it's different, somebody show me, but I'm not seeing the BDSM aspect of what she's doing. And how she's saying under a Christian context is because she has said that her husband is a protector, a provider. As long as he is continuing to supply every one of her needs by Christ is whatever, what she looks at as her belief system, then she is going to represent her submission to him by wearing the little trinket around her neck in her community. Mm-hmm. And it's not even a collar, like leash collar of the BDSM community. It's like a little gold, nice little, dumb little collar. You know, she's doing her thing. But there's many different ways. Now, the little sub, she should not have said she didn't see color. But then the attack, because there's been so much racism tonight, you just jumped her bones. I don't think she meant it like that.
I didn't. Not at all.
She shouldn't have said that. But she's in this chat with little sub Shelly is her handle. I'm pretty sure she's really committed to the lifestyle she lives. Your handle is Mooney. Nothing sub or lifestyle kink is in your handle. She's actively living this lifestyle, advertising her lifestyle in a very blunt, very up forward manner. I don't think she's trying to be disrespectful. She came to the table from her side of kink, from her picture. Her side of kink looks a little more emo-ish, and maybe she's like in the little or brat type of level of something from her picture.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
That's just what I read off her picture.
Can I give a white perspective that's totally different from both of y'all? I live in a sundown town where exactly what we say.
Okay.
I'm sorry?
I thought we had to start using the words white tea and be okay. We don't have to use that.
Okay, white tea.
I thought we did. I'm asking Marquise.
I don't even. What are we doing? We're all human. We're vanilla chocolate. Why are we even letting the system control how we treat each other?
So this is very real. And the racism in these sundown towns that I live in are very real. A Black person cannot walk down the road and think that they're not going to be accused of doing something, looking at a property that's being built, and they get shot for it. I'm sorry, but that's what's real. That's real life. And that's how they have. That's how they have to frame. That's how they have. I'm not finished yet. That's how they have to frame every aspect of their life from the outside looking in. I'm talking that they have to frame every aspect of their life and that demeanor, knowing that someone somewhere is going to look down upon them in some way, especially in the kink community, if it's mostly white.
There is that's complex in the kink community of Black breeding bulls and queen of spades, white women who collar
like a fetish. Like a fetish.
This is real. Marquise, please mute, because this is clearly, this is unaliving me. You clearly don't know the history of the Black bulls, clearly.
Okay. I just mentioned that
no, ma'am, because the fact that you brought up the Black bulls like that so casually, diabolical work, number one. Okay,
exactly.
diabolical work. Number
I thought we were
You
having
know
an
that.
open conversation about
No,
the
no,
problems
no,
in the
no,
lifestyle.
no,
So
you
saying
get
black
that.
bulls, because that's what it's referred to in the community. The community refers to it like that. It's not a racist thing. The community call, what else does the community call us then, ma'am? If there's a better term, what does the community call them?
And she's
You're
not even
right.
about to address
You're not always right.
what
You've
the
been on your
community
little
calls.
soapbox for 2 hours. You're not right about everything, ma'am.
About this I am. About this I am. No, that's fine. About this I am.
No,
About
you're
this I am.
not.
The kink community as
What's the Black New World Order? And the
Ma'am,
Queen of Spades, who do they serve? What are they called? Who are their
who has
handlers?
access to that? And where are they located and who has access?
Who are their handlers? What are they called? If
I
they're
don't
not
fucking
called
know.
black breeding bulls, what are they called?
I don't fucking know.
Like reading
Okay,
bulls.
because that's the term for them. I wasn't being racist. That's the term in the
Nobody
community
said
for
you were
those
being
men.
racist.
That wasn't.
But the
No
fact
one
that you
called
brought
you a
up-
racist
The
at all.
fact that
That
you
wasn't
brought
the
up
point.
black bulls as if they only exist in that community, as if they
No,
don't
because
exist
that's
outside
that
of it.
community. That's how they do it in that community. Little
In
rat
that
sub over here.
community.
She's
But
not
that
Queen of
community,
Spades.
right? But that community is not the majority of the community as a whole. You
So
seem
I'm going to
think-
ask you, why
you
would
seem
black
to
folks
think,
go
right?
into a
You-
superior
you
white
seem to
kink
think
community when there's a whole black community for them?
that black community is such a minority? How dare you?
Sweetheart,
And
where
not
have you
everybody
been?
can
You
be
must have been
part of
under
that.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
I don't understand how you
Why?
say, I don't understand how
It
you
is very,
you're
very
saying we're
black.
part of this community and this is all like, I don't know. I don't even know how this person.
Yeah, 65 people to money, everybody tap up.
Everybody
I really
knows
don't.
that. It's
One
not
at
a
a
race
time,
thing. There's
people.
just
This
like
is getting
there's
chaotic
girl
again.
sports and boy sports. They have turned. There's a whole black kink community where they are free to be themselves and don't have to worry about racism.
No one's
But
debating
don't
that.
you think?
No
don't
one's
you think
debating
that's
that, but-
awfully Jim Crow of you to say? Girl,
I'm in Arizona.
How is that?
I'm
We're talking
Arizona.
about
I'm
day
part of
collars.
the
We
black
started with the
community.
white woman who's got a whole platform with her day collar. That's where this conversation started.
Yeah, you must
You're
have missed,
saying
you
black
must have
people
missed how
can
we got
say
here.
where black
Hang on,
people
Amy, I got it.
play.
Hang
I'm
on,
not
Amy,
saying
I got
they
it.
have to. I'm saying she's saying that black people go into they would go in this environment and feel some type of way. And
Never.
a kink
And
where
do.
black, I know black
Never.
women who are collared. I know
And
black
do.
women who are collared to their husbands.
I'm
know.
telling you
I'm
right
not saying
now,
that they don't exist.
if you walked into any kink community, we look at we would not look at you and say, "Oh my God, you're black."
It's not about
we
them
thrive off
saying, "Oh my
non-judgment.
God,
That
you're
is what our
black."
community is based
No,
on.
but little sub,
non-judgment.
It's not- okay, listen.
Here, overlooking is because any space that a black person walks into, off rip, they're being judged. That's the point. And if by saying you don't see color, you're overlooking the fact that they have a color and a presence there. So that's where the offense is being taken at. That's that part of that. So don't say that. I mean, I get where you're trying to come from. Like in the kink community, when you're going to these parties and stuff, everybody's there for their kink. The color of the people around you really isn't what you're thinking about because you're
It's not even a
you're there for your kink, so it's not what you're thinking about. But it's very much real, and black folks are very much recognized in those environments for all kinds of fetish other reasons. Because there's
Thank
white
you.
people who are sick who want to fetishize over black men, or white men who fetishize over black women.
Right, listen,
The kink
honey,
community-
I understand all that. I understand all that.
is
But
part.
that's a
Little,
person.
sub, let me just say this to her. That's exactly how the conversation shifted, because that's exactly why there's an outrage, because your friend posted her video, posted her perspective.
She's
Great.
not my friend.
But
we're not
no,
related
not-
because we're the
No,
same.
not your friend.
No,
She's
she's
talking
talking
to
about
Lil Sub.
Oh, she's Lil Sub's friend?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
So
I know.
when your friend made her declaration, or whatever we're gonna call it, right? And then she turned around and took religion,
Come on.
right? And a specific demographic is very much a part of the Christian religion, right? That's where the offense, that was the cherry on top. And not only that, the submission to a man, because a woman is being loved on or cared for or provided for. So if a man is pouring out and giving to you financially and providing you a space or whatever it is, now I can submit because I can bask in my femininity, right? And then we attribute it to a religion that is largely followed by people of color. So that's how it ties itself into a huge giant bow, and we don't want to wear it. That's how we got here. That's
But
why
you
this
wear a wedding
argument
ring
is
just fine, and a wedding ring is a symbol of ownership to your husband as
That is
well.
not- that is not ownership.
I
That-
wear a
that's my
wedding
point.
ring.
That is
I
ownership.
wear
my-
a wedding ring.
That is my
It has
point
nothing
exactly.
to
How
do.
can
A
you
wedding
complain
ring is
about a
not
day
ownership.
power and religion when you wear a wedding ring
wedding
that
ring
had
is not
nothing to
ownership.
do with religion at the beginning?
I
as well?
mean, Marquise, honestly,
can't.
marriage
It
in
makes
its
no
whole essence
sense.
was
How?
created
not
for
ownership.
ownership. Women could not even go and get groceries without their husband signing. Like, being married was because you were property of this man and that you would have the rights of this man, because women didn't even have rights. Like, the history of marriage is a man-made construct. It's not it's a Bible. The Bible was written by man. It wasn't written by God.
Can you put me on a big screen for a second, real quick? Actually, 45 seconds. Please, no, please.
I'm just saying, a
Okay,
wedding ring
and
is the
will you
same
mute everybody? Will you
symbol
mute
as
everybody
power.
really quick? Will you mute? Can everybody be muted really quick? Because this is really important.
All right.
And I want to preface this by saying, I don't have a problem with excluding people who shouldn't be part of a conversation. This is who is telling me and telling us, along with Lil Sub down here. Okay?
Oh, because I'm white.
Please mute, please mute,
I'm white,
please mute.
so
Hold
you're
on, hold on.
prejudiced.
You gotta hold
Please mute.
on.
Okay?
We're gonna be
See
respectful.
how it turns.
Everyone is going to get an
And it's gonna
opportunity to
happen, and I will
speak.
turn it this way every time.
Everyone is
Let me
going to
make
get an
something
opportunity to speak. Please,
Let me make
one at a
something
time.
clear. As a Black person who has been in the kink community, okay, that's the person who had the audacity to quiz me on Black people's roles in the community using buzzwords like, what are the names, right? As if the Black community because I'm part of a Black kink community. I'm in Arizona. Okay, not all of us have access. And also, these are minorities. But this is the person who is coming up here and standing up for that lady right there, okay? Arguing with Black people about Black people's, now something tells me that she somehow has been messing with them Black bulls. Something tells me, and I'm in the communities, I know what they ask for, the Black bulls. Something tells me she likes the Black bulls, and that's a whole different conversation. But this is the person who is defending this person, and both of them together are over speaking Black people and a Black woman who is telling you how Black people feel in the Black kink community as a whole. Let me drive it home again. This one right here.
Favorite boss.
I don't have any, honestly, I've said what I need to say. My knowledge runs deep and it's old and it's wisdom, and I've been tutored under the elders in the community. Those two, I don't have anything else to say.
All
You
right.
can put me on the big screen now.
No problem.
So since everybody gets a chance to speak,
I'm
I will
going-
say
wait
I'm
a
not a
second.
Black bull.
Oh.
Being a white woman does not, I'm a human being. I'm a human being. Like, that's the reality of it. I came in this conversation, Marquise, I've been a part of, or been in your, I've never been on your screen, but I've been in your lives for all kinds of conversations. I didn't come here to stick up for the little brat. I heard her out of place statement. I saw her fumbling for it and not apologizing for it, realizing what she was doing. So I was trying to bring awareness to her, how she just offended you. But then I had also listened to all the things you're saying, and you're saying that this community is very diverse and everybody comes into it with their own understanding and their own guidelines, their own rules, contracts. There's all kinds of, it can be very surface level or it can be very deep depending on who you are and what you're investing into it. The woman bringing the Christianity into it, there's another creator on here when it got big and I got in the big box. I think it's the Christine at the bottom, and all of her points were extremely valid. The Black community and the Christian, like bringing that lifestyle and merging it into something biblical is sacrilegious or blasphemy pretty much. And I get that too. I didn't come here to argue. I came here to have a conversation. I feel like everybody's knowledgeable on the subject at hand. I completely understand that Black people aren't welcome into these communities, just surface value, and the safety risk for everybody in the community is there. When any of these functions are, I don't know if you travel out of state or if you're Arizona, it's just all you've seen, but I've traveled to different places. I've been to parties. Why is she not muted? So everybody gets their chance to speak but me?
42 states in the kink community.
But she can
42.
talk over
Hold
another
on, Moody.
human being.
Hold on, Moody.
That's rude.
I just muted her.
You
I just
heard
muted her.
Thank you, because that's only fair. Being a white woman, like I was born into the skin I'm in, I have mad love. If she would have scrolled back further on my page, she would have seen that I just not too long ago picked out the casket for my mixed race son. And no, he wasn't born to a breeding bull. I'm not collared. I do have my own kinks. I didn't come here to talk about those. But she would have seen more about me than that. She would have seen the community activism work that I do in my community with the Black and brown people. And yeah, am I trying to talk quick because everybody's always trying to talk over somebody? Absolutely. Trying to catch my breath to get my point out because I'm not going to be labeled as some racist white woman because that's far from who I am. We're on a platform, on a panel, on TikTok. You don't know me from a can of paint. I didn't go to your page and stalk you. I respected you in your box. I didn't try to go dig up who you are and who your mama and daddy is or who your kids are to try to make a judgment on you because we're talking about a topic here. And it had nothing to do with race or anything else. You got offended by what the little sub said, and I was just trying to help bring an understanding to make her aware of how she messed that up big time so that she could see it because she wasn't hearing you. So if it was because a Black woman was telling her, I was trying to stand up as a white woman because that's white women who are trying to be activists in this whole racist craziness. And the reason I'm stuttering now is because I'm trying not to cuss because now you got me angry. Because I am very active in protecting people's rights in all communities outside of the kink community. And being able to use the color of my skin and that privilege that white people have to speak on topics where Black women aren't being heard, absolutely, I'm coming to your aid and defense. Absolutely. Every time. Because if a white woman is not going to listen to you because that's what it is, she's not hearing you because you're a Black woman, well, let me come in as a white woman and tell her how she just messed up. Maybe she'll receive it better. So I was coming to your aid. All that rest of me, you think I'm a Black bull and now you're placing these judgments. That was derogatory. And you call yourself being in the kink community. If that's who I was, why are you shaming me for it? Or looking at my picture because I'm a white woman, I'm automatically a Black
You kind of
bull?
twisted what they've
said.
said.
What about the picture that you showed of me would say Black breed, that's what my lifestyle is? I didn't have a collar on. There's not even a Black man in the picture with me.
Let her finish.
There was no Black man in the picture with me. You just made assumptions. You saw the color of my skin and you went, you need to heal that, baby. Every white woman out here isn't out here to attack you. I'm out here to help the situation. Marquise has wonderful discussions and brings awareness to stuff. If we're bringing awareness, then we should have, where are the Asian women? Is there a Hispanic woman around that's in the community? Can we get the whole United Nations in here so we can all learn from each other culturally? Because your word isn't the final. I mean, you're very knowledgeable. I've been sitting here listening to you. You know a lot, but what you know and how you live your life in the lifestyle is not going to mirror everybody in the lifestyle. You even said that. So appreciate your knowledge, but it's not the end all be all. And how little sub lives her lifestyle, that's not all the knowledge either or the end all be all. And the woman advertising it on the Facebook is no difference from the Resilient Jenkins because they are living the lifestyle very blatant in everybody's face and everybody can see it who's in the community, but nobody's doing nothing to stop it. And there are children involved in that situation. I haven't seen the white woman have her children in her mess. And I'm done.
All right. Mooney, go right ahead. You have the floor.
Oh, yeah.
Well, can I just say that
No, you
you
cannot.
twisted
Mooney has
everything
the
that you
floor.
said.
Hold
Oh,
on.
no.
You're gonna have to wait.
She was waiting too, Marquise. She was
I
waiting.
understand that, but
I know.
these two were involved. Let go ahead.
The backtracking is crazy. Okay. Also, number two, I am a biracial person that was raised by a white mom. It tracks.
Stop pointing at me and projecting your stuff on me. The white mom that raised you is not me. No, it's not all the same thing. No, it's not all the same thing.
Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. I'll just say your name. Auntie, I was raised by a white mom. I am a biracial kid. What you just said.
No, it's
tracks.
Monty. If you're gonna say my name, that's my deceased son. That's why it's my handle. Say it. Monty's mom. That's who I am.
Okay.
No,
Auntie.
Monty.
Anyways, I'm gonna keep going. Right.
Okay, well, I'm gonna call you Noonie then, since
call me
we're being
Noonie.
dyslexic tonight.
That's fine, Auntie. Also, with the assumptions, you assumed because my name didn't have sub in it.
No assumption. She's just way more active in the lifestyle and way more representation in her actual life than you are. She's not hiding it. She's not in the closet.
I'm gonna continue. Can we mute?
Go ahead, continue. And I'm gonna keep on interjecting when you keep on flipping the script. You keep on. You're talking about I'm switching your
Okay, that's
Is that
not fair
what I'm
now
understanding?
because everybody was quiet when you spoke. So the rules got to apply to everybody.
And I got 2 interruptions, and she's got 2, so that's fair. So I would have held my interruptions, but she used her 2 early. That's fine.
Go ahead.
You know, the assumption, but assuming that I'm not active because I don't have sub in my name is diabolical work. Number 1.
Tap over.
Number 2, let me say this. I'm just going to list out what's happened here. Okay, since there was some of it that was ignored. Okay. We heard your resume, Auntie. You came up and you talked about, right, after I said what I said and showed your picture, you came up and you said that you was up here trying to help us Black folks, right? You're trying to help us. I don't know, nobody really asked you for that. But you felt the need to help because you've got biracial kids and you're in the community. You know who else had biracial kids? Slave owners, but that's beside the point. Anyways, right? And you talked about all the things that you just did. But the part that you left out was while you were also white savioring the Black people in here, you also left out the part where you were talking to an actual Black person in the community, which you chose to disregard because I don't have sub in my name, right? Who is telling you the concerns of Black people in the community, who is telling you the struggles of Black people in the community, who is telling you the experiences of Black people in the community. Not only did you left that part out, then you left out the part where you decided to quiz a Black woman from the community, right? And ask her pop quiz questions to prove that she's, number 1, actually in the community, right? And then number 2, that if she's in the community, she must know these names. That's what you did. That's the part you left out in the midst of your white saviorism. That's the part that you left out, right? And instead of saying that part and admitting your mistake, you decided to give us your resume about because of your biracial kids, why you're one of the good ones. We're not interested, right? So you forgot that part. The other part that you forgot was while you were saving the Black people who were speaking for themselves, you also disregarded what we were actually trying to tell you our experiences are. You also challenged and challenged the legitimacy, again, of me being in the community because I guess I don't have sub in my name. And then you took up for this lady under the guise, I'm going to tell her 1 thing she did wrong and then tell her 4 things she did right and then cape for her, okay? Nobody cares about what you've done in our community. Nobody cares. What you did was foul. What you did was disregard the Black experiences in the community under the guise of white saviors. And I'm going to say the same thing about her, like I said about way earlier in this live. You know that nice white tea lady that came up, not Tina, right, but the other one, right, who came up under the guise of friendship. Those are the dangerous ones, the ones that come up under the guise and give you their resume. Remember, they don't come in because they busted through the back door. They come in because they're invited, right? They come in because somebody gave them an invite to the cookout. They come in under the guise of friendship. They come in under the guise of allyship. They come in under the guise of I'm here for you. And they leave out all of the harm that they have done along the way. And they ask us to forget the harm because I'm an ally, remember? Because I did 3 good things while I shitted on you on my way. We don't have time for that. That's dangerous. And so I am going to say this with twofold. When somebody likes, if you are new to the community, especially as a Black person, but even if you're white, if you encounter somebody with the language of sub, run. They're not tutored by elders. Number 2 is Black folks in the community or out. If you encounter somebody like this who shits on you,
Tap up the 70K.
right? Who craps on you, okay? And then comes in with white saviorism and tells you of their journey to wokeness while ignoring the damage that they've done to you along the way. Run from that one too. These are 2 wonderful examples tonight that have self-told on themselves and done a much better job than I could have in terms of warning you of what to stay away from. That's it and that's all.
All right, the floor is yours. Listen, folks, we have 80 people in the room. You guys are enjoying this very important conversation tonight. What I do need you guys to do, however, is to tap that screen. If we don't move up to closer to that 70K mark here soon, I'm going to have to stop the entire show and we'll just sit here and click until we get to the goal. So we should be well past the 100K mark. This thing has been going on for hours and it has been a very engaging conversation. You guys are doing great in the comment section, but I do need you guys to tap that screen. So please don't make me stop the show. Tap the screen, tap it up. I will be rotating.
Please have to say it again. I'm so sorry, but the fact that she really tried to quiz me. No, because I tried to stick up, but the fact that she really tried to quiz, what's the name of the For real?
She did.
And then have the audacity to be like, I'm in your community helping? Fuck out of here. That's my one cuss. I'm sorry. That's it. That's it. That's it.
There's
For
also
real,
a no
though.
cursing rule in the
That's
podcast.
it. That's it.
All right. I will be rotating the boxes. So if at any point I drop you, it's not for disrespect. It's just that we have several people that want to come up and want to give everybody the opportunity to add to this conversation. So if I'm dropping you, it's no disrespect. When there's a free box, you're welcome to come back. I just want to give everybody the opportunity to come up and share their thoughts and opinions. They're all welcome.
And so if you're not tapping, you're slacking.
I like that.
Monty, yeah, Monty, I just want to say that, even whenever she's teaching you, giving you time to be educated on Black culture, you put in the comments, yeah, okay. So you can't pretend that you want to learn and say, oh, well, I have a mixed race son, so I'm automatically in the culture. It's not like that because you
That's not
don't
what I
listen to
said.
Black women. You said, yeah, okay. I'm looking with my 2 eyeballs.
I did not say I have a mixed race son, so I know about the Black community. That's not what I said.
Well,
it
okay.
did.
So what is your
It's a
point of
great
bringing up that
twist.
you have a mixed race
It
son?
felt very
To give you the Black
tokenized.
pass.
Bringing it up
really
is
did.
because she showed you my white face because it's not on my profile. So she was saying that you're listening to a white woman. So she only brought that picture.
But I'm
to
a
the
white
surface.
woman.
But having a
She only
Black
brought that
son does
picture to
not.
the surface and didn't dig into who I am as a woman.
Can I say just one thing, please, here
Sure.
before, because this all started on my
Amy has a point. I think Amy has a point. If Auntie's going to say, listen, I'm up here as a white woman because they're not listening to Black women, so I was hoping as a white woman that she would listen to a white woman. And then it's like Inception white on white crime, so I'm loving it. But then another white woman comes up here and is talking to a white woman, and you ain't going to listen to that white woman?
Right. And I've been interrupted the entire time I've been talking.
Hey, just like you
Wait
don't
a
listen to
minute.
white women. I don't listen to white women.
Wait a minute.
One at a time.
Can I
folks.
Why should I?
just say this,
Because I'm
please?
white, but you don't have to because you're mixed. Like, make it make sense, Noonie.
Wait a
Make it
minute.
make sense.
Wait a minute. Listen to me, okay? Regardless, I understand what you're all saying, okay? What I meant and all I meant, okay, was that in our community, there's no judgment. That is it. That is all I meant by what I said. I didn't mean, we don't see the struggles of a Black woman, I didn't mean that at all. But right away, everyone wanted to jump on me. No. All I'm saying is it is a part of our community to be non-judgmental. That's why we have our community. That's why it's there. Because we ourselves are constantly judged on, regardless of what our race is.
So
Regardless
the
of what
same,
our gender is.
I'm going to interrupt you just like you did me, as nicely as you
Absolutely.
did. And
I
I
love
will
it.
say that just like, I think that's total BS. You can't say there's non-judgment just because you think you're non-judgmental in your community. There's judgment
Honey, but
within the
that
Black
goes for
community.
everywhere.
Oh, here we go. Okay, I know.
doesn't.
Colors of the rainbow. It does not go for YT people. It doesn't.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Hey,
I
there's a
am
no
not.
cursing rule.
Stop,
No
baby.
cursing
Stop.
rule.
Maybe
Because how could you sit here and say that we don't get? Listen to me. Are
I'm
you
just
kidding?
saying.
I made it perfectly clear. If I myself walked into a Black neighborhood or an all Black kink community, you mean it? I wouldn't be looked at differently. I wouldn't be judged. Do not sit here and say that wouldn't happen. It absolutely would.
So
It absolutely would.
listen,
Okay.
just because you're talking loud doesn't mean that your point is more valid than what I'm about to
Come
say.
on,
You
Amy.
don't have to
I'm not-
scream.
Oh,
Your
Amy.
point isn't
You don't
valid,
have to
okay? You
scream.
want to
Oh,
say I don't know.
Listen.
I'm not saying
So
that.
what I'm telling you though is that if you are a stranger in any community, you're going to be looked at weird. If you're a stranger in any community, you're going to be looked at weird, period, point blank. So you're trying to make the case that because I'm white and I go into a Black community, that I'm going to be looked at weird too. So that gives me permission to look at Black people weird
No,
in my
I'm
community.
not saying that, honey. If that's what I was saying, I would
Then
say
why
that.
even say it? You're making
Amy,
a
I
point.
think her
to
point
prove-
is
Oh my God,
listen
with
to
her
me.
leash
My
on.
words
Oh, I
You're
think
exactly
if Monty
what my
would translate.
Honey,
Let's go,
honey,
Monty.
what I'm saying
Translate.
to you is,
It's so
you
messy
can't-
in here.
oh my God. Oh my God.
Little Sub, just because your community that you're in seems very non-judgmental and you feel safe there, doesn't mean that every community is like
I
yours.
am a gay white Christian preacher's daughter. What do you mean the community I'm in is not judgmental?
I told Little Sub her community because she said that the community's not judgmental, that it's a kink, and I told her maybe in her local community that's how she feels.
We don't see anything. It's the point of our community.
I mean, there's stuff that's seen. Stop saying that. We already had that discussion. Like, let's get past that. Stop saying that the color's not seen because it is.
Marquise, can I say something real quick?
You got to hold on.
Can I say something real quick? Just real quick. Because if I hear this one more time, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Go right ahead.
Okay, please don't say that if you go in a black neighborhood, something's gonna happen to you because you haven't been watching the news. Okay?
Oh my God.
Watch the news and see who gets hurt in what neighborhood. Because last time I looked, black folks were getting hurt in your neighborhood, not ours. So don't use that as an scapegoat again.
If
Just
Little
go ahead.
Sub
I'm
shows
down,
up in
Maurice.
any neighborhood
No
wearing her
problem.
collar,
You have a good day.
You're good.
her lifestyle attire, she's going to be looked at differently.
She's
Little
not
Sub
gonna be-
has it in her hand,
Bird,
so
I'm
I'm pretty
sorry.
sure she represents in her attire and she wears her lifestyle, as a style, as a clothing, as a brand. She's representing on her handle. So yeah, if she walks into anybody's community down the street with her collar and her leash hanging,
Anywhere I
she's going
go.
to be looked at like what people aren't ready to see that just walking down the street, just like they weren't ready to see the white woman admit to it and call it under Christian guise
Exactly.
on TikTok.
Can
It's
I say
not
something-
accepted
Can I say
like
something calm? Can I say something calm? I'm going to be really calm right now.
Right.
I
No need
think
to
this-
yell. Everybody can be heard.
Listen, I promise you, I promise. Now, Sub, where I can understand, and I think Auntie would say the same, right? In the community, yes. In terms of overall judgment, I do feel less judged for my personal choices. I do feel less judged in the community than anywhere else. I do. So Sub is not wrong on that. But that's not what I'm talking about.
And it doesn't take away how you feel based on the color of your skin. Exactly.
Gotcha. But what I am saying is, as the community stands as a whole, do Black people feel safe participating or joining the same level as non-Black people? As the community stands right now, no. Unless we go, right, to the Black communities, which don't have the same, well, a few do, but for the most part, right, because not everybody can, and like I said, I've been in 42 states in the communities. I have a membership to a few places that I won't name that are nationwide, okay, as well as lifestyle parties. So I've been in this, right? I have the ability to do that. But what I can say is in the Black community, the kink community, and in lifestyle events, and even the overall, right, the general lifestyle events, which are majority white. I'm not going to say that they're white events because they're not, but they are majority white. There is a stark difference with the exception of one, which again, I'm not going to name that here because I'm private,
Boxes are open.
right? What I'm saying is, not all Black people have the access or opportunity to go to these. There are in a lot of places, in a lot of towns, in a lot of cities, there isn't access to Black lifestyle events, regardless of what umbrella involved. Most of us don't have access to that. And even less of us have access to fly and get the memberships and the cost associated with the vetting process, right? So the alternative, or what would be perfect, is if we could just be in a community in general. Now, it is a shame that a community in general tends to be less judgmental for our sexual choices, right, is still not safe for Black people as a whole. If it was, you would find more Black people in them. We should not have to make our own communities. Well, and also, I'm not mad that we do because they're kind of better, honestly, because our kinks are deep. But that should not be the only option for us to feel safe. So as it stands right now, I'm not commenting on whether there's judgment or there's not. I don't care. What I am commenting on is, as a whole, as the community, the majority of the community, as it stands right now, No, Black people do not feel safe in it. That's just a fact.
Well, I mean, like, listen, with all due respect, I understand what you're saying. I really do. But you got to understand from my experience, and I'm just talking on my experience. I have never been, and I've been in this lifestyle for 15 years. I have never been to an event where people, you know, we feel weird just because of the way we look. And it was mixed. There was a mix. Yes, it's the majority is white. You're right about that. I'm not going to sit here and say they're not right about that. But you see, people of all races, and that's all I was trying to get at. But then to sit here and make it look like I'm some sort of racist and tell people they shouldn't listen to me.
I understand.
You don't even know me. You don't know.
I understand,
me.
but Sub, all I'm trying to say, Sub, is that, no, number one, I think that is wonderful for you. I think you're part of probably a really good community. What I'm saying is, as Black people, we want that too. We want to be able to say the same thing that you just said. I have never been to a lifestyle community, or you know, I want to go to a lifestyle. What you're feeling, which is so special for you and so important, something I've been fighting for about, you know, which is why I have an issue with what's going on here, right? But what you are saying right now is important, and I don't want to take that away from you. I think it's the backbone and foundation of the community as a whole. But what I'm saying is, Black folks want that too. We want to be able to say the same thing too. And unfortunately,
Okay, so then can I ask you? So then can I ask you, since you said you've been to so many different events and things like that, like, has it always been a just Black kink community, or have you been?
I'm in both, but part of the reason why, for me, look at me, okay? I'm light skinned. Intersectionality matters. Right? I'm very light skinned. So my experience does not look the same as somebody who is darker than me. But do you know how I know what the experience is? Because I've heard, I'm part of it in some way, shape, or form. And I've listened, and then I see it.
Well, I would love to hear a person who's like, you know, not that I want to hear somebody who's hardships. I don't want that, but I would love to hear someone tell me they went to a kink event and felt, you know, judged on their race and something.
It's not about look. Nobody ever went to a kink. No Black person ever went to a kink community, and the community was like, "You're Black." Like that's not what I'm talking about here, right? It is the idea of, are they going to understand my unique experiences? Are they going to be open to it? Can I tell them these things without saying, can I tell them these things without saying, well, we don't see color here, right? Because I know Black people that have said this, and they get the same response. Well, we don't see color here. That didn't answer anything, right? How are we as Black people supposed to know which community is safe and which isn't? The risk is different for us. We can't just go in assuming. We can't. We have to be cautious. We have to move differently. This is like this in real life. Nothing changes. People are people, and there are people in the kink community as well, right? And so it's not like a Black person went to the kink community and then just shit popped off, obviously, right? So most of the time it took 2 or 3 visits and them saying something really vulnerable and then getting a hostile or a not inclusive response to their identity that showed them. It's never been obvious or upfront, right? But as it stands, as a whole, do Black people in general feel welcome or comfortable to be vulnerable, which is a cornerstone of the kink community? Right now, no. And the big question is, well, the big response to that is, that ain't because of us. So if it's not because of us, who do you think it's because of? It's not us.
And I'm not trying to quiz you. I just have a question. Since you've been to these exclusive, more private,
the answer to your question, no. Are you asking to ask me a question? The answer is no. You can't. I don't want you to ask me anything.
Well, then that's not even here for learning. You're just here to like have a chip on your shoulder, because I'm really curious, because you're bringing all this information to the table. I'm listening.
I'm here for learning. I will never learn from you. In fact,
I'm not trying to teach you shit. I was learning.
Stupid
you were talking, and I was learning. So you had said something that triggered me. Well, then so keep it to yourself.
I'm not keeping. I'm not
accepting where you go because
no, ma'am. You cannot ask me a question. No, ma'am. The answer is no. You cannot ask me a question. The answer is
Well, you
no.
can't speak to me, so there you go. You're dismissed.
Hi, Marquise.
Hello, my friend. It's wild in here tonight. Doctor, you got your hands up. We're gonna let King Petty come on up and add to the conversation. Go right ahead.
Yes, I just want to speak very quickly,
Take your
and I'm
time.
going to drop down real quick because there's a lot of shit being thrown in here.
Hey, you know it's no cursing in here.
Answer Libby's question. Oh, did I swear? I'm sorry.
You did.
But I just wanted to let you know, for a little bit, I'm in Portland, Oregon.
Okay.
And for a little while, from like 2020 to about maybe 2022, I was heavily involved in the lifestyle community.
Okay.
And there are literally clubs out here that will exclude you because you're not the right kind of Black.
Oh.
Come on.
Baby, I'm from Seattle, so I've been to those clubs. We won't name them.
I'm not going to name them, but
Correct.
definitely in the downtown Portland area. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Like, just
But yeah,
refuse service, Petty? They just refuse service?
You want to know something funny, LaBelle? I was with my best friend. I got in. She did not. Why do you think that is?
Right.
Because, we all know why
Paper
that
bag,
is.
baby. Paper bag.
We all know why that is. And so to say that there isn't really any discrimination or anything within this community is like, I felt very uncomfortable. I didn't feel trusting at all. Either they use a lot of microaggression when it comes toward you, where they like to really, really fetishize
Mm-hmm. I can imagine.
different types of inks, especially when it comes to the racial of the play,
Mm-hmm.
which is a huge no-no for me. So yeah, no, I felt I got out of it until I could find like one that was exclusively to Black, because I just feel like they could adhere to those sensitivities and things, and I would feel mostly comfortable doing that with other like-minded people like me. And that's my experience of it.
LaBelle, quick question. How many times in those 2 years, and it doesn't matter the context, did you hear the two words, Black girl?
A lot.
King Patty, I love you because you answered my question that I had for her, and you're my boo.
Girl, don't get me in between you and Mooney. Like,
the comfort level and being a Black woman, so you would be more comfortable at an all Black event as opposed to the white or mixed events.
Absolutely.
Got it.
Absolutely, I would. Because
shout out to Peach, I ruined the vibe. LaBelle, were you in here earlier?
No, I just scrolled in here.
So because I'm gonna ruin the vibe real quick. This person that says that you're their boo, let me give you a rundown of what they just did before they're acting real nice. No, because I'm gonna ruin the vibe. Every time. This person came up here, questioned my experience when I'm talking about Black people in the community, and then LaBelle, I ain't even gonna go into detail, but gave me the
Patty, you know me better than that, baby. You know
no, she don't. Well, let's see. Well, she about to know you even better now. LaBelle, let me tell you what just happened, okay? This person came up here and quizzed me on a very prominent Black kid club.
She tried to act like the term I used was racist. Right after, when I said, what's the term for it?
Because I'm gonna ruin the vibe.
And she put in my picture and showed that I was white and that Black women are
my mutual, and I'm gonna do her a favor because unlike some people, I tell Black people they're around, because as a light-skinned person, they'd be real friendly around me, and I'd be soldier boy telling them because I'm not freaking friendly. I'm so sorry.
Because King Patty is seeing me active on the TikTok fighting for something that's way bigger than a and she knows my heart.
Up here, right? She gonna know your heart today. She gonna know your heart today.
You talk for 3 hours. You talk over everybody. You think you're the professional in the kink community, and you got all the answers, and everybody should be aligned with your bullshit. That's what
there's a no cursing rule. Come on now.
So LaBelle, what she said to me,
I got one, she got one. Wasn't it fair a minute ago?
Right?
It was never fair. And when I choose to enforce it, then just know why.
I think it's important that I give LaBelle. Do you even want? Do you want to hear this?
I mean, I would like to.
I'm going to start.
I'm gonna tell you what happened. So check this out. I'm gonna tell you what happened, right? So we've been having this conversation that you just added to, which is really important, right?
Mhm.
We've been talking about Black people's experiences in the community. Now, I am one of the only people in here as a Black person, now you, who has been in the community for over 15 years. As a Black person, I'm light skinned. I've always made that apparent. This is my experience as a light skinned person, so you can imagine, right? This person came up here and quizzed me, and this has happened to all of us as Black people. She said, "Oh, you think you're part of the community?" She gave me a bunch of names of prominent Black kink clubs and said, "Do you know what this means? Do you know what that means? You don't know what," and disregarded everything I had to say. And when I called her out on it and showed her a picture as a white woman, she brought up her biracial child, okay? She brought up her biracial child and then tried to be real nice about how she's an ally to the community and how she does all of these things for the community. But she left out the part where she tried to quiz me and then told me that I'm not as much a part of the community as this white lady down here who tried to say that our experience isn't true because I don't have sub in my name. And then Crystal said something, Christy said something, every Black person in here said something, and this woman doubted it, disregarded it, disputed it, gave me a "Are you Black enough" quiz. And if you know, you know, gave me an "Are you Black enough" quiz. And because I didn't know some terms about the Black exclusive kink club that apparently she's not a part of, she doubted my existence in the community and left that part out, okay? And then brought up her biracial child. But that's your boo? Because you know her heart though, huh? And now she wants to play nice. I will ruin the vibe every single time. I will ruin the vibe every single time. Beware of those that use you as an ally, because if you are not, listen, this woman right here, Petty, this woman doubted every Black person's experience, especially the one Black.
That's not how it happened, King Petty.
That's not how it happened.
I sat and listened to her do that rambling on shit for 3 hours.
A great
came up
exactly
and she brought up the fact that I was white and how people should listen to me. 100%.
Hold on now, wait a minute.
Her white mother was obviously really rude to her. She's bitter as hell. She attacks every white woman. Tina was in here being racist in the whole conversation.
Let it happen.
It's supposed to be a conversation about day collars, which isn't a racial thing. I know Black women, white women, Mexican, Puerto Rican. I know all kinds of women who wear collars. It's not a color thing. Now, Black women feeling comfortable in the community, that topic just came up. And you're the one who spoke on it. I wanted to ask her because she was saying that part. And see, Little Sub was saying, well, no, because she doesn't feel discomfort. Well, she's not Black or mixed, so she wouldn't feel the discomfort. She may not be looking at the color and more the kink, but the Black women and the mixed women and the other authenticities who are there, of course, they're going to feel a different way. And because there are Black women in the room to ask, because I've never been that blatant, this conversation doesn't come up. Just like everybody else, just how she said, like, people aren't going to just go and be comfortable with their kinks. So even step out into the community or go to a club or a party and have those questions of, is this going to be too much? Are they going to look at me crazy? How do you know? Everybody has those insecurities in the community. People have insecurities. But the insecurity or the unsafe, to feel unsafe about it, like unsafe on the streets, like, yeah, I did not know that that existed for Black women like that. And the conversation that was had before this was completely getting racist, and I'm not that person. And I came and she said, oh, white savior. No, Little Sub, she was trying to tell her how saying that she doesn't see color is offensive, and she wasn't listening. So I thought maybe as a white woman, she might listen to me.
That's not entirely true.
No, Amy,
you were being a white savior.
Let her finish.
But Monty, like using like proximity to like your
tokenizing. That's the word we need to use.
She might have scrolled my Facebook on another phone and showed that I'm white because my picture's not in my profile. And I said, well, if you're going to show something on my profile, why don't you show?
Why did I do that?
That I just buried my mixed child.
Did you not?
I've been on the front page of the paper in my town for doing amazing things outside of the kink community. And the stuff we do, King Petty, as far as Deshaun goes, completely outside of the kink community. Supporting my brown and Black and all my people. It's not a race thing with me. And trying to be respectful. I was trying to get in the box earlier when Tina was being racist and disrespectful because she was out of pocket and just bogus as all hell. And I don't like the way white people act in all communities. And yeah, you know me better than this.
Did you or did you not quiz me on the Black?
I did not quiz you. You said you just
did
said
you or did you not quiz
the way
me?
she said that.
Did you not quiz me?
And I asked you, is there a better term for it?
Is there
another term I'm not aware of?
You
No,
didn't
I'm not
quiz
gonna
me?
do this with you. You
didn't
made it
quiz me?
racist. You're mad at your white mama. You need to do something about that. I'm sorry she failed you.
LaBelle, is that your friend?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I'm gonna call it like I see. I'm gonna bring.
When I say
You're bitter at every white woman that's been in the box tonight. Every single one, no matter
That
what they say.
One at a time, folks. One at a time. One at a time.
Me, girl.
All right.
I was being cool, and you attacked me for no reason. And then this is a white woman you're listening to. Does it matter? Does it matter?
I wouldn't say
Everybody's
that
in the
she's
community,
bitter.
and that's what we're talking about. Why does it matter?
Monty's mama, take a breath, honey. Take a breath. Woosah.
Thank you.
I hear your
You're
passion.
so
I hear your
nice.
passion. But I just want to say, calling a Black woman bitter is not the move, right? It's not the move
If
because
a woman's
listen,
bitter, how do you bring it to the surface? She's
listen,
calling
calm
me
down.
racist and a black.
Listen, I'm hearing you out. I just want you to hear me out. Passionate might be a better word. Opinionated, strong-minded, because I'll tell you something about Black women. We've had to survive in our individuality, period, right? That's the only companion we've had, right? White women have groupthink culture. Y'all are all part of a groupthink culture, and you sit in that bubble, and a lot of times you don't look outside of it. This is why this whole group has turned into a back and forth between the two of you, because you're listening not to understand. I feel like I could be wrong. That's my opinion.
Like maybe she's listening to not understand either, because she's got a preconceived notion about white women and jumped as soon as she realized I was white. That was the first thing she looked for.
No, I will say I don't think she has a preconceived notion. She has a proven notion based on difference.
Raised by a white
No,
woman
I am still here.
and pointed at my
I
mom.
am still YT.
Do you guys remember?
So-
Do you guys remember when she? When she first came up here, the fourth word out of her mouth
Oh
was
wow!
my name.
Hold on, wait, because I'm
Fourth
gonna
word out
defend
of
you.
her
Hold
mouth
on,
was
Mooney.
my
Somebody
name.
just said if
Are
you're
we
mixed,
telling
you
me
need
that
to
she
pick a
didn't
side
come
and
up
say
here
it.
and the first thing she said
Do you
after
see the
I
comment?
talked about the Black
She
experience,
said if
the
you're mixed,
first
you need
thing
to
she
pick a
said
side
when
and
she
say
got in the
that's
box was,
rude.
Mooney, you're not the authority on it. She said, Mooney, you are contradicting. Am I crazy, y'all? When she first,
We're contradicting yourself.
30
You
seconds.
said it's very
Right,
individualized for
exactly. So when
everybody.
you
But
came
then
up in the
anybody who
box,
said anything
the
about the
first
lifestyle,
thing you said
argued
was
them
that I
and
was
said, no, that's
contradicting
not
myself.
correct.
Baby, you came
And
after
it
me.
can be correct for them.
Baby,
The
you came
lifestyle
after
is
me.
very different for everybody.
Baby,
So you
came
don't
after me.
have
The
all
first
the
thing-
answers
the first
because
thing you said
somebody may live
Monty,
than you.
was me.
Whatever.
Monty,
No, because
Monty,
you take
listen,
everything in
listen.
offense. You're looking to be offended. So
Oh,
you got
no.
offended because you're looking to be offended.
Sometimes there's a thing called the mirror principle.
Wait a minute.
And sometimes when you're looking for something, you're just gonna find it. That's all I'm gonna say about you, Monty's mama.
Okay.
That's just my take on it, because I don't think that the words that you're using, your delivery is diminishing your message. I'm understanding you. I'm understanding you. Believe me, I do. But your delivery is just as offensive as the point that you're trying to make in some instances, if I can say that.
Yeah, hold on just a second. Let me grab this.
I say something.
Wait a minute. First of all, let me grab this comment. Doctor has been waiting, I know, 20 minutes for Bella to speak. So we're going to give her an opportunity to add to the conversation. Then we'll circle back. We'll grab you, Crystal, and then head back to the main event. For a comment, Gabby, you're saying all I hear is y'all wanting to be white really bad. That's why you're fighting. Who exactly wants to be white? Was that for all the Black people here?
Nobody
I'd
wants
rather be roadkill.
Don't nobody want to smell like roller coaster water when it rains.
I love this. You know what I love it here.
No, that's not because of the color of your skin. I would just rather be roadkill, because what's better than being me?
What do you mean? Do you know how beautifully we age? What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm happy. I'm happy
personally
just
like
wherever.
bathing every day and not scheduling it in.
Okay,
no,
so
thank you.
we're gonna leave that. We'll let you reflect on that, and if you want to add some further context to it, please do. Doctor, you have the floor. I thank you for your patience. Unfortunately, you have to You have to knock down the door sometime to be heard in here. So now that we got everybody calm for a second, please go right ahead, fire away. Thank you all. We hit that 100K mark. Let's continue to tap. We got 110 people in the room and a great conversation going on. Support the live. Tap that screen. Don't make me stop the show because I will. Commercial breaks will last until we hit a targeted number, and I don't like doing that. So keep the conversation going. I do read the comments and add them to the conversation. Tap that screen. And again, I'll be rotating the boxes as well. So at any point I drop you, it's no disrespect. I'm just giving everybody that wants to come up the opportunity to add whatever they want to add to the conversation. Doctor, you have the floor.
Thank you. Well, I'll drop after this because I know there's this. I came up for Mooney, right? Because I understand everything Mooney's. Because as a Black woman, and I am darker than Mooney because I've been in it for over a decade. Okay. So for me, and I came over from the video.
Okay. I came over
from the video.
All right, now.
But we see, like, especially because now I'm not light skin, but you can tell that I'm Black when I walk in a room. You don't have to guess, right. You don't have to know. And there has been a lot of discrimination here in California when you go into some of these things. So it was safer for me to find a place where there were more Black people, so I didn't feel harmed because they, like you said, after about 2 or 3 times of you showing up at the same place, then they want to do race play. Then they want to do this. They think that you're going to do all these things. And it gets kind of dangerous because once you say no, you know, now at most of the places that I went to, they had bouncers, they had people to say, hey, she said no, absolutely not. But outside of the club, it's the same if you're going to a club, right? They sometimes get aggressive. I've had to pull out a sharp object on someone because they wanted more after the party was done. Wow. That's not fair. And so when we talk about these things, yes, we have to find a safe place because I want to go there to have fun. I want to go there and see the people. If I don't want to do anything and I just want to be a voyeur, I should be afforded that. Not come in there and feel like, oh, can I call you the N-word after a couple times of them seeing me like, oh, she's a regular. Mm-hmm. And this is what a lot of us who are my shade and a little bit dark, that's what we get. We have to come with reinforcements because it's scary. Now, I don't know what the fighting was about, but that's what I wanted to add, and I came over from the video.
I'm glad you enjoyed.
You can drop me down.
No problem.
And I love all you guys. Mooney, you know I came up here for you because every time you talk, I be listening.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm glad you saw the video. So you made it to the end of the video then.
Yes, and I was like, what is he talking? Let me get over here. Hey, let me get over here real quick.
I'm glad you made it to the end.
I did, and I liked it.
Good.
So I liked it too.
Thank you so much. You're welcome back here
You're
anytime.
welcome. You guys have a great night. I'll be in the comments, okay?
Love you. That's awesome. All right. Back to the main event. These boxes are open to anybody that wants to come up and add their 2 cents to the conversation. All right. Where were we? Didn't matter.
Can I just say, like, I feel like Black women have already been marginalized and fetishized for centuries, right? And when you walk into a space where fetishes are put on display or are expressed, you can't, it's not wrong for a person of color to question, am I going to be safe? Am I going to be seen? Mm-hmm. Am I going to be validated in a space where self-expression is welcome? But I've also been the token fetish for a particular group of people for so long that opening up myself to self-expression in a space where the very thing that has marginalized me and has oppressed and abused people that look like me is not necessarily a safe choice for women of color. And I think that a lot of white women miss that point. But when you say things like, oh, everyone's welcome and, you know, we don't see color or no one's color is questioned, that may be true. But 2 things can be true at the same time. That's all I wanted to say. Like,
And
don't dismiss
I
what
definitely,
Mooney is saying, you know?
I definitely agree with what you said, especially the part where when you're in these communities and you look to, like, you know, the other people, like, especially when it comes to Black men. And
Right.
it's like you don't even feel safe with them because some of them, especially here in the Pacific Northwest, Mooney could probably attest to this. They like that. They like being sexualized like that. So it's like you're not even a safe haven. You can't even look to them as a safe haven. But back to this situation between Monty and Mooney, like, I'm gonna just Monty, you know, I keep it real off the rip. You were dead ass wrong to question her. You were dead ass wrong to use your child to as proximity as to why you think it's okay for you to speak on things. And this is the kind of stuff that me and you be talking about, especially when it comes to the Resilient Jenkins situation. We talk about this a lot when it comes to how she uses Drew and Deshaun. It's for proximity to be close to Blackness. So
I didn't even say that about my son under that context, King Petty. I wouldn't do that. She showed a picture of me being white, like she went to my TikTok page to show something about me. And I said, well, why didn't you go further than me just being white? You have seen I do a lot of things in the community. I have a child.
But it's that.
That's still tokenism.
Hold on. But it's that like
because it was irrelevant to the conversation.
You know what that gives? Like, oh, I did a lot for it. Has anybody in this room 1985 Steven Spielberg movie The Color Purple?
Absolutely.
When Miss Billy was driving Sophia home, and I've always been good to you people. It's the same thing.
Yes.
That's how that comes across.
Yes.
Monty, I feel like
the
the
very
very
driving
you
is
don't
baby.
listen. You hear something completely different than, I don't know. It just happens every time someone on this panel speaks. It translates differently to you. I don't know if that's intentional or if it's just a deflection, but at this point, I'm trying to find ways to drive the point home to you. And
no
and
different than
it's
that. My best friend is Black.
Like, if that's how that comes across, no. See, if that's how that comes across, then I apologize, Mooney. I did not mean to come across as a tokenizing anything, because that wasn't my point. Was more look deeper than the color of my skin, more the content of my character. You looked at a picture of my skin and judged who I was when there's a lot more to me than the surface value of my skin. Like, it's
I don't just. That's a fair assessment.
I came across as a tokenizing, like how Marquise just put that. Oh my gosh, because
that's fair. I can agree with that. But I also feel like,
and King Petty to tell me I'm dead ass wrong. I respect her. She is my boo. If I was dead ass wrong for how that was taken in the perception, because I'm not Black, right? So what I was saying was more in defense of my character. Like, look past my skin color. There's these other things that define me as a woman, and it's not because my son, like the tokenization part, I didn't realize that that's how that is perceived when it's said. And I apologize because
let me accept.
And I must be in other environments when I speak on things, and that's how it's perceived as tokenization.
Okay, let me accept your apology, but let me say this. I'll accept your apology. I'll accept it. As somebody who is raised by a white mother who is a quote biracial child, don't do that to us. You have no idea the damage it causes, even when your intentions are good. Don't, please don't ever do that again, number one. Number two, ma'am, the reason why I brought up your skin tone was because you questioned me by quizzing me on a Black kink. And I keep harping on this, and I always will. Okay, you came up here after me advocating for Black people in the kink community. You came up here, and the first thing you did was tell me that I'm not an authority and I'm contradicting myself. And then you gave me a pop quiz on terminology in a Black kink community that I'm not a part of. And so at that point, I said, who is this woman talking to me about the Black experience in the community? And then when I saw you were a white woman, I said, oh no,
Okay, so you,
hang on,
the
hang on.
quizzing you part, like you took that wrong. I wasn't. You took offense to the term.
I'm going to
So I
tell
was
you.
asking you, is there a more? Is that not the term?
That's
Because
not
that's
what
the only term that I know for that.
No, ma'am. You asked me 3 distinct questions, and then when I couldn't answer them, you said, "See, this is what I mean." And then you invalidated me again. Okay? There is no Black woman on the planet who will ever, at any given time in the past or in the future in memoriam, who will not take what you did as anything other than a quiz on us proving that we are Black enough to speak on our community. That's what that was. It wasn't just me that would have felt that type of way. Every Black woman, with the exception of maybe, with the exception of a Coon or a Candace Owens, we don't care about her anyway, right?
But you know what else it
Every
is?
Black
It's the
woman,
safety
right?
of
In
your
fact, I would
community.
caution you. I would caution
just-
you that if a Black woman is okay with that line of questioning that you gave, she ain't one of us. She is, but she's not, right? So that is why I brought up your skin tone, because in my mind, I was like, whose white baby is this? Right?
So I
woman?
came into the
Who
panel
is
to
this
have a
person,
conversation,
right?
right?
Who is
Everybody,
this person?
and
Hang on, friend. Hang
her.
on. Who is this person who is quizzing me? Not after 2 minutes, right? Who is this person that now, if you had been Black, I would have had a much different response. But my thing, let me make sure, because I had an inkling, right? But I was like, let me make sure, because who is this person that is coming up here and in the first 30 seconds invalidating me and then quizzing me? As a light-skinned biracial child raised by a white mother, it ain't the first time, and I've been quizzed by more Blacker people than you. I didn't like that shit. I didn't like that stuff. I'm so sorry. I didn't like that stuff, right? So that's why I brought up, look at who is questioned, because if they're going to question me, looking how I look, anybody darker, you have no hope. So I made an example out of you, as I did, as I would, and as I would again. That's why I took offense. And then you brought up your biracial child, which, yeah, I'm going to take that real personal every time, every single time, because proximity doesn't give you access. That's why I took it. Now, your apology, okay, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Do I believe that you didn't know that? Not really, but that's my own personal stuff, right? Do I believe that you won't do this again? Not really. I think that you probably would if people aren't nice enough to you. That's what I believe. That's my experience, right? And as far as you saying that I judged you based off of your skin tone over your character, I say all this to say, it was your character that made me check your skin tone. It was your character and what you said and how you questioned my experience and wrote it off with the ease and privilege that people that look like you so often do. Maybe check your skin tone just to make sure. So I didn't judge you off your skin tone. I judged you off your character. And then your character tracked with your skin tone. That's what it was. So I accept your apology, but all right, man.
So how I did it was this, I sat here for 2 hours in the chat and finally got in the box. So when I finally,
you know what?
asked
Next
the
time you
question,
wait for 2 hours to get into a box, if you wait 2 hours to get into a box, it behooves you to act better. If I waited 2 hours to get somewhere, I'm on my best behavior when I get in. If I wait 2 hours to get into a space,
no, I didn't sit here and wait, sweetheart. I left the live and did other things. See, that's what I don't like about you. I apologize for taking it as tokenization, but all that you're weaving your own narrative into it. I said 2 hours later, I was here for like an hour of the live. I went and did some other things. I came back, and then I didn't even request. Marquise invited me into the live because I was in the chat typing, and I was just saying things about different characteristics of different parts of the lifestyle. And then when Lil Sub came out of her pocket and said, "I don't see color," and she didn't understand how that was offensive, I got that. I didn't see how I was tokenizing, but I get it now.
Marcy, like everything that you literally just said about the apology, it kind of went out the window at this point.
So I'm gonna say
I think that that's why I don't like you anyway. All of that went out the
I think that she has a terrible way of expressing herself.
No, ma'am.
Let's not be disingenuous. Like, she's allowed to have her opinions. I feel like we're going in circles, guys. She's allowed to have her opinion. She's allowed to have a difference of opinion. That's the point of being on this panel. So we can't just hammer it home.
She's in denial of her opinion.
Hang on, Amy. I'm not debating her difference of opinion, right? Christy, I'm not, right? But what I'm going to do is what I'm not going to do is allow a rewritten of what actually happened, right? So say we can, are we going to deny that she said because I don't have sub in my name? Like the way that
That's not what I said. That's how you
yes,
took
it is, ma'am. Yes, it
I
is.
said she's
The
a lot
way
more
that she
upfront in the lifestyle to have that in her handle. Like she wears her leash in her daily lifestyle. She's very upfront with her life, and she admitted that. So, like, yeah, that's why she said we don't look at it like she's very much in the life on that. She didn't say it. I could tell by looking at her picture. I'm very intuitive.
That's not what you said. That's not what you said. That's not what you
What
said.
I said.
We're not going to rewrite it. We're not going to rewrite it.
You are
Right?
rewriting
You told me when I say rewrite.
What you said was she didn't have sub in her name. She's not hiding like Mooney is hiding.
She's not in the closet with her lifestyle. She's very upfront. That's what I said. Not
That's what she said. You said.
You
She
clearly
said that
you're
you-
very knowledgeable and you live your lifestyle, but you go by Mooney and your lifestyle, just like you wouldn't wear a day collar. That's something that you would do in like the bedroom, just like the white woman wears a day collar in the day.
The soft rewriting is sending me.
Dude, I came
The
up here to
soft
talk about the
rewriting
topic.
is
I didn't come up here to be racist about the topic, but you know what? I'm glad I came up here because after the doctor came in the room and said that she has had to pull out knives because this, that, and the third, and that's the problem Little Sub has is because her environment is safe. Her kink, where she's gone, she hasn't experienced that, so she doesn't understand that. And I understand that there's stuff that happens, but that Black women who are fetishized are almost like could be assaulted and have that happening in the kink lifestyle, I was unaware up until the doctor said that. And I don't think Little Sub had ever, like, of course, when you go to kink
I said
parties
it,
and you
Crystal
break
said it,
off,
Christy
you don't
said it.
see it. You don't see that happen, and I would never have
not
thought
Mooney.
that
Monty.
Black woman would be assaulted
Monty,
or
take a
in
breath.
that.
Hold on.
That's
hold
terrible.
On.
That's
Hold on. This
awful.
panel has gone from a discussion to an online mental, I don't know, at this point. Just calm down.
I just will
Right,
say
we're
real
gonna
quick
let this
that
talk,
I
man.
No, listen, Amy.
No,
let me just say
I just
one
want to say
thing.
one
to her.
thing. One thing.
Okay.
I am a mental health therapist, so this is all very interesting for me. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, what I want to say to you, Monty, is this. When you came into the live, sometimes when we're heated, we say things so fast that we think after we speak or we forget what we said. And there are a lot of people on here that can attest to the things that you said. And exactly what Mooney said is what you said. Exactly the way that you said it is what she's saying. So she's not lying on you. That's why I say that your delivery diminishes your message because it's so fast that you probably are not paying attention to what you're saying. And I'm like that too. And I've had to learn. I'm going to be the first to say I've had to learn. Take a breath, calm down, deliver your message without tainting your message. Now, with that being said, I want to ask you something because you said something to Mooney and it really piqued my curiosity. You said that she has some issues with her white mom. What made you say that Mooney has she's triggered by all the white women that came up here?
Right. I was sitting in the chat and I was watching her, and the white women who were speaking, she was, like they barely got anything out before the attack was because they're white women. And if we're having conversations like, look, the whole I don't see color, that is offensive, and I get that. But as women, like I'm up here to uplift all women around me. I want us all to win. And it does unless you're just a dirty dog, like no good woman, then I'm not a girl's girl in that fashion, right? But I want us all to win and have better understanding. It wasn't a white savior complex to tell Little Sub, like, hey, yo, like she's trying to explain it to you, like, even though in your mind that she doesn't see that as offensive, like that's not what we do here. No, she's got a very safe.
But you're not. But why would you? You said something about her mother.
Because when she pulled up my picture and said she's white, and then she was, and I'm gonna tell anybody in the community, I was raised by a white mother and pointed at me, so she's downing me as a white woman.
To say that she needs to find healing or she needs to find help
right, so
for
she
that.
was insulting me and comparing me to her white mother. So something's like obviously there's something there.
Never
If
did.
I'm like this lower
okay.
than
Now I
person,
understand.
she
That's
said,
all I was trying to get to.
probably,
admit.
she mentioned
don't.
black breeding bulls. She's probably one of those. I was raised by a white mother and pointed at my box. So she's giving the connotation that her white mother was less than. And if her white mother was less than and failed her
No,
because
see,
she was
no,
one of those
see.
women.
Pause right there. Pause right there. See, that's what I wanted
That
to
was
uncover.
very, very, very.
That's what I wanted to. You see that right
That's
there?
not
That's not how that happened. Y'all know it.
I don't understand.
That's
that
the root of
That's
the
not how
issue.
that happened.
That is not 100. That is so far removed.
You've heard mother.
And it's not even on the same
Do it
planet.
this.
It's not even on the same planet.
I'm sorry.
When she said no
mother
raised by a
and
white
a lot of
woman
white
at my
women.
box, what did that mean? 'Cause
No,
we're
no,
both
listen,
white?
listen. I'm gonna tell you. A lot of white women that have mixed race children often feel very inferior to the mixed race children that they created. Why, I don't know.
And I know this.
Right?
I'm aware of that. And that's
But
not
you
me.
would think, but listen, it goes both ways. And the mixed race child feels that mother's inferiority and it's absorbed. There's a lot of projection going on. There's a lot of
Absolutely.
microaggression going on. There's a lot of belittling going on. And it's all because of the inferiority complex of the mother. She's out of her
That's
league.
who her mother
She's
was.
misplaced. No, listen, she's out of her league and she's misplaced. She's raising something. She's raising a person, yes, but she's raising something she doesn't represent. There's no community for that mixed race child. None. That mixed race child is almost always, if the mother doesn't do a good job of defining what community looks like, that mixed race child is almost always trying to find their place. They're always playing footsie. I'm not black enough. I'm not white enough. I don't belong in either space. And the constant microaggression and the constant deflection and the constant, put down with the hair, or it's either I need to perm my hair or this or that, when really the mother a lot of times admires everything about her mixed race child, but it's the inferiority that comes across because that's how a lot of white women feel towards women of color, mixed or not. Because you could have a fair-skinned Mariah Carey, Mooney-looking daughter that's absolutely beautiful, but to you, she's not white. Right? So there's always that invisible discourse. So when you said that about Mooney's mom, I just said before you left this live, I had to ask you, I wanted you to not admit, but I wanted your perspective on a deeper level. And I'm glad that you provided it because exactly what you said is exactly what we all knew. We knew that what you admitted is what happens not just with white moms and mixed race children, but with white women and women of color. That's why we've been arguing on this
I
live.
had no idea, right? Remember now, and I'm with you, Christy, but I'm just not very nice about this. I had no idea that she had a black child when I brought up her picture. In fact, so much so that she said, had you had scrolled down,
Correct.
you would have seen my mix. I had no idea. She brought up, had you had scrolled down and you would have seen that I have a mixed child. That is when I said, then and only then is when I said, you cannot fool me because I was raised by a white mother. I had no idea, no clue.
Mm-hmm.
I said what I said when I said the only reason why I brought up her skin tone is because she quizzed me on terminology for black kink groups. And when I brought up her picture, and I'm gonna do it again, she said, and I quote, had you had scrolled down, you would have seen that I had a biracial kid, which I call a black child, right? I don't know what they were
Because she was
passing
leading
her.
with tokenism.
Right. So again, that is the time. I had no clue. And when she brought that up, my response is even better. I was raised by a white mother, so I can understand where that's coming from.
Mhm.
So I'm going to
I
call
know
you
exactly
out on
what
that
you
statement.
meant when you
I'm
said
going to
it.
call you out on that statement. I'm going to tell you why it doesn't matter. I'm going to cement why that causes harm. I'm going to tell you why that doesn't give you proximity. And I'm going to tell you why I don't like it. That's why I brought that up. I didn't know. She's acting like I just brought this. Like I said, this is a white lady with a black child. I didn't know you had a black child. You brought that up. I brought up your skin tone because you was trying to school a black woman about
I brought
some
it
stuff.
up, not
The
realizing I
revisionist, the
told you this,
revisionist stories.
right?
And this is Christy. And Christy, let me talk to you real quick, just as a friend.
Yeah.
I understand the grace that you're giving this person. It's not warranted, right?
How is it not warranted? Now
going
you're
off
playing
of-
God.
you are going
Now I
off
don't
a
deserve the next
revisionist-
woman's
you are going
grace
off a
because you say
revisionist
so.
history.
You're
You are
arrogant,
going off
bro.
of a revision.
You're
you are
extra
forgiving
arrogant.
her. You are forgiving
Monty,
her
let her
for
speak.
her version of events that didn't happen. Now, if the events happened the way that she said, you are spot on. Grace is to be given. But you are
She was
giving
in the
her
same
grace.
room with us.
You are giving her grace off of something that she is saying that happened that didn't happen. You cannot I can understand if what you think happened, you could say, yeah, I can understand why you did that. But if it goes off of what actually happened, no, ma'am, you can't understand that. So are you going to give her the same grace when I brought up her skin color and then she brought up a black child? Are you going to say, I can give you grace for that? Where's the grace? There is no grace. There should be no grace.
So yeah, the tokenism that you feel, like I'm proud of my children, and I speak on my children, and I call them beautiful Black children all the time. But
Why not just beautiful children?
I figured if I said that would be.
But you also speak on your Black children. But you also speak on your Black children to prove that you have a right to discredit Black people. That's my problem.
And I
don't think
exactly.
on your Black children
people.
to prove that you have a right to discredit the Black
This has
experience.
been going on
That's
forever,
my
and your
problem.
mouth is the one that's running the most. Like you don't give
No.
anybody else the opportunity to say
Monty's
anything.
mom, I feel like, wow, you've got, at this point, I need a shot of vodka. Wow. Okay, hold on. I forgot my drink. Hold on, give me a second. I feel as though you've got to take it down a notch. And when we speak of grace, the only grace I gave you was to speak the truth as to what really triggered you with Monty. Because you clearly were triggered. You said that she's triggered by you. You were clearly triggered by her as well. You keep saying things like she keeps speaking with knowledge as if it's I can't even, like, this woman has me so, I swear. You keep speaking on her as if she is an anomaly. To be a mixed race woman and be smart, to be intellectually sound, is something that you don't come across every day, or it's something that you don't see. No, yes, it is. You can't deny it, because when you say things like
very
you keep speaking with
educated,
the
and she knows a lot about the lifestyle, but for her
no,
to
not
just
about the lifestyle. No, you have to listen. You have to listen. You keep speaking, but you are not listening. You keep there's a lot coming out of your mouth, and I don't think you're hearing yourself. When you say things like she is just, you're sitting here as the smartest person on your soapbox. That is a microaggression. What are you talking about? Why does she have to be on a soapbox? Why can't she just be smart? You wouldn't say that to another white woman, and you know you wouldn't dare say it to another white woman. That's number one.
Say that to anybody. I would speak my mind to anyone, just like anybody
That's not
else
speaking
would.
your mind. That's delivering. That is deliberate deliverance of microaggression.
Well,
Let's call it what it is.
After
No,
listening to
we're
her
gonna-
talk for 3 hours
because-
and nobody gets a word in, yeah.
Because you also said right after that she needs to get help with that when she spoke about her white mother, as if she had some issue with her own mother being white. You're out of line for doing that, because how do you know who her mother is and what her issues are with her mother? That's number two. That's number two. That's number two. I'm not done. I'm not done. That's when I knew that there was some sort of a mirror that was reflecting something back to you when you were interacting with Mooney. That's what triggers us. That's what makes us get triggered by people. They have something that you lack. First of all, let's call a spade, right? So that's why I came back and I asked you, why would you say that about her mother? What would make you say that? And I had to ask you like 4 times, and then you said, because it's like her white mother was inferior. And there lies the answer. You felt inferior.
No,
So therefore,
it said
you lashed
she
out
was
at
being
her.
offensive.
Yes, it
It
is.
said
You can
I had a
deny
white
it.
mother. She was downing me as a woman and saying
You
that I
came
was a
into this
slave
group,
to a black man.
you
I
were
had a white mother and
yelling.
pointed in my box.
Listen, you came into this group and you were yelling. You came in guns blazing. You didn't take a breath. The moment you got accepted into this group, or you accepted the request,
Yeah, I was in the
you
chat.
came in yelling.
I was saying a bunch of stuff. Marquise invited me. I waited my
you
turn.
were also in the comments arguing about Mooney.
No,
So
I was.
you came in with a vendetta.
The point, hold on.
The
The
one
point
comment
is
she
this,
said, I will say, I said that. She said this conversation reminds me, takes it back to Diddy. So I thought she was talking about a controlling man, controlling a woman. So I agreed on that. So she did comment that.
So I was gonna say that I think the problem is that you probably is because of what it's hard because you can't really see it because you don't experience it. But basically what happened was you were in the comments and you were listening to what Mooney was saying. You didn't like what she was saying, or you didn't agree, or you thought that she didn't know what she was talking about. So you came up here, you came in hot, and you said all the things you had to say. And again, the same thing that is happening right now is what you did when you came up here. You're saying stuff, but you're not hearing what you're saying and how people are picking up on your actual, like, reading between and hearing between the lines. Like, people are hearing and reading between the lines. And because this is an experience that we as Black women and Black men experience all the time and we're used to it, we're able to see it. You, on the other hand, don't experience that. So you're not seeing it. So if somebody is trying to explain something to you that is they've been very, they've been very nice to you, trying to help you to see like what they're saying. And they're trying to show you that this is exactly what they're talking about. This is what happens when we interact with some of you guys. And it's not because we're doing anything wrong. It's because you have internal stuff that you have to work out and learn about, but because you can't even see it, it's never happening. And so, and then when we point it out, we can't get you to see it. And instead of you should have apologized a long time ago before you even did make your apology. You should have just automatically apologized, asked her, hey, okay, you're telling me this information. What could I have done differently to not have that interaction with you, or so that I don't have this interaction again with other Black women? And then Christy has been graciously, like you said, trying to get you to the point, and you keep deliberately. I won't say deliberately. Maybe you're not doing it on purpose, but it's almost. I feel like you're deliberately missing a point because you keep going back to stuff that doesn't matter. They don't care about the story of how the events occurred exactly. They care about the actual interaction and what your behavior was. Like, none of this would have happened in the first place if you didn't come up here and start asking the questions in the way you were asking. For her, as a lady who you said she has a white mom, so she can recognize your behavior. So she knew you were white by what you did. That's why she was like, wait, let me make sure I'm not tripping before I go off on her. And she did that to let them know that she's not tripping for going off on you if she goes off on you if you don't take it well. So that's what happened. And I don't get how you don't get it, but you should, like, this is where we say we don't want to have to educate you guys because we can't. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can't educate. You have to be willing to go out and learn for yourself and actually be willing to listen to the people you're asking to learn from. Because how are you going to learn if you just keep talking and you're saying stuff and you're not even listening to yourself?
And Monty, we literally had a conversation about this like just the other day. Remember when we were talking
Don't tell me that.
We were talking about white supremacy, and we were talking about how it wasn't designed for you to see, and so you won't know the effect. This is that situation that I was talking about. You were wrong for diminishing Mooney's experience and questioning her and quizzing her as if she doesn't have an authority to speak on her own experiences. The one thing that you should do when you felt uncomfortable with that is you should have just sat back and you should have listened and you should have digested it and get to the root of why you felt uncomfortable in the first place. So I just, yeah.
Exactly. If we could address.
So you're telling me, friend, that you've had this conversation before with her?
Just the other day.
Oh, no, you don't open the gates. Now let me say something for the record. Wow. I want to make something really clear. Thank you, Dazzlin. Look, at this point, because you should have told me you already had this conversation. Now, I'm of the mindset. It's fine. No, you don't need much because I'm on it, right? Number one, I personally think that she knows exactly what she's doing, number one. But number two, I want to make something very clear. I loved rest in peace, my mother. So much. Okay, but two things can be true at the same time. Okay, so when I speak on what Dazzlin was saying, when I speak on these things, I can recognize the shortcomings because my mother was a person before she was a mother. The difference between my mother, well, I'll get to that in a second, but I loved my mother, but she is not above criticism. And I cannot sit here and say because she's my mother, she didn't cause harm. Yeah. She did. And it sucks, but she's not here. She's not here for me to have that conversation, but I still love her. But it was messed up, some of the things that she did, number one. The difference between my mother and Monty.
Thank you, Mooney. You said it right this time, and it's my son's name, so I really appreciate that because I think you were intentionally doing it the other way. So I appreciate that.
I was. Listen, I was. No, I mean, she cooked me on that. I was.
Thank you. I appreciate
I'm
that.
petty. She was, but but you know, I too have faced loss, and so I can respect it. The difference though between my mother and you, and I don't know what made it different. The difference between my mother and you, although some of the aspects are the same. I often find, and I need you to hear me on this, Monty, I need you to hear me on this.
Listening. I'm shutting up and listening. Speaking.
I find that a lot of white mothers who have Black children, and I don't know if this is the only time, because I think you meant everything you said before. This is the only time I'm going to say that I don't know if you meant to do this or not. But I find that a lot of white mothers, because the principles and the foundation is the same, when they have Black children, they feel, and it might not be a lot, it might be just a little bit, when the answer should be none of it, but they feel, whether it's a lot or little, that they have more of an authority or a reason or a justification to speak on Black issues. They just feel that way. And some of them feel a lot of it that way. Some of them feel a little bit of that way. The answer is you don't get to speak on that at all because you are not that. Even your own children do not know their experience because your whiteness does not extend to them. And as mothers, right, and I'm not a mother, but I can say this, as mothers, your whole purpose is to protect your children. And so there's a certain level of you thinking, whether you mean to or not, whether it's intentional or not, that somehow your whiteness extends to them. And so it drives you to be an advocate for them, which is fair and which is good, but you don't know the limits of when to stop. And you didn't know the limits today. You did not know the limits today of advocating for your child and speaking for their Blackness. What you did today was speak for Blackness because your child looks like me, maybe even a little darker, maybe even a little lighter. I don't know, right? Now, I'm going to go out on an assumption here because you brought up Black bulls so casually and the Black environment so casually and the Black kink community so casually. Something tells me you've been around a lot of Black people. You probably date majority Black men. You call it stalking. I've looked at your profile. I can clock white women that majority hang around Black men. You guys have a certain way of being. Now, I could say my white mom didn't hang out with Black men. I'm adopted, right? And my mom bought a bunch of Black kids. And I say that, I'm glad I'm not mad, but you seem like, so you probably have always either been attracted to Black men or been around Black men or mostly dated or been with Black men. You've had Black children. You've probably been around a lot of Black people. So I can clock your type. And you, whether you mean to or not, especially when it was solidified that you had a Black child, do not know the lines of speaking for Blackness or defending your child. When you crossed that line today, it was wildly inappropriate because you have had smoke for me, but not Dazzle, not LaBelle, not Crystal, and not Christy. Now, as a light-skinned biracial person with a white mother who doesn't believe colorism exists for lighter-skinned Black people, who understands the harm that we cause to the community, this is the one and only time that I will ever say, because I'm not the one that's like, I'm too white for the Black. I'm not that fragile. I'm too light-skinned for that. I do that every day, okay? This is the one and only time that I will say there is projection here simply off of my skin tone. This is the one and only time you will hear me say out loud that something is a little bit not fair because of my skin tone. The one and only time. Because my kid is a reflection of your kid. And in reality, if you continue this behavior, if your child was still alive, and I'm so sorry that they're not, my condolences from my spirit. But if your child was still alive and you continue this type of narrative and behavior and thought process, your child would talk about you with the same criticism as I am talking about you right now, as I also talk about my own white mother. That's where the fear comes in, as most of us inevitably do. So you have some unpacking to do, friend. You can't keep doing
I receive everything you're saying, Mooney, but the difference, just let me clear it out. I understand because the family and dysfunction I come from, I'm not racist, but
It have to be a but. No,
My
she just told
family-
no,
there's
she
no
just
but
told
to
you
my
that-
racism.
no,
My
no,
family is very much
Okay, but
racist.
you're not stating them as feelings though.
Why are you
You're stating them as if you're stating them as if they're negating it. You just literally said.
No, because I'm
After
saying she's saying that I'm
I
trying to push
understand.
my whiteness on my
Okay.
children, and I know.
I
because my
understand,
family
but
told me I
that's the truth.
sacrificed
She's
their
telling you the
privilege.
truth, and you don't want to understand. She just
But it's
literally
not
told
because
you
I'm trying to push my whiteness on them. I'm very much aware that they don't have
That's
any
not what.
privilege.
Okay.
And they're
Guys,
not
we have
white.
to let people respond even if we don't agree, because
Right,
we're
I
just
don't
going in
wanna
circles.
respond to
It's
what
not
she
about the
said.
agreement.
Okay, that's
It's
fine.
not okay,
Well, how
Monty.
you
I'm
writing
just
me
saying
and what
it's
people
not the
need is true
agreement.
then? I mean, I don't
I'm not no love in the butt.
I said I received everything you say. The difference is I'm not trying to push my whiteness on my black children because I was already informed when I was pregnant with them. Like my father told me was I was trying to save a whole race. My children were not embraced by my white family. So I'm very much aware that they are not accepted as white children. So I fight their black child battle for them daily and will for them. That's why I'm passionate about that, because I know, unfortunately, no, they don't have that umbrella under the white community because they are mixed. And so
Well, it was
my
no
She
passion
said
need
is
for
you don't know when to
it.
stop.
It's
You
on
don't
that
know when to
level.
stop. Like right now, you don't know when to stop. That's the point. That's
It
the
was no
point.
need for a but. It was no need.
No, but you guys got to be fair, man. Like it
No,
almost
she's
feels
telling us
sometimes.
that adds to
It
the point.
almost
It adds, all
feels
of this
like
is just adding back up to Mooney's point. That's my point. Is that why are we still going around in a circle? We're gonna just be doing this the whole rest of the day.
you have to allow
Let
her
her
to respond
finish.
because the exchange was between Mooney
Correct.
and herself.
Didn't need
So we
anybody
have to
else.
give her the floor to respond to what Mooney said. They were having a back and forth. We
That's
can't
it.
just cut her off and say there's no but, there's no but. That is not okay. We're having a
there was
discourse
growth
here.
and like understanding going on. I have
I
received
accept that. Go ahead. Go ahead. Finish your point, Mooney. Monty. Go ahead.
I said I receive everything you're saying, Winnie. The only difference is I've never ever, because even when I was pregnant with my child, I was informed right away that they aren't considered white. So I knew from before Monty even hit this planet that my fight for him was going to be for his black skin and everything that went with it. And the driving while black conversations and conversations that white women don't have with their children. His friends who were white, he went to school with, they don't have to have those conversations. I had to have conversations with my child because he is a black man and my daughter is a black woman. And I'm because I see so many other white women fail in that and either fetishize and have these children and don't take care of them or push their whiteness or whatever the case, all of those things. I'm so anti that. I'm passionate the whole other way. And yeah, like Christina said, I came in blazing, but not on that level. It was only because you were contradicting yourself, saying that the kink community is this way, but it's individualized for different people. And your argument with the little sub was like, to her, that's not what it is, but for her, it is. Like she's found a safe community that makes her feel that way.
Let's leave that because I think we've addressed that.
Yeah.
I'm going to say this. I don't think that you failed in terms of loving. That's not what I'm saying. And I never said that you're pushing your whiteness on a child. What I said was, oftentimes, white mothers of black children think that the privilege of their whiteness extends to their black children.
Right. And I know better. I was told
that doesn't
before they
mean-
ever were born.
That doesn't mean that you are pushing your whiteness on your child. That doesn't mean that, right? But what is happening here is you think, or you respond in a way that because you have black children, you think that you know how to advocate for them as black children, but black people are not a monolith. I never say you're not pushing your whiteness on your child. You and I, we're reasonable people. We know that's not possible.
No, unfortunately, in my little community, like I'm in a more cultured neighborhood.
When I'm
around all of
telling
these
you right
people.
now, baby, I'm telling you right now, it doesn't matter what neighborhood you grow up in. You could grow up in a quote unquote urban neighborhood that's mostly around black people. No white person's family member accepts their black child. Like it ends like if mom is cool with it, grandma ain't, right? And if grandma is, auntie isn't. So you're not telling me anything unusual, okay? What I am saying is, you do not know the line or when to stop between advocating for your child or how you speak to the black experience. You are advocating for your child is one thing. Speaking to the black experience is something that you cannot do. And that's what you've done today. Speaking to the black experience. Speak on your child, speak on their experience, but you cannot speak to the Black experience of Black people. You can't, not even your own kids.
So can I ask?
I just want to
the
say one. Let me
tokenization
say
was-
one thing. No, I need to say one thing.
Go ahead, Amy.
Yeah, I don't feel like that there's going to be any consensus here because she's not
No, ma'am.
receiving
No,
what
ma'am.
you're saying.
No, you
No, ma'am.
can't do
Whatever
that, Amy.
reason
No, Amy,
yeah,
it's okay.
she's
You
Amy,
can't
it's
do
okay.
that,
Amy,
Amy.
Amy, nobody's
It's okay.
having this conversation for a consensus, right? Ugly conversations look ugly, and difficult
Yeah.
conversations look
Correct.
difficult. And if there's no conclusion today, there is education that's being said
That's
by
the point.
Daslin, by
The
Christy,
seed
by
planted.
Crystal,
Correct.
by Petty LaBelle, right? So, Amy,
Yeah.
I know as you as a therapist,
That's a
you're
valid
looking for an
point.
overall conclusion, maybe we done figured out minute one that happened here, right?
Yeah.
But a conversation. These
And
are
we also can't
conversations
speak
that
for
aren't
her.
even had,
Correct.
and we're having it. And that in and of itself is an achievement for today.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
On an app that
Because
used to be a kids app that we used to dance on. Okay?
Right.
I wasn't here for that.
I wasn't either, but I heard there
I
was a
was in
time.
here 3
There was a
years.
time.
I was, but
Okay, I want to say something real quick. This has nothing to do with the conversation. This man comes up every Friday, sometime an extra day a week. He never asks anyone for anything. I'm gonna need y'all to tap up to 200K. It's a good conversation, and I'm gonna need 5 people tonight to subscribe. That's what I'm gonna need. Give
Okay.
the whole, share it out, subscribe. He never ever asks. So I'm coming up. I'm asking for you guys to send love, follow, and I need 5 people tonight to subscribe. We have 120 people in the room. I need to tap up to 120K. We can keep going. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Marquise.
Oh, thank you.
I need 5 people tonight.
I do want you to tap the
subscribe.
screen. Whatever else you want to do is fine, but I definitely need you guys to tap the screen. I am here Friday nights. I give it my all every single week, and
you're here every day at this point.
Stop it! After today, you will not see me again until Friday.
It's a holiday weekend.
There was a holiday, so y'all got a couple extra episodes, but no, it's normally on Friday nights only.
I'm gonna go ahead and drop down and finish my nails. Mooney, it's always lovely talking with you. You know I love you, boo. Monty, I hope you just learned from this, and the overall lesson that you can learn from this is listen to Black women, listen to Black experiences, and don't try to inject yourself in there, and don't use your proximity thinking that you can have a say in Black conversations or speak on Black issues and things like that. So anyways, y'all, thank you for having me, Marquis.
I was about to say, you just gonna leave me out,
Thank you,
Marquis.
Thank you so much for being here. Have a good one.
I do think I deserve Monty an apology for you speaking on my mother like that.
I do agree with that. That's crossing the line, most definitely. We don't do that here.
A lot of people in the chat said it. I've been said it when she said
we don't
it.
do that here.
That was weird.
Again, we attack points of views. We do not attack people personally. That's
I mean,
always
now that I've clarified why I brought that up after you brought it up, I do think I'm owed an apology for that. You don't have to give it, but I think I'm owed an apology for that.
I apologize.
I appreciate that. I do.
I feel like that's also why you came in guns blazing, because you've had this chip on your shoulder from having to defend. I feel like all you try to do is defend and prove and prove and prove and defend and prove and prove and prove. And it's just like, you don't have to prove anything. You just have to be. Just be. You're a mother of Black children. Just
My
be a mother to
conversation
Black
initially
children.
was just about the kink community, and I was in the comments because it was a contradiction, Mooney. You were saying that it's individualized and there's levels to it, and Little Sub was trying to explain her levels, which didn't align with yours, and I understandably, but that doesn't mean hers are wrong.
But no, that's disingenuous, because I'll
That's not
tell
what
you why it is. That's disingenuous because our conversation prior to you joining was about women of color feeling marginalized in particular groups, whatever. We were talking about that. You came in and what's her name? Little Sub was talking about her friend, and we were talking about how her friend's point of view. No one cares that she expressed her point of view. What really took it over the edge was bringing Jesus into it, which is largely a religious group, right? That Blacks or minorities partake in. So when you bring their religion into the group, you bring them into the discussion. And then she took it even further to talk about submission and a man making you feel safe. And, you know, when a woman is in her femininity, she'll be able to submit to a man and blah, blah, blah. So it was almost like a double whammy. So
Yeah.
when you came in here and you were hot, you were on fire. And you were like,
remember, Christy, it also culminated with Lil Sub saying, and I quote, "The kink community does not see
color." And yes,
Which was foul.
and that's what did it. And you came in hot and you started going at Mooney.
They quizzed me on the black kink community.
Yeah, so that to say that it just started with the kink community, yes, it did, but the tone was already set, both in our conversations prior to you joining and after you joined. So both things can be true at the same time, I think. So we can't be disingenuous and just say, oh, I was just defending the kink community. You were also defending the idea of Little Sub and what the reference she was trying to make, which was really untrue.
No, I wasn't defending her reference. I definitely called her on that and told her that was wrong and not seeing
Yes,
color.
you did.
Overlooking the color. That I did not defend the reference.
Why do you never speak on what you said to me? Like, you speak on all the things you said to everybody else and all the things that you advocated for and all things, but why do you refuse to speak on what you actually said to me?
Projection.
Tony, I feel like we're gonna go circles because my delivery, like Christina said, was too much. It came across wrong, and you took it the way you took it. So there's no backpedaling now because you've already taken it that way.
No,
so
friend,
if
I took it the way you gave
like
it.
I question you about the terminology, honestly, because that's the only terminology I've ever heard used for it in the kink community. And you acted like it was offensive, like I was saying something. The fact that you're using that term lets me know what is it? I don't understand. That's the term. Like, that's the only term I know for it in the kink community. So I was actually looking, you've been here with all the knowledge. So I was like, is there a different term? I wasn't meaning to quiz you. If there's a better term.
You were being condescending. You were being condescending.
I really didn't mean to be condescending.
Maybe you
quizzed me. Just say it, baby. You quizzed me. It's fine. You quizzed me. You tried it. It didn't work. Just say it. Like,
you meant to be condescending. Let's just be honest and get this conversation wrapped up so we can talk about something else.
I mean, if you took it
y'all gonna turn me into an alcoholic, I don't even
I guess
drink.
I apologize that you took it for being condescending. Am I condescending or like?
No, when you came in, let me repeat myself because I think I have enough patience for you. Okay, I think I have just enough patience for you. I have a wild 4-year-old.
Oh my.
And and I've dealt with a lot in my life and done a lot of healing and a lot of owning up to a lot of things. So I have a lot of patience for you. And I will say this. You came in condescending. Yes, you did. You came in on the defense. Yes, you did. Right? And so once you do that, you enter someone's house. This is our house. You enter someone's house as a guest and you come in aggressive, condescending, rude, and loud. You can't be mad if you're met with plates, cups, chairs, curse words. They let their dogs out on you.
At the end of the day, I came into Marquise's house and he sent me the invitation to come here.
No. This is our house. You were talking to all of us. He's the host. This is his account.
Right, it's his house. We're all guests at his house.
The fact that you can't even own up to the fact that you are partaking in a group is why you keep getting in trouble.
We're in a group, but this is Marquise's house he invited me to. Like, I don't understand.
Okay.
He invited us to. Also, I can't help but recognize, and I don't know if you noticed this, Monty. I don't know if you noticed this. That in a room or a live full of Black people and Sub, Sub's not really disagreeing, but in a room full of Black people that aren't agreeing with you, you tend to, and forgive me when I say this, like you did with your Black child, and a lot of white mothers or white people that are around Black people and have proximity and get too comfortable do, the first thing you did was grab Marquise and you said, Marquise has me up here all the time. You tried to show the card that gave you a pass. We denied that card. Then, the first card you pulled was, I have a Black child. We denied that card. Then you said, Marquise has me up here all the time. I know she ain't listening, but that's fine. I just want people to see this. And then you said, Marquise invites me up here all the time. the one black person that she thought was going to advocate. We denied that card. And then the lady over here to the far right came up. That's my boo. You tried to grab that that card for access, that access key card, and we denied that card. There it is. I don't know, maybe the phone died. I don't know, but watch out for that.
Oh, she did.
Did you notice that? Hey, nope, sub, because
Amy, I want you to tell me why you said what you said in the comments, because I want to understand. I want to understand.
So the way she, and this is just a perception, this is my first
Oh,
time
no,
in
she's
here.
back.
I don't even know.
She's back.
Okay, good. I'm glad she's back. I want her to hear what I have to say.
Sure.
The way
And I missed
you-
half of what you said, Mooney. I was trying to get a plug and I don't know what happened, but I missed half of all you said. Like it went black on my end.
So Monty, the way that you receive information from Mooney.
So sorry for the final time, and then we're going to mute. I'm going to mute.
Yep.
Monty, what I said was, because I think it's important that you hear this. Here's what we also observed you doing. Okay, you had a panel full of black people that weren't really picking up what you were putting down. And this is what we see oftentimes too, okay? So you grabbed onto Marquis and you said, well, Marquis has me up here all the time, as if he was going to advocate you. And hang
I
on,
didn't
friend.
say that. I said he invited me. He doesn't ask me all the time. It's my first time being in
But
his
she
live.
also- right,
I
but
didn't say that.
Am I crazy?
Yes.
Or did she not? Did she not say I've been on this panel before?
No, she said.
No, I said I've been in the chats of his live.
I was in the
Oh,
chat.
in the chats.
and you were
Okay,
right.
in the chats. In the chats. Well, I'm going to go around, but I'm going to make it the same.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
said
okay.
Marquise-
That's
you said
cool.
Marquise invited me up here. I've been in these lives before. Now we know it was in the chat. You looked for an access and a key card and advocate with him. We denied that. Okay. And then and the first thing you did was you used your black child as an advocate. And we've already talked about that. You apologize and I accept that, right? But you asked for that as a key card and access. We denied that. And then you used the proximity to Marquise being in here before. We denied that. Then Petty LaBelle came up here and you said, that's my boo. And we all denied that. You have got to stop using your proximity because it's not just your child anymore. It was the host. It was LaBelle. I'm going to tell you right now that if you want to keep black people in your life that aren't blood related, you've got to stop using us to advocate for the harm that you're causing. And that's what you've done. I don't think you meant to. Kind of think maybe a little bit, but not really. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. You've got to stop reaching out for the friendlies to give you an access or a pass to continue to use a narrative that causes harms. Proximity is not access. You have been denied at every turn to use a black person to continue your harmful rhetoric. At least for me in my house, it's not going to work. It is a habit. It is a nasty habit. Knock it off. That's it. That's all. Go ahead, Amy, because Amy is win in the chat for Amy, by the way. W in the chat for Amy. Amy's been waiting. Amy's been
later.
I done cut Amy off like 14 times, and Amy ain't lost her stuff. So win in the W in the chat for Amy.
Listen, I am. It's taken a lot of coping mechanisms I'm using over here, trying to remember what I was even going to say originally.
You was gonna say about how the way she responds.
It's changed a little bit because now that I've said and listened to it, I feel like she's so, and I won't say she, I'll say directly to you, Monty, you are receiving information, the exact same information, so differently from Mooney than you are from Christy. And that's just an observation. And I think that that's why there's projection there. I'm not just saying that as a snide remark. There truly is something that you're projecting onto her that you don't have healed harm from. And so kind of putting that mirror up that you said to her, I'm putting that back on you. And I want you to take responsibility for what you said to her.
I already did that like 7 times. How many more apologies? Now I'm apologizing for Amy. Mooney, I'm apologizing to you for Amy now. I apologize because you had, you know, you just did your apology. I apologize because you asked for another apology. I'm apologize because Amy and Crystal. I'm apologize 107 times for everybody in the room.
No, you have to apologize to default, Master. You're not getting it.
No, Monty,
You're
The
being
thing
very
is,
offensive.
Mooney
You're not
is
getting
Mooney is who I used to be, and I'll say it's exhausting because people don't want to hear.
People don't want to hear, and you end up just.
It's 2:00 in the morning in Kentucky where she probably lives. So I think she needs to go to bed because I'm just feeling like she's not learning anything, and I'm just so over it.
I used to be that the same presence that Moni has. I spent my entire young adult and adult life being that way, and I'll tell you, man, your energy gets sucked. Like, people are vampires. They really are.
I'm an Aquarius. It's
well,
there's no energy put out. It's just this is my resting state. Like,
you're better than me. You're better than me. And so when I approach, it's almost like there are things that I see that I act like I don't see. There are things that I ordinarily would respond to that I don't give my time to anymore, because what's understood with me doesn't need an explanation. It's just the thing that triggered me was the mom comment, and I needed her to own up to that, because that really rubs me the wrong way, because I knew it was a mirror. Like Amy said it in her clinical sense, but clearly it was a mirror. There's something about Moni that's deep. It runs deep within Monty, or there's an issue there, and it's very clear the way she came in. I picked up on it.
It is as clear cut as if you guys were sitting there reading the Declaration of Independence, one right after the other. She's going to receive that she's going to learn from Christy. It is just super bizarre to be an observationalist to see that. So,
because Monty's telling her the same thing.
Yeah,
I also
she's not. I also think too, in my experience, and you guys see my face being as light as I am. I also think it comes from a space of white people traditionally have always felt more comfortable, or they think I'm a friendly, right? Or they think I'm not. I'm going to explain it the best way I can. I'll be quick, but I feel like people are going to pick up what I'm putting down. There is an innate fear of the darker skin that you are. Palm-colored people talk to darker skinned people, and I'm not saying you're doing this, but there's also an inherent or an innate thing that's going on here that you might not realize. And I grew up with white folks, so you cannot fool me. I have observed, and I have seen, and I have experienced personally, that there is an innate stereotype or a fear of darker skinned Black people. And so they watch what say. For example, you see white people say, I'm gonna be a Black mama. I'm gonna get my attitude up like a Black mama. Or anytime they talk about darker skin or more less ambiguous Black people with aggression, right? With fear to it, with an innate sense of danger, or with like an assertiveness, or all the things that they say, right? It's a fancy way of saying the clutching of the purse, right? And so they watch what they say, or even on the positive side of not wanting to appear racist, right? Or not wanting to appear offensive, right? And so the way that they talk to darker skinned Black people is with a lot more prejudice than lighter skinned Black people. White people will approach me or feel a certain type of way and feel like they can push back because I don't pose the same type of perceived danger. Or if you're from the nutty north, right? Oregon, Idaho, Seattle, where perception is everything, they don't want to appear racist. So they'll say a lot of things to lighter skinned people, but they'll never say it to darker skinned Black people because they could be racist as hell, but they just don't want it. Not saying that's you, Monty, but they'll be racist. They don't want to be racist. If they say to a Black person, it's wrong. If they say to a lighter skinned person has privilege, so it's not as racist, right? And so I think that's why if myself, and I'm not saying that Christy is super dark skinned, but she's darker than me, right? So a lot of times white people will approach me in a way that they think that I'm a friendly.
Oh my God.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. They will approach me or they will say certain things in a certain type of way because they feel more safe to pop off. But then on the flip side, in the South, they'll pop off to darker skinned people because they know that ain't nobody gonna do nothing about it, right? So it's a regional thing, but it's also, I hope that's making sense.
It does.
It is, and I also think that it's energy because I've learned, like I said, through my own healing and growing and learning that to dispense very little energy output with every and anything, even with my own child. There's some things that I'm just not going to let penetrate too deep. You know what I mean? I can see you and I understand exactly what it is. I understood her intent the moment she joined.
Yeah,
but I just knew that it was draining. It's designed to be draining. The intention, I always follow people's intention. I don't care what you say, your intention is what I respect or move away from. Because even if I don't agree with it, I'm also going to watch your energy and back away or move closer. And from the very inception of her call, I knew her intent. I knew when she came in like a snapper wolf, she came in here and she was ready for the kill if she would be allowed to do so. So I stood back. I stood back and I observed because I knew to engage to try to prove or try to get her to admit it is a waste of my energy. So I just watched everything. And then when she talked about your mom, that just did me in. That was just too much for me because I knew it's almost like you're looking at someone poison someone's food and present it in the most beautiful way and tell them, I hope you enjoy your meal. And you just saw them poison the food. You know what I mean? And to me, that's exactly what her intention was in the beginning. She came in guns blazing after you, Mooney, because there is some sort of mirror complex between, and I know what it is, but I'm gonna end up drinking alcohol if I keep going back. And I really don't drink.
Going back then. Let's keep going. We're having a good time. Let's keep going back. I also will say, to be fair, I'm not going to play the innocent party. PSA, I am aggressive. I am sometimes. I know my tone. Like I said, I'm reasonable. I know my tone. I understand how it comes across. I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm the easiest person to go along with. I get this response in almost every live I'm in. It's taken me a long time to be okay with that, but I also feel like there are some environments where it's okay to be aggressive. Now, I understand the problematic nature and the consequences for me is different. I have a privilege to be aggressive in ways that people darker than me do not. And so therefore, I feel like when it is appropriate for me to be aggressive or it is appropriate for me to do these things, I'm going to do it. And in this instance, when we're talking about a community that should be inclusive, we're talking about things that Black people are involved in. Yeah, sometimes I'm going to be aggressive. I think that's okay. But I'm never going to be surprised at the response. I'm just going to call out where the response came from. What I don't like is when people say the response. I'm going to tell you what I did. I know why you got there. Don't BS me because I know how you got there, but we're not going to revise it, right? And so sometimes when we're talking about rights and we're talking about safety, when it comes to women, especially Black women, we're talking about consent and we're talking about being vulnerable and we're talking about progression. Yes, I will always be aggressive. I will be almost borderline disrespectful about it because I can and I will.
But I just see that as having boundaries and just being assertive with those boundaries.
Yes, but Amy, what you're not understanding is if anybody else who is darker than me said things the same way, the results are not the same. Just like you talked about, if I say something and Christy says something, Monty takes it differently. If I'm aggressive and let's say Christy or Crystal said something the same way that I said it or Dazzlin, they would get a much worse response than I did. So I bet you your bottom dollar that I'm going to take that to the limit because I can. And I'm going to.
Hey,
What's
Mama, good to see you. All right,
in
folks.
defense of my people.
Okay. Almost there, guys. Keep tapping.
I know
my
that's
fingers
real.
are hurt and start tapping.
I know it. We have 100 people in the room. We have not dropped under 100 in hours. So there's absolutely no need for us not to already be at the 200K mark. So what we're going to do at this point is just to take a nice commercial break while you 102 people start tapping that screen up. And we're going to move this thing up closer to the 200K mark. Oh, fireworks. Wanda, thank you so much for the 4th of July fireworks. I appreciate that gift. That is one of my actual TikTok
If you are not tapping, you are napping.
That's oh, okay. I'm sorry. Everybody go ahead and mute your mics and we're just gonna go ahead and just tap away until we get on up there. It's 100 people in the room. It is nothing to move this thing up. Want to show me much love tonight. Thank you so much. There's one of my TikTok sisters. She was one of the first people I actually met outside of the app. It's maybe been a year or two now on one of my family trips to Florida. She and Justified were the first people I've ever met outside the app on in real life. Very, very good people. So I just have to shout her out. She makes me feel good. She's very good.
I just want to say that Marquise never asked anybody for anything.
I don't. Please.
Can we share him some love?
Just share the live
Also,
chapter.
I need 4 people. I see one person subscribe. I need 4 more people tonight to subscribe. It's 15 cents a day. If you buy coffee, it's less than coffee. It is. I did the math. We need 4 more people to subscribe tonight. He never asks. He never asks. So thank you.
Tap the screen, folks. The only thing you'll get me to beg for is for you to tap the screen inside these lives, because hey, I bring it. I bring it every week. I give you my best every time, and I'm going to beg you to watch my content. I put my heart and soul into each and every video, my family content, these videos that are in preparation for each show. You know, and I do the thing. So when you see me on the FYP, watch those videos to completion. Like them, comment. If you like them enough, repost them. I'm not saying you have to repost every single video, but repost the ones that you actually enjoy or the messages that you agree with, because a lot of them are message based, and we have some fun, entertaining family ones as well. And also, when I'm saying comment, the emojis mean nothing with regards to engagement. So if you're gonna leave a comment, leave 3 or 4 words, something that I can respond to, so that it'll let the algorithm know that, hey, these people like this and you need to push it further. So you will get me to beg for those. Also, I am available on TubeView. That I can't say the real name here. Same username, Faith and Bishop 2. Please hit the subscribe button over there. Of course, this app has been quote unquote banana for quite some time now. We don't know how much longer we're gonna last. We got a 90-day extension. I don't want to lose you all, so please go over there, hit the subscribe button. You don't have to remember it. You can hit it at the top of my TikTok page. The link is there. Just hit the subscribe button. I do go live over there as well. There's content, documentaries, lots of things over there that are exclusive to that page. So if you're enjoying what you're seeing here tonight, I actually do interviews as well. Those interviews are often done exclusively on the TubeView, and we handle some very, very serious things over there as well. So please do those things. Please continue tapping so we will not have to do another commercial break when we open it up. We're going to send it right back to Miss T over here so she can get this thing back moving. But please, at this moment, we're just going to continue to tap. I hate to do this, but unfortunately.
Can I say something, Moni, real quick? Just real quick. I was waiting to say it.
Go ahead, bro.
I just want to tell you thank you, because
keep tapping, folks.
I used to have low self-esteem about me being dark skinned because all my cousins are light skinned. And I just want to say thank you, because you really stand up. People don't understand you being a darker skinned woman. People don't understand how you feel, or you go somewhere and I don't even know how to, I just want to thank you. Because I used to have low self-esteem. I don't have it now, but low self-esteem about my color being dark. Back in the day, I always thought I had to be lighter because, you know, my sister is lighter, my mother is lighter, my cousins are lighter. So they would tease me about my dark skin, but they didn't know how it hurt me. They know now because I'm just, you know, telling them this. But it really is a different being a darker skin. And I used to always think I had to be lighter, or I wanted to be lighter. But you don't. But I thank you, because you always stand up for us. I'm sorry, I'm going to cry right now, but all right, I want to leave my phone. Thank you. That's one thing.
Hey, that's okay. And I understand that the damage that people that look like me have done to the community and continue to do. You are loved, you are appreciated, you are perfect, you are worthy just as much, if not more, than anybody else. You don't have to thank me.
Keep tapping, folks.
This is just a plug for the Civil Rights Museum. If you've never been, it sounds like you're talking about the test that you take whenever you compare your skin to a brown bag. And
listen, Amy, respectfully.
No, stop.
You're talking about the bag test. This isn't the time.
No, you are having a moment.
No, we know, as Black folks, we know because we live.
Yeah. No, that's something I learned. I have always identified as an advocate.
But it took a while to learn.
White people,
Y'all,
they're
you
so
keep lying yourselves.
There's sometimes they're so eager, ma'am.
Totally on the commercial break. This is why the
We
commercial
know,
breaks have to be
we
done.
are aware of the paper bag test, and we didn't have to go to a museum. Now I appreciate your effort, and we hear you and receive it. But that was not the best time for that in that moment. So, Crystal, I appreciate you, and it is nothing. Well, I'm not going to say forever, always.
We all were. All right.
Somebody said, Amy, I've been rooting for
I know, we all have.
I know.
And how dare you?
Y'all leave Amy alone.
We were all rooting for you.
W in the chat for Amy and the education, because
That's what happens, Mooney.
You
You gave her credit before. You gave her credit too soon.
Okay, we like Amy too, because there's no harm behind. Like Amy really was like, guys, baby, we know. In the middle of some light skin reparations being given. Like,
Tap the screen. This is why I don't let y'all talk during commercials. See how terribly that went.
No, we love not too much on Amy.
I'm apologizing for her. I apologize on Amy's behalf.
Monty, same to you.
You can't apologize for yourself.
Monty,
I'm sorry.
I apologize for myself.
I did that laugh.
107 times. I was just thinking.
Oh, Lord Jesus. Mute. Everybody mute.
Thank you. I needed that laugh.
I am muting everybody. Y'all are something else.
Commercial break.
This
the eagerness of a white woman will be a 4-time president.
Oh,
4-term.
Lord Jesus.
10 years.
I am muting everybody. Y'all are ridiculous. Tap the screen. Tap the screen. Again, my boxes are open. I will be rotating them. If I drop you for any reason during the show, it's not because of disrespect. We're just giving people the opportunity to come up and add whatever they want to add to the conversation, which is a really good one and a very important conversation to have. So as soon as we get closer to that 200K mark, we will resume the conversation and Miss Monty will have the floor. So please continue to tap the screen.
They want to know why I get an access card.
I was going to say that it doesn't exist. That's the point we're making. There's no card to access. It does not exist. They don't have one. And the reason, I'm sorry because like why I'm just.
Can we get to the 200K mark, please? I'm gonna mute you all again. we need a little bit of a reprieve, just a little bit. I know y'all hot and y'all ready, and I appreciate it.
No, but I just
but
want
this
to
is not Krispy Kreme. Shut up, Mooney. This is not Krispy Kreme. I know y'all hot and ready, but calm down. Let's get these 20.
Amy. We love Amy. You just got to bring her out. Be like, don't make me bring Amy out because she's gonna do that white on white crime. She gonna do it.
She did good though, but
Angie, you're good.
She lost a couple of points. She lost a couple of points. I mean, she's still in the running for America's Next Top Model, but she failed that the photo shoot did not go so well. We were all rooting for you. And how dare you?
We see your picture, Amy.
Stop. Tap up.
We see your picture.
I have 2 pictures in my hands.
You're still running.
I have 2 pictures of white women in my hands.
Only one.
Only one of you be able to continue on. Let's keep tapping the screen, folks. We only need 18.
And she's laughing in the comments. Listen, we love baby. We do.
Ooh, Amy, I thought you were going to win. I really did. I thought you were there. I don't know now. We're going to have to see what the rest of the panel has to say. Let's continue tapping, folks. We're at 87 people, which is good because at least you're 87 active tappers. So let's tap it up. 17K to put us at the 200K mark, and then we can head into round 4 or 5.
No, where them taps at? Where them taps at? Come on, now my finger is going.
I
down.
know it, friend.
Be quiet.
With 87 people, it would take literally no time to get to the 200K mark. I just need.
Crystal, I know you ain't told me to kayak.
Oh God. I'm gonna have to pull Jesus out because I don't know.
Side note.
Do I need to define the word break? No, we know. Everybody in this panel is very much intelligent, Mooney. And you know what the word break means.
I was just gonna say, for those that didn't celebrate the 4th of July, because I didn't, but what I did celebrate was, did you guys know?
Now, can we just wait, Moni? Can we just tap, please?
It's a fun fact. It's a fun fact while we're tapping. Did you know that July 4th is also the anniversary of the invention of the Caesar salad? So I celebrated yesterday, because I've gotten more joy out of a Caesar salad in the last 2 years than I have, in the last 10 years than I have from this country. So for those that are looking for something to celebrate this weekend without celebrating the country, if that's your prerogative, celebrate the invention of the Caesar salad, July 4th. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you for that.
I prefer garden.
That's very interesting. I like Caesar salad better than garden salad.
I got a teaser, right, Mark?
Vinaigrette, a garden salad with a good vinaigrette.
Listen, can't be beat, right? Cannot.
Please drink our phones. This is not a commercial break.
For clarification.
I'll take an oil-based dressing over a creamy dressing any day.
Me too. I can't do the creamy stuff. It's just too much coming at me. I feel like everything loses its flavor. Now I do like Thousand Island.
Well, we already know Muni's not
What?
tapping.
I do not like Thousand Island
He's
at
not
all.
tapping.
What do you mean?
We already know Muni is not tapping.
Isn't that what they used to put on
Can we all tap
the
100
Big
times
Mac?
I don't know.
If you don't know how to tap, just tap Marquis' face.
I don't eat
100 times and you're done.
Crystal, Kayate.
Please continue tapping, folks. We're only 13,000 taps away from the 200K mark. Please do not make me do another commercial break because I hate this. It really slows down the conversation and we have to rebuild the momentum. So please don't make me do this again.
I also went to the store and I got.
And she's still
It's important. No, keep tapping the screen. I'm tapping while I'm saying this.
I mean, what she's saying could be the commercial though, because she's not talking about the topic or anything. So I guess this isn't really a commercial break. It is.
I also discovered
we have to be quiet on the commercial break.
Here's a budget.
Listen, this ain't nursery school, Crystal.
Come on, guys.
A budget meal in this economy, because I love salads, right? Now, say what you want about Olive Garden, but their Olive Garden salad dressing.
It was really good.
It's so good. Now, you can
my
go to the
God.
grocery store and you can buy the Olive Garden salad dressing. Now, here's what you do. You get the iceberg lettuce bag with like the carrots and all things. It's like $2, right? So it's like $2.20. Then you get the croutons. Now, me personally,
I don't like croutons.
I like some little salamis in my salad, right? Or some chicken.
Yeah.
I'll get like the little sandwich, like hard salami. Always hard salami. If you're on a budget, get the lunch meat hard salami. Try and get brand. It's like $5, but you can get like the whatever for like $3 or $4.
Okay.
Slice them into little strips. Put that in there.
So good.
You put the croutons in there. You put your iceberg in there, and then get the wedge of Parmesan cheese. Not the already shredded stuff, but the wedge, and you shred that in there, and you put that Olive Garden dressing on there.
You're ready.
What happens if you've never had Olive Garden, so you don't even know what
Friend,
it tastes
never
like?
Where
had
are you still
Olive
on this
Garden.
earth? How are you living?
I've never even
Go
been
into
inside of an
salad
Olive
dressing.
Garden.
The salad.
It's an oil-based dressing.
Yes,
Go into the salad aisle.
is so good.
See the Olive Garden dressing. A little bit goes a long way. Right? And yes, I said salami. What?
Oh no, that's the. I thought you were thinking. I was thinking salmon when you said
You can
salami.
put chicken in there. Any type of meat, you can put chicken in there.
Not
But
salami.
like I'll cut up my. First of all,
We could be done.
some of y'all act like
I thought it was
some of y'all act like you
smoked
ain't seen a
salmon.
charcuterie board.
Really?
So
Some of y'all
just
act
tap
like
his
you ain't
face
seen a
100 times so we
charcuterie
can
board.
be done.
I mean,
Yeah, I
salami.
don't. Avengers. I'm
That's
not. I'm not a fan of the food, but I love the salad and the breadsticks. Yeah, but I didn't.
But this is the thing. You go buy, you can do chicken if you like. I mean, sometimes I put chicken in too, but you go in that salad dressing aisle and get that Olive Garden dressing.
All right, folks. We need 7K taps so Mooney can stop talking about this dressing.
Hallelujah. See all that tapping I'm doing.
All right, 6,000 taps. Please don't make me do this again. Once the conversation resumes, continue to allow your comments to roll through the chat. That helps us out on the FYP. I will stop and grab as many of them as I can, and also continue to tap the screen so that we won't have to resort to stopping the show. Really, really simple. All right.
You can also use the zesty Italian, which is also good for chicken.
Oh, that's good.
What is
The
it?
zesty. Have you marinated your chicken? No, you can marinate chicken in that zesty Italian. if
Oh
you're
yeah, I
gonna
like
make
that. I do like
Yeah,
that.
you can marinate the chicken in that.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's good.
marinate the chicken in that.
Really good.
You can use
Oh,
it for salads
wow.
or
Actually,
chicken
that's
marinade.
smart.
Yeah, it's very good. Very, very
The chicken marinade, tap the screen.
I agree with that.
Oh, okay.
All
Yeah,
right.
but I've never had a lot of things. I need to try eating a lot more things. I need to, like, as far as
They don't seem to
restaurants.
exist anymore, LaPale. I agree with you on that. She says,
Although I don't eat eggs because they smell funny and I don't understand them.
oh, they're delicious.
Put lemons on them. I don't like them either.
Eggs are weird. They smell
I'm
funny.
just done.
They smell like they're
Come on,
rotten.
3,000 more taps. 86 people in the
well, it's
room.
less than
Everyone taps
3,000.
100 times.
And they
we'll be
also
done.
smell fresh.
Yeah, they smell like farts. And
We already know Moni's not tapping. She's talking.
Yeah.
I'm
Remember that. She knows it. But she ain't tapping.
tapping.
We're almost
I'm
there,
tapping.
people. We're
So I
listening.
figured out
tapping,
how to
look.
tap with two thumbs. So I got you, Mooney. Go ahead. I'll tap for you since I offended you.
Oh,
I'm
I
doing
was
she
doing
is
that
ready.
yesterday.
Listen, yeah, you know what? As a matter of fact, give me my reparations. Go ahead and tap for me.
Oh, damn. I'll tap for you. I got
We're
you.
tapping anyway.
We are 1,000 away from the 200K mark, and well deserved. We've been working here tonight. We've had this show has
It's like they
been
love eggs. Lady eggs, don't let me find out you over there
Yes, I
smelling
like
like a
eggs.
whole
It's
bunch
not
of farts.
They smell like farts, and I don't understand them.
Yeah.
I'm tapping. I'm tapping.
They are wonderful.
So you don't like egg whites either, like, or
We
just
should
the
be
whole,
done.
like
Like
all together.
any kind of
Don't
egg.
stop tapping. We're done together.
We made it. We made it. Thank
I
you
don't
all.
like eggs, and I don't eat pork of any kind. I don't eat.
I eat all the pork.
Still
What's
continue
the
to
other
tap,
one?
guys.
Let's
beef
continue to
of
tap.
any type. I don't know. Stuff just makes me feel
So
sick.
you don't eat no ribs or bacon?
I know it. I
None of
just
it.
did real.
I mean, if I do eat bacon, I'm sure to ask if it's turkey.
She eats turkey.
Turkey
We
bacon.
last
It
night.
tastes like a tire.
We had this conversation last night.
We
Wait,
did.
tastes
I
like
mean,
a
but to
tiger.
be
It's
fair, I don't eat
It does. It tastes like a tire.
Maybe I need to try some pork bacon, and I'll probably agree with you. You don't have anything.
If it ain't pork bacon, it ain't right.
Turkey
You gotta take
bacon
the
tastes
pork
like a
ribs. Listen,
tire.
you go get some ribs and wrap them in foil and put them in your oven on 275 for like 5 hours.
No, ma'am, Mooney. That is not it.
I'm eating it. I'm eating it. I'm eating it like
Ribs need to go on the grill. A classic grill.
But
Barbecue
you can put it on the
charcoal.
grill or the oven.
you can finish them off in the grill. You can finish them on the grill.
That is cheating.
No, in the oven when you put them in.
You can put it on the oven or the grill.
Bone comes right out.
I don't like that. On the grill.
But I
over
also don't
there.
like barbecue sauce on my ribs. I like a dry rub. I don't like barbecue sauce on my meats. I like a dry rub.
No, I like barbecue sauce, but I can eat them either way. I can have them either way.
I agree with
I will agree with that.
All right, folks, we're at the 200K mark. We are ready to resume. Ms. Munty, we are ready for you. You have the floor.
Oh Lord, what we talking about now?
We
'Cause
ready
I need
for
to
Ms.
go to the
Munty.
kitchen.
Mooney was the last to speak, I believe. So it's Munty's rebuttal or response.
Last to speak, we never
I
shut
don't
up.
have a rebuttal or a response. I don't have one.
Oh, okay. Well, that's new. All right.
No rebuttal or response. I think it's horrific that in the community that Black women have such a hard time. The doctor who came in, that was awful to hear that.
We have a hard time everywhere.
Can I go next too?
I know that that's the case, but being in those environments or parties or whatever, like, I guess you don't pay attention. I've never been as alert, I suppose, to realize that that's happening or the possibility that it could. Yeah, wow.
See, what helps me is that I wasn't born and raised in America. I was born and raised in the Caribbean, and we never had that society or that system of racism per se. So it's not something that we experience. So moving here, I had to learn through my own experiences what that was. And even now, I still refuse. I know it exists, but I still refuse to allow myself to feel small in certain spaces or to feel less than in certain circles. And that's just not something at all that affects me. Like, I don't care if I go to a gym and I'm the only Black person. The way I see it is tough titty. That's their problem, not mine. I'm here to exercise. I could give two craps about who thinks I'm Black, who thinks I'm there. I paid my money. I'm here to sweat. It was nice sweating with you. Goodbye. That's the way I see it. You know what I mean? But it's hard because sometimes you notice it in spaces where you weren't expecting it.
Agreed.
And it happens a lot at the preschools.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? There's this clique community or this, I don't know. I don't want to speak on white women, but
you're not
from
lying.
my observation,
You're not lying.
you guys are very cliquish.
You're not
And it's
lying.
very weird.
You're not lying.
I don't understand how we can be 35 plus and have such a clique mentality. You know what I mean? It's just my daughter will not even be asked to participate in things because I'm not a member of the clique. And that's dumb to me because where I'm from, we have white kids in the preschool, Asian kids, Black kids. It doesn't matter. They all included. They all partake. We may not know each other or like each other as parents, but we know when it's time for the children to show up, we're all here for that reason. And when it's over, we leave. I may not see you again till next week, next month, whatever. But we just have that understanding. In America, there is no understanding. If you're not a member of, you're other. Your child will be treated as other. And you're judged. The bigger your wedding ring, the nicer your clothes or your car. Listen, they love you. And I noticed, this was something that I noticed at the playground about 2 weeks ago. So I was at the playground one morning with my daughter. She is the only Black child there at this playground in Texas. And it's 8 o'clock because I take her there so the sun doesn't kill us by noon. And she's playing with these kids, and there's this white grandmother or auntie or mother-in-law. I don't know what her role was, but she's obviously too old to have such young kids. So I'm guessing she was there with them based on maybe there were her grandkids or whatever. And so my child is playing with them, and you know, I wasn't dressed the greatest because it's 8 a.m. I just ran out. And I remember that lady kept looking at me and just observing me, and I could feel it. Made me uncomfortable. Then I went to my car to get something for my daughter, and lo and behold, she was parked next to me. She was driving like a large, older truck, and I was driving a BMW. And I remember when she saw me walk past her truck, she was looking at me, observing, where are you going? What are you doing? I could just tell based on her face. And when I opened my car, that lady did a triple take. It was almost as if you drive that, looking the way you look. You know what I mean? And when I took my daughter back to the playground, all of a sudden I was safe enough to approach. All of a sudden, it's okay for her grandson to share the water with my daughter. And I just looked at that and I said, these women are so weak, feeble, and so insecure, it's ridiculous. But I understand how in America, when you grow up with that, surrounded by that every day, how little by little it chips away at you. It really does. For women of color to constantly be marginalized for no reason. No.
You said this was Texas? Was this Austin? This sounds like Austin.
No, it was Houston.
Oh yeah.
Well, I can add on to that. My daughter danced for 11 years before she quit, and not because she didn't love it anymore. It was because of the microaggressions that we could no longer hide, or that they told us to no longer hide. Of course, she started at 3, so a lot of that stuff we were able to send over her head. But as she got older, it got worse and worse and worse. And her final performance was that we knew when she stepped off the stage, she had a solo that night, 6 numbers in the show, and she was in 3 shows over 3 days, or 3 shows a night, two nights. and 6 numbers and a solo. And perfect. On the dance team, she was always front and center from the start all the way up until she finished. But just as you said, invitations to things, because she was she was one. If she wasn't the only one on stage, she was one of 2. Every dance number, every show for 11 years. I can only remember her being invited to one birthday party, one in 11 years. But they loved her on stage. They loved her in the classroom because she picked it up and she was the best at it every single time. so that part was wonderful. That was great. But
and that's what causes the damage, because imagine my daughter's 4 and that's her experience. That she doesn't know it yet, but that's her experience.
Oh, it's bad.
Now, when you go through years and years and years and years of school and continuously it's obvious, you know, that you're other.
Yeah.
And you don't really get invited to things. And again, there's this clique mentality amongst the white demographic. I hate to say it, but you guys raise your children that way.
In the South.
Oh, I'm in the South. I'm in the South.
Yes.
Me too. I'm in Arkansas.
It's
oh my God. Yeah.
Horrific.
And it's the play groups and the let's meet up at the park and it's everything. And then when you show up, especially as a woman of color, and you wear certain things and you look away, what is it? Help me understand that, Amy. What is that? Why is there an intimidation? Because it's clear. It's clear when the woman of color approaches and she seems well kept, well groomed, or financially stable, and she's with her child. Why does there seem to be an avoidance of her? Or why is there sort of like a shrinkage in energy? Because I've noticed every time I show up with my daughter and there is a certain event happening, and I don't know what it is with the South, but every single place you take your kid, there's a massive parking lot before you enter.
Baby, it's because you're not the right type.
You know, it's
because you're not the right type.
Yeah.
The right type.
Here's what I mean by that. In America, and of course there's a difference by region, right? But when you're talking about Texas, or you're talking about the South, when you're talking about this and that, your problem is that you are too successful and you are too self-sustaining. Now, where our education system rolls across the board is that blackness means oppression. It's also why a lot of light-skinned people, biracials with white moms, say that they're not black enough, because they equate blackness with oppression. And so when they don't get a certain type of oppression that darker skinned black people get, they feel less black, which is wild, okay? But they get that from the white side, right? And so when white people look at a black person, if you were more ghetto, right? Or if you were more struggling, or if you were more stereotypically black, they probably would, on the surface, I'm not saying that this makes it better, right? But on the surface, they probably would be kinder to you, if that makes sense, because you are the right type. You fit what they understand blackness is.
You got it.
But when you break that stereotype, when you are successful, now, again, in the nutty North, especially Pacific Northwest, it looks a little bit different. But in Texas and where you're from, and in a lot of places, when you don't fit the stereotype of blackness, they don't know what to do with that. And so therefore you are othered in a different way. If you were ghetto, if you were aggressive, if you were struggling, they want you to struggle more. When they see black people not struggling, right? And especially when they see them in their spaces where they haven't had to struggle. And so they know that, it's the age old, how did you get here? What are you doing here? Where do you live? Where's your key card? Who invited you, right? When you don't fit those stereotypes of what they think Black people should be, which is historical, which is media-based, which is all sorts of things. They either don't know what to do with it, or they see it as a threat to the status quo. And so therefore you will be excluded. Now, if you were poor, and if you struggled, and if you spoke with more of a quote unquote, this isn't me,
Black.
This is also, look, I was raised by the elite white people, so whites. So this isn't me, this is what I've been told, and this is what I've observed.
Right.
If you were poor, and if you were struggling, and if you spoke more ghetto, they probably would invite you in a little bit more because it's a charity case, because they want to alleviate themselves of their historical slavery guilt. It's also the same reason. Now, also, Chrissy, this is going to sound weird.
Good point, Dazzle.
But if you tell them that you didn't grow up in America, if you tell them that you're not, and I'm not saying that you're not this, but if you tell them that you're not a Black American, if you tell them that you're a Black immigrant, they would treat you much better then as well, right? That would bypass all the other shit, because all the other stuff, because it alleviates them.
I noticed that.
It's slavery guilt. It's because there's no slavery guilt there. Okay. And so again, it's because you don't fit into what they think that Black people are. And it's a pity case, which is why I go so hard when the white saviorism comes in, because it's not coming from a place of trying to help. It's coming from a place of expecting us to need that. You're expecting us to need it when you don't even recognize when we don't need it.
Wow, that's so interesting because wow, they were giving away these flyers that had to do with a Christmas drive.
Yep.
And mind you, I'm new here.
Who was on that flyer?
Well, there wasn't anyone on it, but it was for a church, and you know, this woman, a white woman, walked up to me, right, and handed me this flyer.
Yes.
And we're having a toy drive. We'd love for you to come by.
Yes.
So at first, I'm thinking,
if you say to her, "Girl, why are you giving this to me?" She would have been offended. If you had been grateful and struggling, and letting you be a savior.
Yeah,
she would have been like, yes, right? Because you fit into the narrative.
Because she didn't even, like, she literally just thought that I would take it. So then I said, no, that's okay. My daughter doesn't need anything.
You don't understand
but
that?
It was true. My daughter didn't need it. I have one child, and my cousins and my family, we take part in a cousins exchange. Then there's my mother, and then me and her dad. It's just too much for one child. So I thought, I don't do more than maybe for a 4-year-old child. I think last year I did like 8 presents. Yeah.
It doesn't need 47 gifts, right?
Right, because I feel like she gets overwhelmed, doesn't play with anything. So I'm like, I limit it to 8, her 8 best things that she wants. Everyone can buy one thing.
Correct.
And then throughout the year, I do whatever. So I literally said, no, my child, she doesn't need, like, you know, whatever. And she was like, oh.
Yeah. She felt a certain type of way. She felt a certain type of way because you didn't need that. You didn't need that, which is why I go so good. When I listen,
It happened to me before.
This stuff
I
is
don't
talk about it.
I don't make up stuff as I go along. I know my business when it comes to white folks. I do. I really do. You cannot fool me.
Yeah.
Like, because I'm light, all my sisters are darker than me. The stuff they told me, like, I'm telling you, I'm giving you the cheat code. That's what it is. They want you to be. It also speaks to, there's a reason why in school they're very quick to show you roots, right? And they're very quick to show you all of the oppression so that they can say, see, we don't do that anymore. Racism is over, right? But you're still a poor Black person. You must fit into those stereotypes. It's also the reason why a lot of white people say, well, I know Black people, I grew up in the hood. Most of us didn't grow up in the hood. Most of us didn't. Most of us, a lot of us, some of us grew up poor, and some of us grew up, we've all grown up with oppression, but not all of us are from the hood. Not all of us have Black sense. Not all of us speak an AV, but they don't, it's like they malfunction. Right? That's why the fastest way they equate to access or being Black or relating to Black is Black people equal struggle. And again, like I said, that's why people who look like me are so quick to be like, it's so hard for me. Because the second you tell us that we don't have the same struggles as darker skinned people because their white mothers taught us, because they're white, that Black equals oppression and struggle. If there's a struggle that we don't have, that somehow makes us less Black. It's the same principle, just applied to white people.
Well, I want to say growing up, I was actually literally taught that there was something wrong with Black people.
Really?
And yeah. And I am.
Did they define it? What the thing
born and
was?
raised in Arkansas, and I am a daughter of a preacher, so make sense.
What did they tell you, Amy?
Yeah, what did they say was wrong?
They would
with
say
this?
things like, you know, races aren't supposed to mix it in the Bible.
Which is incorrect. Moses married outside of his race.
Right.
Go ahead.
I've learned all that on my own now.
Amy, did they ever tell you why?
No, they never had any
struggles were?
definitive reason.
Yeah.
Nothing
Now,
that
Northfield
made
told you
sense. It would just say, well, if they mix the babies, it gives them a hard life. You know, and I'm like, well, it doesn't, like, everyone had a hard life. You
Well,
know,
it's not
of
the
course.
same. It's not the same, right? So in the South they'll say hard life because that's historically. In the North, they you know, for example, and this isn't all, but a lot of, you know, at least in the adoption industry, right? Like my mom adopted 4 Black children because she, according to her, Black people have a hard life, and I didn't want you to have a hard life. Just assuming, which there's a modicum of truth to that, but it is generally thought or expected that without the help of palm-colored people, Black people would be in terrible straits. Right now, some white people will acknowledge that Black people are entirely capable of, you know, and that's where the danger comes in. Like some white people will say, you know, Black people are entirely capable of doing it, but because the system is so bad, they can't do it without our help. That's where the saviorism comes in, which is infuriating. Instead of fighting, instead of changing the system so that we don't need their help, right? They give the help. That's a Band-Aid. It's not a fix, right?
Well, and a lot of, you know, speaking from the perspective of the church, growing up in church, a lot of times we see people that are on drugs that come to the church in need, and they're white or YT, they get the assistance asked for, whatever it may be. If it's a non-white family, or if it's a non-white person addicted to the same drug the white person is addicted to, we would look at them growing up. We were taught to look at them as, well, they're Black, they're probably on drugs, you know? And so there's definitely a dichotomy there between color.
Right. Because at the end of the day, no matter what region you're in, palm-colored people always define and equate Blackness with struggle. So when you are not, we all struggle, but when you are not struggling in the traditional and stereotypical sense, they think you either cheated, or even worse, they think that you aligned yourself with whiteness. Now, if you really want to blow their mind, be a Black person who is successful that is not a Republican.
Come on.
Now that's the one that they really can't. Like if you are Black and you're not struggling and you are being successful and you don't subscribe to white ideology, that's the one that that will scramble their brain, right?
Oh, yeah.
They think that if you are successful, it's because you must have a bunch of white friends, or you vote in the same way that white people do, or you align yourself with crapping on other Black people, right? If you find yourself a Black person that's successful that isn't crapping on other Black people, they don't know what to do with. They only equate it with proximity or certain type of actions that align themselves with that. Otherwise, you just need to be struggling.
Yep.
Or you're not ghetto enough, you're not those things. And again, that's a very deep and different conversation that I don't think a lot of people are privy to, but everybody intrinsically understands. Like, I don't have to explain it, or even if I explain it terribly, everybody, at least Black people in their chest, gets what I'm putting down, right? So that's your issue, Christy. You're not struggling enough, you're not ghetto enough, you're not stereotypically Black enough. But if you want to alleviate that, which I don't think you will, right? But if you wanted to alleviate that, just tell them you're not a Black American.
That's so interesting because it makes me, with my daughter's education, I get concerned because a lot of times she's a minority in her classroom, and I don't like that. I don't like that there's one Black child or two in a classroom of 12, and all the teachers are white, the staff is white.
You said a classroom of 12? This is a private school, huh?
Yeah. So I wonder sometimes, how does she see herself? And I told my husband this. I said, I feel like I want to either homeschool my daughter or raise her in the Caribbean until she's at least 9. Because I could just see the setup. Where we live, I can't put her in a school where I don't live.
Does she play sports?
Not yet. She's doing soccer in the fall, but that's already filled with white kids too.
So the only solution I can tell you as somebody who grew up in a private school, as a parent, I can understand, well, I'm not a parent, but as speaking to you as a parent, I can understand the balance between wanting, and I don't mean the best educate, but unfortunately funding goes to these schools and it is private. We all know private school educations. There's nothing as long as she is in that school, all the things are going to happen. Okay? There's no avoiding that, but she's in there for the education, fine. As somebody who grew up in that environment, here's what I wish my parents would have done. And they did a little bit later in the 7th and 8th grade. I wish they would have done it earlier, but here's what I wish would have been done earlier and more consistently. If she's into sports, if she's not, I don't know what to tell you, but if she's into sports or any extracurricular activity, make sure those extracurricular activities are around her own people who are not in private schools. If you could, and I'm going to say, I'm going to make an assumption. If you can afford a private school, you can afford what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Right?
The gymnastics class is more diverse. Way more diverse.
Take her to where folk is.
Yeah.
Even if, and I'm not saying it is, but even if it is a inferior program.
Yeah. Kids don't care anyway.
Get her to see folk, family, people who look like her. That is your best bet.
Yeah,
right?
It makes me uncomfortable too. Yeah, especially when I approach the classroom and I am the mom of color. Like I said, there is a shrinkage that happens and I feel it energetically. I feel it. That one time at the playground when I just ran out the house, literally in my pajamas to take her to the park to get a start on my day because I had a bunch of work that day and I wanted to just give her some air. Her dad was on a business trip, so I thought, well, gee, you can go from 8 to 10. You'll be exhausted at that point. I can work. And then the next thing I know, this lady is, like I explained to you guys. But then when I take her to different spaces, I'm a Caribbean person. We pride ourselves on the way we look, how we treat our kids. Like we would walk naked for our children to have everything. Like we would die before our children struggle and go without. And the way our culture idolizes America, it's almost like a sin or a crime to be in America and be struggling. You're frowned upon, like you're lazy, you have no ambition. They say you're in the land of opportunity and your kids are messed up, you're struggling. That's an absolute fallacy, but that's the way that it is culturally.
No idea.
Right. So for me, you just grow up being an achiever, and it's not just achieving the best of everything, the best schools, the best car, the best house. That's how they measure success. That's how we're born and bred to measure success. But then you find out that the system isn't really for you.
Yeah.
It tolerates you, but it isn't for you.
If you continue, and I don't know what you're going to do about this, I don't have a solution for you, but you're smart. If you continue to keep your kids consistently in the environment that they're in, and I'm not telling you to remove them, I'm not. But what you will find is as your kids get older, and you're going to put 2 and 2 together, their best friends are going to be white.
Mm-hmm.
Their first boyfriends are going to be white. Mm-hmm. Their movie crushes and actors are going to be white. The way that they speak is going to be different. And that is going to...
That's what I don't want.
It's going to happen. Yeah. It's going to happen. And there's nothing intrinsically wrong with that. Like you can have, white friends and white, whatever, but it is more likely, well, and if you have a black mother, it's different. However, but it still is highly likely. When the circle is white and the environment is white and the boyfriends are white and the besties is white, there is no avoiding a sense of isolation. It's kind of what we were talking about earlier. You can be in the kink community, you can do all the things, but when you know that you're the only one, number one, you feel what you feel because you know you're the only one, but then number two, you normalize it in and of itself. And so then even what happens is even when you go to college or even when you go to other places where it doesn't have to be all white, you're going to seek that out because that's what you know. And now that's a little dangerous.
Yeah, that's what I don't like.
You're only going to date white people. And then your standard of attractiveness it just causes problems. I'm not saying...
I believe you.
White friends, it just causes problems. And then when they do meet black people, you talk white, you're a pygmy, you're a coon, right?
Or forget about the Caribbean people. Oh my God.
Right.
They're definitely
And
not
if
going
you
to be.
think Caribbean people are going to be mad, wait till they meet Black Americans that grew up around
Yeah.
other Black people, right? We have no time, right? And you can understand why they're doing that, because people,
Of
you know, want
course.
harm this, and because it is going to be rough, regardless of skin tone. And now I'm not saying you can't overcome that or whatever, but there's going to be a lot more to unpack. And when you meet other Black people, also, the way that white folks talk to each other, and when you're Black and the discourse, your child's gonna go say some shit like some stuff like that to Black folks, and it ain't gonna work like that. You can't do you know, and so on and so forth, right? Like we can talk all day
I
about what
totally
that's
see
gonna
it.
look like from every angle. It is better to be diverse, even if, and I don't mean it like this, but even if it means not being of the same economic status.
Yeah, that's exactly what. To be honest with you, I told my husband, I said, when my daughter, we're gonna tolerate this until kindergarten. After that, we're done. Like at this point, because the daycare or the preschool is basically for a safety aspect. I love that I could log in and look at her and things like that, because I'm working, and I like that I can see her from time to time and check in. So it wasn't necessarily because of the education per se, but it's more or less for the safety features that they have. I can tap into, and it was hard for me to send her away from me, so that sold me. But I'm noticing already the setup, and I told him, I said, once preschool is over, kindergarten is over, I don't care if I have to drive 30 minutes away. I don't care if I have to live somewhere that's less desirable, because the houses that my husband initially was looking at, I told him there is no way I'm raising my child here, because none of our neighbors
drive 30 minutes away and you can afford private school, and you're in Texas. There are more Black private schools in Texas than most other places. So you can get because listen, I'm not going to crap on private school education. My private school was a nightmare. It's one of the top 3 schools in Washington State, still exists today. Very expensive. It's about $20,000 a year to go. I was a 13-year graduate. I understand the benefits of it. I also understand the harm. Would I trade the education? Not necessarily. I wish my parents would have integrated me more in other places. But in Washington, we don't have private schools that are, except for O'Day, which is an all-boys school. If you know, you know. O'Day, you know, is a good one. But if in Texas, if you're willing to drive 30 to 40 minutes and it's worth it for you and you can afford it, you can find a school that has maybe not majority, but at least 40, 60.
Yeah, and the thing is, there are a lot of the public. I don't mind the public school system either, up to a certain point. I don't mind when she's a little bit younger. Like I said, you know, the whole thing with the preschool is just because I'm absent and I can look at her. It made me feel safe, because it's so scary nowadays. You know, you can't trust people with your kids. So many horror stories every single day. You know, so I don't love it. I like it, but I don't love it. And at one point I was going to homeschool her, but I just thought that's a lot on my plate right now. I can teach her the academic stuff, but I can't teach her the social stuff or expose her, you know, to other children. It's hard to expose your kids socially when you're on your own schedule, because kids are in school during the day. So even if you took them somewhere, you're not likely meeting up with other children for them to play and interact and share. And so it's that, but I don't like the setup. And I don't like the cliquish behavior that happens when you live in a neighborhood that's, I don't even want to call it affluent. It's not affluent, it's just better. And like right now, the neighbors are all white. All of them are white. Not one is Black. There's not one Black family where I live. I only see Black people when I go to Starbucks. And truthfully, Starbucks after lunch. In the morning, only white people.
Yeah, the yoga queens. The yoga queens. But yeah, but I hope that answers that. Like it really is, because you're just not the right type, right? You don't fit the struggle, at least in America.
Yeah, and I feel like they avoid, and it's not like I want them to approach me, but I feel like I'm being studied. I walk into a space and I'm being studied. I know I'm being looked at because I feel it. You know, I'm looked at the way I speak to my daughter, the way we interact. You know, you just know, especially when you're a mom with a child, your instincts are just so heightened. Everywhere you go, you're looking at, you know, stranger danger or Who's that? What are they doing? You know,
Well,
you're looking at other.
And really quickly to Sherry, it's not that we have to be friends with our neighbors.
Yeah, I saw that.
You just need to see people that look like you. I grew up in one of the most wealthy neighborhoods in Washington, and when I tell you, we had to go 45 to 50 minutes outside of my neighborhood to see a Black person. Our neighbors weren't Black. If you went to 7-Eleven or a corner store, there wasn't a Black person. There was no Black people at the grocery, even in the working class, no Black construction workers. No, in fact, my area was Edmonds, Washington. Look it up. Edmonds, Washington. Look up Woodway. Our area was so white that even construction workers, you wouldn't even find a brown person. The only time I ever saw Black people outside of my sisters was when we went to downtown Seattle. And then even then, they were always homeless or on the streets. Like I went years, except for the Barcinia Moncriefs, who owned like several McDonald's, and they were the only other Black people in the school I went to, but it was always like a competition because, you know, they were biracial too. Like I didn't see actual Black people, like real life, regular Black people existing outside of TV, and I'm not making this up, until I was 19 and in community college. And it wasn't difficult. It's not like my parents had to struggle. There are many places in this country where you can go for days without seeing a single Black person. It's not unusual. It's not difficult. I did not see Black people until I was 18, 19 years old. I didn't know. I had no idea. It's not difficult. So it's not that we had to be friends with neighbors, but it is just, I don't think people understand the value of seeing somebody that looks like you.
Correct.
Yes, especially in your developing years, it's safe. It's community. You know,
it makes a world of difference. It absolutely does. And I can say that even with my daughter, her aspiration is to become an eye surgeon, and she's been making leaps and strides towards it forever now. She just started her very first summer job, and it's as an optometry tech with a Black doctor. I have a Black eye doctor that's a female, and I took her to get that my eye exam, when she was 8. That she looked that woman in the face. She saw herself in that doctor, and it inspired her from that day to this. So it's vital that we see ourselves, you know, every day, regular day, but especially in these positions. You know what I mean? And it meant the world to me. That lady took, which was. It blows my mind because I never thought that was going to be what was going to set her on the path that she's on. She walked in, that woman looked at her, and truth be told, she saw herself in that little girl. You know what I mean?
Exists.
Yes,
it exists.
Yes, she saw her. She pulled her around to the other side and let her do all the little eye exam stuff right along with her. And that day, it clicked in that girl's head.
Right. Because if it exists, you can be it.
Correct.
If it exists, you can be it. If you didn't know exists, you don't know. And it's not about, and to speak to you specifically, Sherry, right? It's not about people not liking you. Mm-hmm. People ain't going to like you no matter where you go. But the difference is, if you don't like me, then let it be you don't like me. Mm-hmm. When you're around white folks, you don't know if they don't like you because you're Black or they don't like you because you're a person. And statistically, it's probably because you're Black, right? Like if you're around a bunch of Black people, now, at least for me, like you don't like me probably, you know, because of social norms in terms of me being light skinned. I can understand that. I don't take that personal. I understand that. I understand that it's not about me. It's about what I represent. So I get that. But at least around people that look like you can kind of gauge that you don't like me because there's something in my personality or me for me. Or I've shown you something that you don't get along with or whatever, because that's just life, right? But when you're around all white folks, you really can't gauge that. Maybe they don't like you for your personality, but how do you know? How do you know?
Yeah.
How do you know? You don't. It could just be your skin tone, because I'm pretty sure that these white folks have friends that are more shady and more terrible and have way worse personalities, but they F's with them heavy. But for some reason for you, it's not quite, you just don't know. Yeah. Right. And if you don't know, you don't really know how to operate in terms of safety. right? We're talking about in terms of safety,
Absolutely.
right?
Absolutely.
Can I say something?
That's the difference. Get your kids around people that look like them. It makes a bigger difference than what people think. Whether you talk to them or not, you might have to talk to them a day in your life, but just know that other people that look like you exist. And Sherry, you said yourself you didn't know about Black folks until 21. Friend, you know what I'm talking about here. You know it has nothing to do with people liking you or not. And I don't want to. I get that.
Dazzle, come on and jump in. We're sorry. We're gonna get back to the day callers in just a moment. We just somehow made a right turn. We gotta get back on the road. Go ahead, Dazzle.
I actually am. I'm just gonna keep the conversation going. Because I was gonna say something else earlier, and now I can circle back to that, and it'll probably bring us back to that conversation too a little bit. But if that's what you wanted, but I'm glad that everybody was here and able to share. I do agree with Christy. You are right. Like sometimes, like even though we disagree, we have to let people talk because it might lead like to a different discussion, like what it led to right now, right? So again, we're circling back to my initial point, and also Miss Crystal's point is because like as I'm Afro-Latina, like I'll say that, and also but like if somebody asks me, I'll be like, oh, I'm Black, or also I'm Afro-Latina. I don't really like I'll say one or the other. It doesn't really matter to me. But my last name is very much able to tell. My first name, not like my first name, not at all. It looks like a Black name with a Spanish name, literally, right?
Yeah.
I don't specifically to me. When I was younger, right? We were talking about when we were younger. So when I was younger, and I'm like, I feel again not enough of either thing. Even in school, it's like when there was those days. I don't know if you guys are in school. There's all those days where it's like, oh, the Black kids and the Latin kids are getting into it, right? And they're like, I don't even understand why this is a discussion. So like, because me, I'm a different person, right? But it's like you could even see it that easily. It's like it's so easy to just if you're a mixed person. Or like you're a person of multiple different ethnicities and things like that, or you come from a different country, even though you have a similar and almost the same experience, it's still different, especially when you're growing up, because depending how you said proximity, right, and like environment and where you're growing up at and how your parents socialize you. So like for me, I didn't realize like what Christy's realized because she came from the Caribbean to here, right? So for me, I was feeling the intent and the confusion that all the things that she was describing, like why are they acting like that, or like why, like I was feeling a little off, but I didn't understand it. Granted, now I learned about, I don't know how to say it, but Avery, I don't know how to say it. You know what I'm trying to say? Like I learned about all that. I don't know if I can say it. I don't know if I can say it on TikTok Live. But anyway, I learned about that in school, right? And I learned about it like through my family. But I didn't understand that there was still this implicit connotation of how people move as far as being humans and also being it's scientific and also mentally and how people don't see where they have those biases, right? Like how this conversation was going earlier. So for me, I grew up thinking that like Mooney said, I thought it was me. I thought some people, the people that were of the other races that were doing the implicit bias and the microaggressions, I was like, oh, okay, like they don't like me. Mm-hmm. So I always thought something was wrong with me. If I was getting treated wrong on a job, I thought it was me. I always thought it was me. So again, my self-esteem, again, like Crystal, it was going down. Like I came out, I remember when I was at a certain age thinking like, I should just be here and exist. I remember feeling like, that is my duty, is to just be here. I should just exist. That's it. I didn't look for a purpose. I was just existing. But then as I tried to go out and seek different things and I got these different experiences and I learned what I liked and, things like that, I'm in different environments. But then I would think like, I'm not good enough. It's not that I'm not good enough. Mm-hmm. It's the fact that even though some people do it on purpose when they try to make you feel not good enough, but some people, they don't even realize they're doing that. Mm-hmm. And you don't realize it either if you're not aware of like that problem, right? So this is why we tell YT people, at least y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but like this is why we tell YT people not to try to speak for other people in their racial experience of the system that we had to grow up in, because we can't even really explain it without telling our experience, learning it in a way that like, how do I tell you that the fact of the matter is, I'm not saying you are a racist, right? It's the defensiveness, and this is why we don't like to educate other people about what we go through, is because as soon as we bring it up, instead of it being we're not trying to call you an ACEs, right? We're telling you that by doing these behaviors, by trying to speak for us and not listen to us, even though you don't do that specifically, we're telling you there's a whole system in place, and there are implicit and you don't mean to do or unconscious biases. There are things that are there, and we're trying to identify the microaggressions, but it's hard to explain a microaggression because it's a feeling. So it's like we're trying to explain the feeling with words, and because you've never felt what it feels like, you're trying to explain to us that that's not what you meant with your words, when we're telling you it's not about what you meant, it's about what the connotation was, what we already know inside of us, right?
It's impact over intent.
Yeah,
Right,
and that's
right.
that's what I was trying to say earlier. It's like we're not trying to call you an ACEs. We're trying to help you and tell you that this behavior, these characteristics, to me, you're signaling to me that you don't know that you have the tendency of these things, and then for you to try to re-explain it all day, you're doubling down on the fact that we heard you. You don't get that this is happening, but that's the problem. Is the problem. We're telling you this is our experience, and then instead of just acknowledging that and trying to say, okay, well, if that's your experience, right, what do we do about it? Because like you guys just said, it's about like the like if you're from another country, Christy said that. Christy knows exactly what we're talking about, and she felt that switch because it happened to her, and she was able to experience. She never knew about like how y'all never like it's not that you never knew about ACEs. I'm sorry, I don't want to speak on you like that, but I'm saying like you grew up somewhere else, so then when you came here, you were able to really acknowledge like, oh, because it actually happened to you. If you're considered like I don't want to even say superior, but like if you are of the rate, like if you're a YT from another country and you come here, you're not gonna notice any difference. Like you're not gonna feel the same way. Like you're not gonna see it the same way we're saying it. You're gonna say certain things to us, and we're gonna feel offended by it, or tell you how like that can be offensive to some, because again, we're not a monolith, and that's the other thing, and the other reason why you cannot explain for us. We're not a monolith, so that's why we're trying to tell you like if you want to learn, this again back to the conversation, right? I'm sorry, I'm long-winded, y'all. I've been waiting for a while.
Oh no, you're fine.
Not like that. Not. I'm glad I waited, but because it's really making sense. It goes back to the conversation. When we go into spaces where we've already been sexualized, we've already had these things, and we're being vulnerable as heck because we're also as women, our sexual desires are looked at incorrectly anyway, off rip, just as a woman. So you go in there as a BLK Black woman, and you're in a space that you already know you're not safe. Christy, I'm not trying to, I agree with everything y'all saying, but Christy, your daughter already knows. Like she feels that intent. Like she can't describe it, she can't put it into words, but she feels it. But she thinks it's her. Like how I said again, my point. You think it's you for so long that you're like, dang, that's me. Unless you're explaining the fact of like, okay, what Mooney said, but how do you explain that to a little child? We got to come up. That's what my question was going to be. How can we explain to little children that these things are going to happen and have them really understand it versus us teaching them about what happened and then just sending them out into the world and saying, hey, just be aware that this happens, but it may or may not be happening with every person. Like it's hard to explain that to children. And so I to me, it goes back to the like somebody earlier was on here talking about, oh, if somebody else's opinion of you makes you feel like this and you can't you if their opinion of you is what you use as your like your self-esteem and your characteristics or your so whatever they were saying. I don't know if I remember who was up here, but they were saying that. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense because the way that you make me feel about myself also contributes to my self-esteem. I can outgrow it again, like a lot of us have to do. That's the problem, is that we have to outgrow it, and it hinders us in those younger years because we see it, we know what it is, we feel it, but we can't describe it, we can't understand it, we can't be who we are. Like how Mooney said, when she wants to pop off on people, she's gonna let them know and pop off on them. For me, I've had to learn I can't do that because it doesn't matter what I'm saying to you. It's the same thing that happened with you and Mooney. For you and Mooney, it's the reverse because you are, you know, you had your child and everything, and like it's a different situation with your situation because I'm Black and you're white, right? But the problem is that like when somebody's telling you about like their perceived perspective about it, because we all are Black and we all give you different perspectives, but it's all still happening. And instead of just being like, okay, yeah, that's still happening for some people, and just knowing that we're telling you, you can't speak for us, because a lot of us can't speak for ourselves. So it's like you speaking for us in a room of people who can't speak for themselves, who may be incorrect about a situation, isn't helping us. You can advocate, but like making it seem like an issue is not happening, like the issue of women going into these other spaces, these clubs and things, and feeling that way, like you don't know that because it didn't happen to you. And it's not gonna ever happen to you, even if it happens to any kids or any family that are of the same, like if they are, you know, the kids' family, their Black family, like you can't speak for them. You never can. You can say, hey, this is a wrong behavior. Like, you know, right from wrong, clearly, right? Like right from wrong, right is wrong, right is wrong, right? But then when we tell you something's happening, you can't tell us it's not happening. That's all I was trying to say earlier. And I do feel like it is, and again, I'll bring it back to the sexualization of, like we talked about that earlier, the sexualization of African American people in general. So going into that space, even if you do like that kind of play and doing all that, it doesn't mean like you don't. It's not. It's like that. It's an entitlement, and then it's also you're reinforcing what you're saying is wrong, and so sometimes that can get dangerous, and that's all that I feel like everybody kind of in like trying to say a little bit, but. I don't know if I made sense. I'm done. I'm sorry, y'all.
You're good. Sherry, welcome to the conversation, Miss Sherry. We are talking traditional wives and day callers. What are your thoughts on it?
She was in the comments.
Okay, well, she's here now. We want to hear.
Yeah, I'm here. I think for me, it was like I had a few things, I guess, because I was concerned, like not really concerned, but like the nature of giving the care about your neighbors. I love like the neighborhood that I live in is multicultural. We have Hispanic families, white families, Black families, gay families, you know. But I just mind my business. Like I'm a neighborhood watch at the same time, but I know everybody's culture. I know everybody's role. I mind my business. I don't have to really be concerned if a neighbor likes me because I have plenty of friends or family I can gather with. I'm not really too much concerned about who's clicking with who. You know, as a matter of fact, when we moved into our neighborhood, and they're very friendly, they was wanting us to come because they were having Easter egg hunts, things of that nature. We say to ourselves, you know, and they thought that we were bougie, and we're absolutely not. It's just, I understand people's nature, whether you're Black or white, especially white people's nature. And we've been burnt so many times. We just decided to stay within our own family. And that's just how I've always been anyway. I'm a very friendly person regardless. But as far as keeping my family safe and staying out of other people's business, keeping them out of my business, the less you know of me, better. My family can flow in the neighborhood better as for us. You know what I mean? And then when it comes to the children, like I have 5, okay? And I always kept it real with my children. And when it came to race or being left out, I always was there to help fill that gap as far as needing attention, but I also had them to lean on each other. And I also taught them equality, fairness. That's how they judge people's character as children, like elementary. That's what I've always taught them. You know, if they're not treating you fair, what are their school rules? You know, how are you supposed to conduct yourself? How they're supposed to treat you? You know, we always spoke on equality, and that's how my children judged everyone, adults, their peers, whatever. But as they got older and they began to experience racism, then that's when we had the serious topics about racism, what it is, why it is, where it is in different places, where it came from, the history of it. Because my children were always inquisitive anyway. So I'm always giving them what they don't want to know, what they need to know. Because I'm a Black mom. And as we journey along this walk, I've been ready to tell you anyway about how and what is really going on around you as a child. I've never not told my children the truth about being Black in this country. And I don't suggest any parent hide that from their children. I suggest on whatever level your child is, that you always talk to them about how beautiful they are. I have 5 children. My firstborn, he grew to be a very dark chocolate man. We call him Chocolate Drop. Everything beautiful. I was always telling him how handsome he is because I knew one day he would be hated for being so dark. Now you cannot tell my 23-year-old anything about his skin. You can't tell him anything about his color. He knows exactly who he is. He's very smart. He's very intelligent. And all of my children are not chocolate. He's the only one, and I have a variety color of children. And my last 2 are Brazilian. So, I really have to teach them about who they are. Their father's from Brazil. So for me, it's always been equality across the board. And if you're not going to treat me with equality, if you're not going to treat me as if you were treating anyone else, then I can't get with you. And I know how white people do, especially white tea. It's in their nature. I understand history. I will not let history erase my vision or my thoughts or my children or anyone around me. I've sat down with people, white and Black, because I have white friends, and they all know where I come from, and we have these talks. We sit and we talk about these things. There's no need to dodge it or avoid it. You know what I mean? And for me, the sooner I was able to talk with my children on whatever level as we grew, and as they're still growing, they develop to be productive citizens, and they are watchful, and they can decide for themselves what is racist, who's being racist, and children can see. They're not dumb. They can see. They can feel it. It is up to us to guide them, and teach them and be honest.
Okay, so, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's it.
Was you answering the question? I think he was saying, was you answering the question that he asked?
No, what question did he?
Okay. Thank you for that. My question to you was about traditional wives and day callers.
To me?
Yeah.
Traditional wives and what?
Day callers. That's the subject of the night, and that's what I actually asked.
I was gonna let you know if you didn't see his video that he posted. Sometimes he come on.
I did not. I'm actually brand new here. I just happened to come on tonight and was getting engaged, and been here for like the last hour. And I don't know. I've been hearing all the conversations that you guys have been talking. I was just dialoguing on this last conversation because Christine had questions about her child being not accepted in school, and everybody clicking and her not being invited. So I was answering to that. So I actually was commenting to that.
She was piggybacking over what was talked about.
Okay.
Rose, did you? Oh, sorry. I was going to ask or say something. I'm glad that she actually said that, because that's the point that we're kind of trying to make is we do teach our Black people teach our kids equality. We do teach them to treat people, but we teach them to be weird, be aware, because of the fact that Amy just shared earlier. I don't know if you were in here, but how Amy shared her experience of growing up, and that she was raised around people who are saying, don't basically if you have a kid with a mixed race kid is gonna have a harder life, which is that's the point. So if they're raising their kids that way, and if you're only raising our kids thinking that equality without being aware of what was saying, it doesn't negate the fact that even as a little child, like you said, kids are inquisitive and they're very aware. And so even in the younger years, they know when they're being secluded. And so that I think was Mooney's point, was even in the younger years, if you are going to be in those other spaces that are more affluent, that maybe don't have as many different diversity, to try to get them around those things so they could grow with them. But again, the issue is I think different places produce different situations and need different solutions. I don't think it's.
I also, not to cut you off, but I think that preschool is also very forgiving, because everyone treats the kids really well, and they treat them like what they are, which are just babies.
Mm-hmm.
They're really loving, really nurturing, really kind, very inclusive. What I was talking about was in terms of the moms, there are moms that there might be 5 moms that know each other, and they're very cliquish with, and it's not that I don't want to be a part or be friends with people just because my daughter goes to school. That's just not my personality. But I just couldn't help but observe the way that they move. So I was kind of explaining that to piggyback off of a previous conversation that was being had. And then I was just saying that my daughter, I just noticed her being one of the two, because sometimes the other child isn't always there every day.
Absolutely. I know what you're saying.
And so, so what I started to do, or what I'm going to do from August, even though we have to pay the full tuition, I'm not sending her every day. So I decided that she would only go 2 to 3 days a week, and the other 2 days she would do other things that I have control over and be around kids that I have control over. Because at the time, one, she was new and I wanted her to get used to it, so it made no sense for me not to send her every day.
Right.
But as I've gotten used to the environment, used to the school, used to the whole idea of even having a child in school. It's my first and only child, so I'm new at everything. Everything's hitting me at once.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
I do.
And you don't know when you're doing too much or too little. That's just always the dilemma of a mom or a mom of one. At least that's my dilemma.
I understand.
And so far, no one has treated her any type of way. She loves being around other kids. But I've noticed that they take the relationship outside of school. So they do meet up at other places and things like that. And they don't necessarily reach out to other kids or other moms. And that's fine, because I'm too busy and I'm too tired to even foster a relationship. I'm not a group think person. It drains me. Do you know what I mean? Just because we all like coffee doesn't mean that we have to do coffee at 9 on a Saturday. Why is that always the thing with white women? Why is it always coffee at 9 for all 5 of us? Play date at 3 for all 5 of us. Why can't I just call you like, hi, are you free? Would you like to? You know what I mean? That's how I grew up. We called people on the phone and asked, hey, are you free tomorrow? Would you like to go to the park? Would you like to go to the zoo? Okay, I can. Okay, I can. The end. It's just this rigid schedule of, I'm scheduled in for the week. My week is packed. The kids are going to play here, there. That's too much for me. And I just observed that. But when I enter the room, or like the point I was making was, in Texas, what I've noticed is that every place you go, the parking lot is usually right outside the door. So you get out of your car and you walk right in. So even if you don't want to be seen, you will be seen. Unless you park across the street and walk, right? So when you get into a room, when you get into a classroom, they know what car you drive. You know what I mean? They know what you wore. They know everything about you before you even enter the room. And they judge you based on that. So when me, little black mom with my one little baby, comes through the door, it's like, hi, good morning. And I'm just stared at, looked up and down, and they're like, hi, but they're saying hi.
Can you say something real quick?
No, I get where you're coming. I get where you're coming from, but my perspective on that is a little different. It wasn't that we were looking for acceptance from those people. We were not. What I'm speaking on is my daughter was not getting fair shots at 3 years old, at 4 years old, at 5 years old. She started dancing at 3. The first time she auditioned, it took her 2 times to get to the dance team, the competition team, and she was the best one when she finally made it. What they did not tell us in the 2 times that she failed was that all these little white girls were coming in for private lessons before the auditions. And that's how my daughter only came in for the week of, I can't remember what they called it, but you train for a week and then you do the audition. That's all she ever had, was that 1 week. But we were never told. It took me 2 years to figure out how these girls had gotten so much more advanced or so much more comfortable. And just so happened to figure it out. The folks never offered me an apology. Oh, we didn't know if you would be interested in it. Why wouldn't I if my daughter is here?
That's horrible.
Things like those, these are the things that I'm talking about. And again, we were able to hide those things when she was a baby. But when she got older, it became more and more apparent. And by year 11, she was done. By year 11, I'm having the director saying, you seem to be quite the involved dad. As if that were a problem.
And they shouldn't.
With a team full of white men that were they were Dan's dads. But when the black Dan's dad come, oh, you seem very involved. When she was 3 or 4, I had questions. Why do you think my child needs to be naked?
Oh wow.
Things like that. Things like that. Okay, if this is the costume, but I want to understand why is it that my baby's belly has to be out and this, that, and the third. I'm not asking you to change. I'm just asking questions. If this is what it is, then I can accept it or pull her out. But I need to understand why is it that we're doing these things. Oh, they had problems. But by year 11, we're talking hair as a thing. And my daughter's natural hair is almost as long as mine when it's blown out. But she had braids for a competition that they wanted her to have them for, and they told her they gave her a wig this long to put on for one of the dance numbers. Mind you, her hair had to change 6 times in a day.
Oh no!
Wait, and they told her in one of these things, if you don't figure out a way to get this much hair in this little wig, then you're just not going on stage.
Oh no!
But you didn't tell the white girls. First of all, didn't have that problem because their hair is different. So I mean, the click thing doesn't mean anything. I mean, I understand where you come from, but that's water under a bridge for me. I'm talking about microaggressions and the unfair treatment of a black person when they can afford to be in white spaces. That is what I'm talking about.
But I bet you if you went to that group of dancers and their parents, they'd be like, we don't see color.
I'm sure. I'm 100% sure of it.
We do a lot for this team. We even pay for the wigs.
It was insane.
Look at that mother who has that baby who's about maybe 1 or 2 years old. She's in gymnastics and the mother painted her shoes to match her skin tone. And she's considering relaxing her baby's hair. The baby's about 2 or under 2. She says she's considering relaxing her hair because of the same thing, same issue. They want her hair done a certain way, and her hair texture is very kinky, and her hair is very short. So having to do her hair the way they want it is almost impossible, especially at that age. Babies don't really have a lot of hair. Most babies don't very early on in their lives. And I was looking at that just early. If I find it, I'll send it to you, Marquise. Because it's just
madness. And what was so funny, like I say, when her hair is blown out, it's here. It's beautiful hair. But it was in braids because it's easier to manipulate it for the styling when you're changing styles 6 times in the show. Mind you, these are conversations we had behind the scenes beforehand. We spent $300 on these braids for the competition, and it came down to us having to cut these braids for this girl to go on stage. And I said, and by that point, she was done. She was over it. They were backstage saying little offhanded things to her. She came by show 2, she was in tears. And I said, okay, baby, we're gonna finish tonight. And if you never want to come back here, we don't have to. And she finished that night, and it was funny because I'm sorry, I apologize. It was year 10. Year 11, she went to a different studio, which had a little bit more diversity, but by then the passion for it was just gone. Because of how poorly she was treated.
What she was supposed to look like.
Yeah, it was insane.
That all makes me just want to have my own homeschool co-op. I told my husband, I said, if I could figure out that world and find funding or create a nonprofit where I get donations from different groups or from different people, I would literally have my own homeschool co-op for children of color in Texas, and I would literally homeschool my daughter. The only thing that deters me, like I said, is the social aspect. She's an only child. If she's not out there doing something, she's with us.
Correct. Same.
And
My
I
daughter
couldn't
was
imagine doing that, you know, to her.
Faith was
So
only for 30.
I started looking into that. Like, what would it take? How can I create that? Because a friend of mine said, what you should do is what we did as kids. We went island hopping. But again, in the Caribbean, it's cheap to do that because the islands are literally 30 minutes away by plane, at most an hour. And we would go camping on different islands and stuff. And I said, shoot, we have more money in America. Like, if we pool our money together, we'd be able to give these kids a great life, great experiences, you know, take them to different countries, you know, meet up a couple times a week, do this, do that. It's just so much better than having to surrender to a system that's against you. That's the big thing for me. I'm noticing even at this age, how much opposition I'm going to be up against with my one child.
Exactly.
Where do you go? I don't have siblings for her. I don't even have cousins nearby. The majority of my family, I had my daughter in my 30s. If you know anything about Caribbean people, they have their children at 22.
Yeah.
So I'm a late bloomer.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Nobody has a toddler available. Everyone's at minimum 10 years old, 11 or 18.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I don't have that peer group, you know, that's necessary. So I have to either pay for my village or create one for my child to have the experiences that she deserves, which in the Caribbean I would have for free. But then again, I would be in the Caribbean.
Yep.
My husband's American. His whole life, his whole work is here. How do I disrupt my family just to save or to create experiences for my daughter that I know I would not have in America? But what's the trade-off? So it's that world, like I said, you know, it's all so new for me because I didn't know that. Yes, I know that racism and microaggression existed, but the preschool world and the school world and the teachers and it's just, wow, it's a lot. And I don't like what I'm seeing already. She's only 4. Unbelievable.
Oh, God. Well,
it's madness.
So
All
your
right.
weird
It
part,
really is.
so your weird part, Marquise.
What's that?
I was in the 5th grade and we had Black History Month. So they needed somebody to play Diana Ross. I didn't have a little long hair or whatever. So it didn't matter. So my mom had to wear a wig. But I went up against a white tea girl to get the part. So it's almost like they had to fight to say, why would you have a white tea girl play Diana Ross and you have a girl right here trying to play it? But because I had short hair, tangled short hair, that I had to wear a wig. I didn't care about wearing a wig. I was happy. But because they wanted the white tea girl to play it, it was just crazy for my mom to say, why wouldn't she get picked?
Wow.
This was in the 80s. I was born in 70. So I was in the 5th grade. So this was crazy that we had to fight for me to get that part because I wanted to play it so bad. And I wanted to wear the wig. I didn't care about wearing the wig. But I wanted to play the part so bad. It's almost like we had to fight for that part, for me to get it in a Black History Month play.
Exactly.
And it was just crazy how they questioned me playing it, saying she was a better actress. Yeah, but this is a black play, and it is Black History Month. Why does my mom have to ask so many questions? I remember I was in 5th grade. Why was my mom have to ask so many questions for me to get this part?
Exactly.
I ended up getting it, but it just was, now I'm thinking about it, and I don't really think about stuff. It was really crazy how that went. It was crazy, but yeah.
And again, we're still fighting for things like that. You know what I'm saying? And that's the side subject of this topic. Again, let's try to get back on topic. For those of you who don't know, we have the new people that are in the room that don't even know what a tread wife is or a day caller. So let's spin it on back and get back on topic. Trad wife, for people that don't know, it's just a clever way of saying traditional, a traditional wife in every sense of the word. But even worse here, because they've decided there's a traditional wife online that's gone big viral for talking about her day caller. For those of you who are part of the BDSM world, this is not anything new. They just renamed it and made it Christian-like. So this collar she's claiming to wear in total submission of her husband because he's a provider. You're basically just throwing Jesus on top of what typically is kink culture. So that is the conversation that we are having tonight. Family, you sitting in a bottom boxes. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm not even sure if you've ever been in a box. You're in my content all the time, so I would like your sweet perspective on the topic at hand. What are your thoughts on traditional wives and day callers? Which it's a lot. It's a lot.
Okay. I don't know about a day collar. I don't wear any collar. I mean, I guess I have my daddy around my neck. That's my collar.
Well,
I suppose.
it's a collar. Like, I mean, I'm trying my best not to call it a dog collar because that would be disrespectful to the BDSM world. But it's a collar that you wear, has a nice little circle on it. We have a couple of experts in the building. One Mooney, I think she said that oftentimes that circle. You can put a dog leash on or a chain of sorts, depending on how deep off into.
Is that how far we've gotten in? Is that where traditional wifing has gone?
This is traditional wifing.
Okay, yeah, no, that's not my tradition. So sorry, so sad. My daddy would probably wake up from around my neck and be like, excuse me, that's not how I raised you. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Now, as far as being a traditional wife,
traditional and submissive. I mean, of course, go ahead.
I don't know about, okay. I would say I am kind of a traditional wife. I work.
Yeah.
So, my husband does do things in the house. I do things in the house.
Yeah.
I would say I probably do more of the things in the house other than my husband. My husband works a whole lot. He provides most of the things for the family. I do most of the cooking. I do serve my husband a plate, which that's how I grew up, and I love doing that for him. But he also reciprocates. Sometimes he tells me, baby, just sit down. I have something for you. And I'm not even allowed in the kitchen. Okay, I can't come in there because he says I disrupt his peace in the kitchen. So I have to sit and wait until I am served my plate, just like I do for him. So that is my traditional wife life. I don't know anything about this
day caller.
This day caller?
Get you a day caller.
No.
Get you a day caller.
Absolutely.
Get you a day caller.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe at a special time.
That's where it started. Well, the problem is they're trying to make kink culture Christian-like. Or
Christian?
You see what I'm saying? They're just pulling from the world and trying to make everything, just throw Jesus on top of it and it's fine. You know what I mean?
Wait. Hold on. Go back. You said they're trying to make it Christian?
Yes, that's the point of this. This traditional wife is a Christian. Yes. Good Christian wife. Yes.
Oh, no.
Good Christian wife. And again, with regards to, I'm not against traditional wives. We have a hybrid of tradition around here. I'm the man of the house. I do feel like the men, my wife does work as well, but I do feel like men are supposed to carry the brunt of the load. I feel like the wife is the helpmeet. So yes, as much of it as I can tote, I try to tote on my own. But if and when I need a little help, she's there, available, and very happy to help. You know what I mean? With regards to responsibilities, there are certain things that I don't want my wife to do, and she just never has done, with like cutting grass or washing the cars, that kind of thing. But inside the house, cooking, cleaning, hey, whoever is available is gonna do it, and I do the majority of the cooking around here. Care for the kids, we both do it. So, like I say, I'm not against whatever form of it, with the exception of this kink culture, which, but like I said, when she's allowing for total submission of one's body, where you're taking away that right. You're just giving it totally to the husband. And I think this is where this entire idea just falls apart and becomes very, very dangerous, especially when you're going to attach Christianity and faith as your rationale for doing it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that is completely weird. I can look at people who want to be traditionally Christian. That's fine. I do come from traditionally Christian grandmother, and that is where I learned most of the things, but there was nothing like that involved. So kink and tradition don't make any sense together.
No, hold on. Let me pause on that, because I'm not against kink. Again, I mean,
I'm not either.
I'm not saying that because technically, biblically, it says that the Bible is what you do in the bed with your husband or your wife is undefilable. So you can, if y'all want to tie each other up and put these kink collars on or what have you, that's fine within the rights of your own marriage. But when you're pushing this as all women should ascribe or aim to do this when you have a good loving husband, because that's the way God wants it, is when it becomes problematic for me, or why it has become problematic for me. But no, I'm not against you being freaky with your husband. I mean, that's
I mean, you know, I think, you know, you get freaky in your room. I don't think that I just don't think that you make that a culture as far as, oh no, this is what you should follow. You put this collar around your man, your husband's gonna be leading you with the collar. My husband leads me in other different ways. That doesn't include me wearing a day collar.
To be clear, that's not necessarily what the collar is about, right? It doesn't mean.
That's just an extension.
And when you wear that collar, especially if you're going to be a submissive, that does mean, you know, giving yourself wholly to your partner, right? It does, like body, you know. But the difference is, there's a previous agreement that has multiple conversations that requires autonomy and consent. Where this person is coming at it is, he gets that because of his position, not because there's been any crazy conversation or you know, conversation, not because, you know, this is an agreement between the two of us, not because there's been earning it, or, you know, again, the conversation of consent is happening, and what does that look like? Because me giving myself wholly to somebody looks different than another person giving themselves wholly to somebody, right? Like wholly means different, you know, giving yourself wholly to somebody means different for every person.
Absolutely.
The difference is, right, and I do think, and honestly, again, like I said, statistically, I think that kink and Christianity goes hand in hand.
Hey, that is debatable.
It goes hand in hand.
I'm not. We haven't bought any collars. I'm just telling you.
I don't know a kinkier community than the followers of the Bible. But the difference is, there is an autonomy and a purposeful giving versus I'm submissive to you because that's
the way God wants it.
Right. That's just our position and our role naturally, because this is how we were born. That's two different things. It's completely, you know, it becomes property, which again, sometimes you might want to be property, but there's terms and conditions with that, and it must be freely given because that's what you want to do, not because that's your natural state, right?
Correct.
So that would be the difference.
I don't mind being property occasionally, but
Take my husband's last name. There are women that think because a woman takes her husband's last name that she makes herself property.
I've seen people argue against that.
Yeah, I don't necessarily see it that way. I see it as a traditional way to, you know, honor the man's lineage, because the man is ultimately the leader of the family, or he should be. If he's not, then, you know, there are other couples that do things differently than I would. But as far as the collar, I don't know, and I don't connect that. I know you said kink and Christianity connect. I don't connect it that way.
I think also another one of my biggest issues, and what's her name? The sub chick that was in here earlier did bring up a good point. This is an agreement between them, and I think that's fine and that's valid. One thing that she did not talk about, or never even mentioned, and you know, maybe I'll go back and look, maybe she did, but what I didn't get and what should have been mentioned in the first video was, I gave this to him with certain parameters and boundaries, right? She implied that because I put this collar on, this is what I am and this is what he is, and all of that goes. And that's not the case, because that leaves the door open for her saying, you know, I don't really want to do this, or I don't really want to feel this, or I don't really want to, blah, blah, blah. And him saying, well, you've got my collar on, so you made a promise, right? Without any type of limitation or boundary. If you are going to talk about submission, and if you are going to talk about collar work, and if you are going to talk about these things, then what you must also talk about in order for it to be safe and accurate is, I gave this to him under the conditions of he would fill in the blank. And if he does not do that, then it is revoked. And he has to say, she's got that collar on proclaiming what she's proclaiming as long as I do this, right? It's mutual. She implied that well, I'm wearing this and he's the man, and so here we go. There was no talk of boundaries or limits or what this actually means or where if when the consent can be revoked. It was just, now I've put this collar on. Now I'm truly submissive because women in their natural state, sitting in their femininity, will naturally submit to men. When same-sex relationships can wear collars, men can wear collars with women. Men and men can wear collars. You can wear a collar spiritually. Like, there's all sorts of things, right? There was no communication about the boundaries of what that collar was. It was just, in my natural state, the collar is on. Well, what does that mean? Where's the boundary? Where's the boundary? Because no man can convince me to wear a collar if the boundaries aren't set first. And if anyone said, Mooney, why are you wearing that collar? The first thing I would say is because these are the boundaries. Not because this is what he does. It's because these are the boundaries and he's promised to respect them. Only through boundaries and respect do you ever get access to collars. That's the basis of collar work. That's the basis of most kink. That's the basis of most BDSM. Submission is last on the list. Boundaries is always first.
I like that. Very well said, as usual. Go ahead.
I was going to piggyback off what Mooney was saying, because the thing that I think is the saddest of the whole thing is that women should be able to operate in their femininity because their partners provide the safe space. I think the safe space to do that is what I think, even in the kink world, like, you have to be safe in that relationship, the boundaries, the expectation of what you're getting for what you're giving. But she's not giving, the woman on the page isn't giving any of the background to that. So I took it as it wasn't as sexual as the BDSM. I was taking it as he must have provided this safe space for her to be willing to wear a day collar and then take to the TikTok and go viral with it on.
Sure. But I think we also have to understand too, the BDSM and kink community isn't always about a sexual nature. I know that's an antithesis to what a lot of people assume.
Right.
But a lot of that community, the things that you get from it, like, it's a given. Some of it is going to be sexual in nature. A lot of it's going to be sexual in nature. But you get so much more out of it. Now there are some people that the focus is, for me personally, the focus is solely usually of a sexual nature. And all that comes with that, which also means other things, right? But a lot of people in the community, the sexual nature is just kind of like a given. But you can't reach that unless there's 100 different things that surround that. Sometimes people just don't know how to feel vulnerable, and they just want to be that. Sometimes people are always in control and they just want to not be in control. And that in and of itself is not inherently sexual.
Right.
That's just a state of being. And that in and of itself might lead to them being more free sexually, but independently it doesn't have much to do with that, right? So it's not always in terms of, and we as people tend to put it there, but it's not always just sexual in nature. There are so many more aspects that go into that. And so that, again, that was always been my issue with this, is she is speaking in absolutes in a community, in an environment, using a tool that has no business speaking in absolutes. And then I would argue that when absolutes come in, that's when it becomes dangerous. It's not appropriate.
And throwing Jesus on it just made me mad, so that's why we're here.
Yeah, and then sprinkle a little Christ in there.
Right, that's why I guess I didn't take it as a BDSM type of movement. I took it as her complete entire submission to her husband under a Christian context, traditional, right? That was the traditional sense. But under the property that he has provided this safe space, he's the provider, right? She's a stay-at-home, like, traditional that way, where as long as she doesn't have to ask for anything, neither does he, type of premise.
Right. Sure, but you didn't need to take a symbol of an entire existing community to define that, right? That's like people from the South being like, I've got to do the Confederate flag. You could just be from the South and be that, but why do you need a symbol that already exists as something else? You don't get to rename things.
Correct.
In a way that's convenient for you at the expense of an existing history. It's the disregard of an existing thing that is my big issue.
That fought
you can't do that. You
build
can't do that.
themselves into this
Right.
place, right?
Right. And then ignore what that's going to do and the trickle down effect, right? We can't just take symbols and things from pre-existing things and then rename them and then get mad at people for saying, well, what about what it was, right? That's no.
Is she wearing a wedding ring as well, or just the collar?
Probably. But again, I think you can do collar work and wear a wedding ring, and I think you could be a trad wife and a conservative trad wife, but and wear the collar. Like, I get it. I'm not mad that she's wearing the collar. I'm not mad there's an agreement between them. I'm not mad. But what she is putting out there
Correct.
is not what it is. Like, you're renaming and repackaging something that already exists, and you're trying to make it something that it is not. And what makes it dangerous is you are using, or she is using, elements that do exist within collar
Come
work.
on now.
Right? She is using fair and consensual elements that do exist in collar work, but she is sprinkling in something like a certain type of religion, and then giving absolutes to it, which is leaving out the existing principle of what the root of it is, and that's not fair. It's literally what do we call it? You know, when white folks take over what black people do.
Appropriation.
Yeah, it's literally appropriation.
Correct.
It's appropriation, which can be rooted in truth, and it can be rooted in a love for it, and it can be rooted even sometimes in respect. A lot of times appropriation is rooted in appreciation and a lot of respect or wanting to be a part of it. But that does not negate the impact that it has on the existing community that has not had the same privilege or has not been treated with the same understanding that your new goofing ass just got getting into it on a Tuesday. Why do you get to pick something up and reinvent it and get treated with some sort of acceptance that a whole community has been ostracized for years?
And you make it okay.
Was she treated with some acceptance? Was she getting acceptance?
Yes. From the trad wife community, and we had talked about this way long ago about, you know, is this just rage bait? Is this? And yes, we all kind of agree it's rage bait and it's for likes and clicks. However, you know, we had talked about the impact of that is much more far reaching. It might start out as small,
correct,
but it's going to turn into something much different, right? A palm colored person might want to wear box braids, and on the surface value, it's not that big of a deal. But then when you factor in that they get a certain level of treatment that Black women who have been wearing box braids as protective styles for centuries don't get, it's a much bigger picture. You cannot divorce the two.
Correct.
Don't do that.
Can I say something? I'm so glad that this conversation is happening. Again, y'all are amazing.
Yeah.
I literally was thinking about this the other day, but I agree. Like, I feel like it is dangerous because, like, for people who can't understand or comprehend, like, certain things, it's gonna go still over their head, right? So, like, for me, I see where the danger is because it's like, okay, a whole group of Christian people hearing you say this who are just following Christian. This is why people say Christianity is a lot used against women, no matter what race they are, because it's like, now that somebody's telling you, because there's that word in there's that word about being submissive. They like to always, all the alpha dudes and everybody likes to say submissive this, submissive that. Now you got this lady coming online, going viral, talking about if you really want to be submissive to your husband, wear this collar and give him your body, let him do whatever he wants to do, whether you like the kink or not. And that's the problem. And that's what I think Mooney's speaking on too, is the fact it's like, there is a different type of relationship when you discuss certain things. So like we could be married and have different kinks, and that's why people do different stuff, or like they don't care about having different partners within their relationship. That's their relationship. But what I'm trying to get to is the fact that like if you're just telling Christian women who want to follow God, they want to again, we have to go, and I hate bringing young people into this conversation, but you're teaching young women to follow God, or your father may have told you, oh, do what you're supposed to do and follow these rules and da-da-da-da-da, and then she meets a man that says, well, you're supposed to do what you're supposed to do and do this to follow this God and da-da-da-da-da. wear this collar, I can do whatever I want to. With you don't get to say nothing about it. And that's my problem too in the conversation of in marriage being submissive to your husband or submissive to your wife, is because that's the piece that a lot of women who are aware of what's happening, they have a problem with, and that's why they get combative and they get upset and they start yelling at you about it, is because of the fact that it's like, yes, submit to your husband, but you should still be able to have a voice, whether
Correct.
you're going to decide yourself with your free will to follow.
You're not a doormat. It doesn't make you a doormat. Correct.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Exactly. And that's what a lot of men do think that way. They think that it makes you the doormat. Where it's like a lot of women are saying, like, no, like, I'm gonna do what I gotta do, I'm gonna do it.
Correct. It makes you.
But I'm not your doormat.
Yeah, it makes some men feel like you're an extension of the children. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It puts you one step above a child.
I'm sorry. I can say I never heard my father nor my husband use the words submission or be submissive.
I agree.
They didn't have to.
But you know exactly, because and people get so tightened up about it. To me, that's not a conversation that has to be had. If you are providing, if you're loving, if you're doing all the things that you're supposed to do as a husband, I feel like some of that stuff just comes naturally, because that woman trusts you, and she knows that you're going to always have her best interest at heart, so she doesn't have to worry in that way. So it's not a you submit to me. It's something that just occurs naturally. Absolutely.
It's organic. It's completely organic when it's right.
Absolutely.
When the husband or partner, right? We live in times where this can be happening any dynamic, but whoever's doing the submitting, right? They're doing that organically because their partner has provided that safe space.
Correct.
You know, they know that they're valued and protected and respected, and they're coming into it willingly because they're feeling everything that, you know, they're in love with it. Like, hey, you can get whatever because I'm so happy.
Yeah, totally.
I never talked about. Oh, sorry.
You're fine. Go right ahead.
I never really I didn't want to say this on your, because I've never gone live as far as like my own page and stuff like that. But these are some of the things I've been thinking about a lot. Like, because I'm seeing all the connections, right? So for me, I want to have a topic because I agree though. See, I see where the connection could come in. I think, am I recording my thing so I can make sure I'm gonna do my own, have a live, because now I'm really, I thought I was tripping. But I think that people should marry based off their kink, because that's why y'all are cheating. Right. And that's why y'all can't stay married, because y'all can't communicate. Y'all can't even be honest and tell your truth and tell your contract.
That's it.
And then now you like this or that, and you going out and getting this or that, but you like me too, but I didn't like that. So now we ain't really one-to-one. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it kind of like, I understand. I think for what that lady was trying to get to, but her message was dangerous, because it's like you gotta spell shit out, because even if today it's not kids listening, they're gonna be somebody somewhere need to know, yes, you can do whatever you want, but you should be agreeable to that. If that's what you want, you shouldn't feel like you have to with your partner. And if you feel like you have to, then that's not the partner for you, because they're looking for something different, and they're always going to go grab and look for that. Otherwise, it's going to come out in other ways too. Like, either it's cheating, or they don't really like you. They like you, but they don't really like you because they can't be honest with you. So it's like, to me, again, the same thing too about the judgment thing. It's like, I feel like in relationships, when you get married to somebody, y'all gonna cut me up for this, but that's God for you. As a woman, when you get married to somebody, I feel like that's God for you, because it's like, and a man, because if you think about it, you have to bring them everything, the truth. You have to be honest, open, and let them know your plights, your struggles. You have to confess your sins to your partner. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, people don't feel comfortable doing that, because some men, I'm gonna use an example. Some men, I'm trying to say it.
I don't
like,
get
for instance, some men like butt play. Wait, I'm trying to tell you. I'm telling you how I came to this conclusion. I'm not right. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just telling you what I was thinking with all this conversation and everything. But some men might like bottom play, right? Like butt play, right? And they don't like men. But because they can't tell their partner, they're stepping out on them with other people, whether that's a woman or not, because they're not able to even admit to themselves that like I'm not fulfilled in this way. I feel like it's not even the same way we have the look again, same way we had the racial conversation. People who can't see their actual like where they're coming from are not gonna be able. They're not gonna, even if you tell them, they're gonna get offended. They're gonna be like, "Oh, why you think that?" Same thing with people when they say they be yelling about stuff, and you say, "Hey, you might need to talk to a little therapist or something." I don't need no therapist. I ain't got no trauma. Da da da. Same shit. To me, all this shit is all the same shit. Like it's all
Language,
the same shit.
Dazzle, language.
Stuff. I'm sorry, stuff.
Yeah,
My bad.
I
I appreciate. Well, wait. I appreciate you for calling me on the language. I do be trying to work on like not cursing, but sometimes when I'm in a moment
I
of
understand.
speaking, it just gets out.
I understand.
You know?
I understand. Avengers is
Thank you
pushing.
for calling on.
Avengers is pushing back on you a little bit. She's saying that you do not have to be married to be truthful, and what you're describing is people that are just being open and honest. And I just feel like I agree that in every relationship, if you're gonna be intimate and call yourself building or being in love, you have to be honest with whomever you're with. And a lot, like you
And
said,
I agree.
yeah, a lot of
I agree, but that's my point. My point is people go like, here's my point, right? People like we all grow in whatever society environment we grow in, and what we know, what we think we know, and what we think we want, right?
Mhm.
If you can't stand on your square and you know what you want, or you are sure that you understand what's coming with that desire, like what she was talking about earlier, like you understand that with this collar, this is coming with that, and that's agreed upon by two people, right?
Right.
So that's my point. Is like you have to. That's all that is fine and dandy, but you can't sit here and say like, oh, if I get married, I should also do this because technically I'm submitting, and women are hearing that quiet part out loud. Everybody against marriage when it's like not every marriage is like that. Some people are very vanilla and they're going to get married and they're going to be married to each other. And that's perfect. Do what you got to do. And I'm only using that word again. Like we can't change the name of words. I'm using that word because that's what I can go to.
Yeah.
But to me, I've noticed a lot of people have like how when like in the conversation earlier, when you were saying certain things, I can see your kink sometimes. So I'm just saying, like, if you're going after somebody that's not fitting that, and you get married, no wonder your shit didn't work out. Y'all, you lying to yourself. How you gonna come and be whole with somebody if you can't? If you're lying, hold up. Wait a second. I'm not even specifically talking to anyone. I'm sharing my thoughts of what I've been thinking. All I'm saying is, sometimes people get married. I got you, Crystal. People get married and they don't know their partner because their partner don't know themselves. So then shit starts fucking or stuff starts messing up. So then it's like I don't get why that's not clear. Like to me, you lying about your whole actual identity. I don't mind I might not mind what you might desire, but if you're not telling me. And it's becoming these other behaviors, and now we're having these weird conversations, or there's different like type of things happening. You're frustrated. A lot of DV stuff be too happening too, because obviously the person is, a little bit lapsed. And so I don't want to say the wrong thing, but what I'm saying is like if you're in a relationship with somebody and you feel like you have to do that, there's something else additional. So you should never been in that relationship. What I'm saying is if you're in a relationship with somebody, you should be able to talk to them. Tell them what you want, what you need before you marry. That way, when you get married, you're not discovering, oh, actually, this person likes these things, and I don't like those things. Let me let them step out. Or, oh, they like this. I don't like that. Oh, they stepped out because I didn't do this.
But how early should these things be discussed? And I'm not talking about I've just gotten into a relationship. How early in life? Because everything starts with the parents, right? I always think that parents should be educating their children very much on all of the things. And a lot of people may not agree with me as far as how I run my household with my children. But I think the reason why there's so much disconnect as far as whatever's going on with the kink or with the trad life or with however a person is going to enter a relationship, it's because a child has not been talked to over and over again from a very young age at their age appropriate level up into their adulthood about, okay, what do you expect in a relationship? What do you think about this? Asking them questions, seeing where they're coming from.
Yeah.
saying the things that they're hearing even in school. I have a 15-year-old child, and I tell my son, I said, okay, well, you can't cuss, but tell me what's going on at school. Tell me the things that you hear. Tell me the things that people are talking about. Tell me the things that are going on between everyone. And what's your take on this? And he has had a lot of questions as far as, what he should be as a man, even though my husband has been teaching him, and I've been teaching him from the perspective of a woman, as far as what the expectations are there. But we also tell him, okay, so you hear all of these things, you're going to have your own idea, but you also have to know exactly who you are before you get into any kind of serious relationship. Absolutely. And making sure you know who you are means that you are going to do a better job of choosing the person that's for you. So it can't be, oh, I've entered into my 20s or my 30s even, sometimes 40s, and they're like, oh, okay, well, I have this thing, and the person I'm with, I haven't said anything about it, and now, hey, this is it. I want you to do this. No, they have to learn from an early age how to discuss these things between each other. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. My thing is, like, if you're about to be, to me, like, and again, like you said, you have to grow, like, to me, you have to grow and learn yourself before you even are able to accept certain things about yourself, whether you feel bad about them or not. So again, back to the conversation about the sexualization of African-American people and not feeling space and not feeling safe in these spaces. It also, and again, I have another barrier, not a barrier, but like another layer. As a woman, we are already over sexualized. And then as a Black woman, I'm hyper sexualized. And I want these other sexualized things that seem extremely hyper sexualized and that are judged by other people. And then I can't admit that to my partner that I'm saying I'm going to marry and be with for the rest of my life. There are going to be issues. So my point was, I'm not saying like you got to I'm not saying like, oh, you need to teach the things. I'm saying when you're an adult and you're ready for certain things, you know that about yourself. If you know something about yourself and you're keeping that from your partner, again, that's what I said. And I'm not comparing your husband or anybody's husband or anybody else to God that's not God. But my point was, y'all got to be able to come, if you're with somebody else, y'all got to be able to come together and say this, and this. And either, obviously, you want your partner to have not judgment towards you, but if they do, then that's not your partner. Because it's like, they don't like this, like, you're not compatible. At the end of the day, that's the period, end of the line, right? So it's like, don't marry.
Hold on, I gotta get this out. And it was funny, Daz, when you were talking, I had the point and then it slipped and I don't want it to slip again. And so you hit on it when you talked about women being basically, and I'm paraphrasing, oppressed biblically or in the church. And I have a great example of how I feel the exact same way. Now, I am a Christian. I go to church every Sunday, but I do kind of see where a lot of people are coming from, especially when y'all start throwing around the word submit without having a correct or a concrete definition of it. What I did not like, and this is a recent sermon I've heard from an old guy, so understand this man is in his 70s. I under my breath call his wife Pastor Pick Me, but he said in this church one day, and he said, well, if your husband drank a little too much, if your husband smoked a little too much, if your husband run around with women a little too much, what you need to do as a woman is you keep praying for that man, and God gonna bring him out of the streets. He gonna bring him out of that gambling hall. He gonna stop him from doing the things to you, and you're gonna be all the better for it. My face balled up completely because I got a toddler that's 3, a boy, and a 16-year-old daughter. I could not disagree more with what that man said. I was outraged at the fact that is what you're attempting to teach young women in this church. And what I say back to that is, you say all that, but I've never walked in a church and heard a man preacher stand up in the pulpit and say, if that woman cheat on you and get a baby with somebody else, you better stay with her because that's your wife. And God gave her to her. You need to take care of that baby and love her and be there for her. I've never heard it. But you excuse all of this horrifying behavior at the hands of men and just tell your women to pray about it. These are things that I don't agree with, and that is why I am so adamantly against this traditional wife with this day collar mess on. Because the only thing it does is reinforce those same old oppressive thoughts when it comes down to female bodies and having control over themselves in the name of God. And I can't agree with it. It's a no for me. Go ahead, Little Sub. Welcome back.
All right. I wanted to touch on a few things, if you don't mind, and I kind of left and came back. So if I go out too much out of line, just please tell me. As far as the relationship goes, Dazzlin, and I hope I'm saying your name right. I don't have my glasses on, but you are absolutely correct that you need to know yourself before anything. Number two is, as far, again, I'm speaking as a submissive in a 24/7 DS dynamic, a very successful one.
How long have you been in it?
I've been in the lifestyle for 15 years. This is my second 24/7. I've been with my current a year. Just a year.
A year. Okay, I got you. Go ahead.
Just a year.
Okay.
So everything is discussed prior. Okay, this is why, and I don't want to I'm saying this ahead of time. I'm not putting down any type of relationship, but this is why I say we do it the best. Okay, everything is always discussed before. We don't even have play partners without vetting them, without knowing them. It's just not what we do. Okay, communication is absolutely key. You have to be able to talk. If you aren't able to talk to your partner, it's not going to work. You have to be able to talk to them both ways. As far as preaching the wrong message, you got to realize too, a lot of us that put this content out there, our stuff is mostly restricted. I know mine is for sure. I keep everything restricted. No one under 18 is getting on my page. And if they are, well, they're lying about their age, and that's a whole nother thing. But I keep hearing, and the problem I have is when people talk about submission and people talk about, when they're not in the lifestyle, they start preaching the wrong message. Oh, well, you're a doormat. Oh, well, that none of that is true. And I said this earlier, we absolutely have a voice. There is not one thing that I can ask for, say, feel that my fiance is going to sit there and be like, I don't want to hear it. We'll say things like they have the final say, our husbands have the final say. Yeah, they do. Ultimately, they do. But it's not, well, we have to do something, and he just says what he thinks, and that's it. No, you sit together, you talk about it, you make the final decision. You have to be able to trust your partner pretty much with your life. That's pretty much what you're doing. That is what submission is.
If the man has the final say, then there is no discussion at the end. If he says we're gonna,
you gotta understand. But what you're not getting is we don't submit to just anyone. You're not supposed to. First of all, it's an earned thing. These men or women, whatever your thing is, earn that from you. You're not just going to go and
if that man say we're doing X, Y, Z, and you say I don't really feel like doing that, and you're then saying he makes the ultimate decision. If he says yes, we're doing it, does that not mean that you're going to do it anyway as a submissive?
No, because
then that's not submission. Then
no,
that's not submission. If his word is the final say so, then that means whatever he says at the end
You're
has
not
to go.
understanding. Okay.
That's what you're not explaining it well, because that's not a final say so.
I'm trying to. I'm trying.
No, he's not saying you specific. He's saying that's the problem.
I
He's
know.
basically saying the problem is nobody's explaining
I
that part, and they're explaining glorifying the other part instead of telling
I
women.
absolutely agree. I absolutely agree.
And that's not what she
The
said.
problem is people are coming on and they're making content and they're not going into specifics of what it takes to have something like this successful. I trust my fiance that no matter what his decision is, I know he's making the best decision for our family. That's the whole thing. But that's why we say you don't submit to just anyone. They have to earn it. It's not like I'm going to get in a relationship with somebody and, I'm going to right away, they're going to earn my submission. No, that's not the way it works. They have to prove that they can do the things, that they are capable of handling these things. If you can't trust your partner to make a decision that's good for your family and for yourself, then why are you even with them? There might be times where they have to make that decision and not to make.
What is total submission then, Lil Sub?
That is total submission.
No, total submission is not when if he says it and it doesn't happen, that's not total submission.
Total submission is exactly what you're describing, Marquise. And it's
it's unfortunate, but it's true. Thank you.
Yes, and
thank you.
Honestly,
total, y'all, you throwing out words and then trying to redefine them. That is not true.
Let me finish.
Well, you're not doing.
Let me finish. If you're in a relationship where your voice is not heard, no matter what kind of relationship it is, it's abuse. Period.
No, we're not disagreeing, but we're not. Wait. We're not disagreeing with what you're saying.
No, I know.
All we're saying is to try to make this definition in this sense of this type of community fit with the same sense of the other Christian type of community. Is telling women that if you're a Christian woman or if you feel like you follow certain Christian values and you get married, that you too should be able to submit because you picked that person. You should like, this is the same thing that men will tell women. If you marry him, then you couldn't follow him. Why are you talking back to him? Where women are saying, like, if I can't even talk back to you, why would I put on a collar? That's crazy because it's not about, wait. It's not about you knowing about that I'm submitting to you. It's about you respecting when I say I'm not. And that's the difference.
And that
are you talking about earned submission where
that's an unhealthy relationship. In any relationship, your voice should be heard regardless.
That's not
whether
total.
God
no, help me. I'm sorry.
Again, what is total submission? What's the word?
Sub, break that down for me again one more time. So before I open my mouth, I'm clear.
Go ahead.
On which part about
on the part about the submission? How does
So
the
let me break
husband?
it down.
How does the submission come into play?
So if I'm with somebody, okay, so for a perfect example, I met my current guy that I'm with, my fiance. He's my fiance now, okay? I didn't right away throw in, everything and say, okay, I totally submit to you. I had to see how he moved, how he would handle things, how he would lead as a person. Okay. Right. And in that, when I saw he was capable of doing that, when I saw that his agenda was to make sure that we live the best life possible, then I was able to fully submit to him. Then I could sit there and he can say to me, okay, this is, the issue is, what do you think? I'll give my opinion. And in my head, I know he's going to make the right decision. That's a healthy relationship. He's taking my opinion, but I also know that he's going to make the right decision for our family.
Okay, that's fair. It sounds like any other relationship out there. We don't call it submitting, but it's a trade-off. If the man has proven himself to be worthy of you and what you bring to the table, you don't mind, submitting your everything, whatever that means for you, into the relationship.
So basically, like, he leads, he provides. I mean, I work too, but he provides, and I don't have to really think about anything. You know what I mean? Like, honestly, I really don't. I really don't. And it's a beautiful thing. I gave up for a long time in my life. I had, I was taking care of myself. And I got to the point of my life where I was like, I'm done. You know what I mean? I want to be able to let somebody take care of me. You take care of them as well. But you're right. A DS relationship is based on power exchange. It's a give and take, you know, where you give up control, you're gaining control as well. There's so much to it. And that's why, like, you know, I got so upset. I forgot her name, I'm sorry, and I don't want to be disrespectful, but she left. When she was saying, don't follow me, because I do not but try to preach the right way to do this. Because nobody should just jump into this type of thing. Nobody should. Nobody. If you are not heard, I don't care. If you're not heard, it's abuse. It's not abuse. You're not a doormat. And maybe
Hold on, I like this. Hold on
had-
just a second. I like this. What is the point of a discussion if he has the final say in everything? What is the point of a discussion?
I was just gonna ask that.
He's still gonna take your word. He's still gonna take you and take your feelings into consideration. Maybe your ideas together are gonna create something better than he might have thought. It's still,
So-
you know.
so-
Why is he the leader?
So
Why
if
is
if
the
he
one
walks
making-
in and tells you get off this, get
I
off
don't
that.
want to.
Hold on, wait a minute. If he walks
so
in
you
right
want-
now and say get off the phone, as
He's gotta
a submission, you immediately have to hang that phone up. Is that not right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean, yeah.
And
Yes.
you could be on the phone with your mama who's dying of cancer right now.
But that's the thing. You're not understanding. He would never do that.
You don't know. Here we go with that never word.
understanding.
Here we go with the never word.
I think you guys
so
are putting
here's
a
the thing.
fancy name
He
on
wouldn't.
On control.
You're not.
a
Listen to me.
kept wife,
Would
a,
you?
a Stepford
So
wife.
here, let me.
No,
so
it's
here's the
not.
thing. The reason why she would hang up the phone because that's the safety and the earned trust. But also, I also want to going back to that. It's not little sub didn't get to pick her dom. Her dom vetted her, so he earned her respect and her desire to submit to him. But she had to earn the collar and the privilege to be his property.
Oh my God, you
It's
guys!
the other way around.
This sounds like
Because what
pimps and
he's
hoes.
bringing-
I'm not even gonna lie.
Because what he's
It sounds
bringing
like
to the table-
prostitution. I'm sorry. I
How
hate
is
to
it
say it.
prostitution? How? In what way or shape or form is it prostitution?
It's not.
I mean,
necessarily
maybe it's the
sexual.
words you guys are using, but to me, when you meet a guy, you like him or you don't. You
No,
get
this
to
isn't
learn
that
about
type
his
of
ways.
lifestyle.
But you're not
Wait,
gonna.
let
You're
me-
not
let me
gonna.
just explain myself. It's you figure out who a person is, and you make the decision very early on in that situation if it's going to be turned into a relationship, a committed relationship, with the intent of it being a lifelong partnership, if that's what you both want, right?
Right.
When it's all of this submission stuff and you would hang up the phone because he asked you to, it just sounds almost like, why would any woman, right, give up control of her life to a man? And I'm not making a man seem like a small thing or an irrelevant thing. I'm just saying, why can't it just be synergy in the relationship? Babe, I'll be right there in 2 minutes. What's wrong with that?
That's what I'm trying to explain. That's what it is. Like, if he wanted me to get off the phone, he wouldn't come in here and be like, get off the phone right now. That's unhealthy. He would come in and say, babe, I need you for a minute. I'll be right off. And that's it. If I'm talking to my mom, it's not gonna. There's a respect involved.
But does
that's
he
why I say
submit
people.
to you?
please,
That's the point.
Is the submission in reverse? Does he submit to you as well?
Absolutely not.
No, that's not the way to work. He's a dominant, so no, he does not. submit to
No,
her.
he doesn't. No, he doesn't submit to me. But
No.
at my dom,
Why would you? What?
he
Can I
uplifts
just-
me. You're not.
I'm confused here. What is broken in these? I'm not judging you, but what is broken inside of someone that makes them agree to such a thing?
All right, let me ask you this way: if something, then I'm not saying you. I don't know your life, okay?
Mhm.
But say you get married, okay, and you stay at home and you take care of your kids or whatever the situation. Your man goes to work,
Right?
okay? You take care of the house, all right? It's just, and he leads your family.
Right.
It's the same thing. It's
That's
a
not the
mutual.
same thing.
It's not
That's
the
not the
same.
same
That's
thing.
what we're
It's
saying.
not
Some
the
women
same thing.
don't
That's not
want
the
to
same thing.
submit that way that you're
Here's the
doing.
thing.
But you don't have.
Here's the thing.
No, I
That's
know.
not the same.
Little sub, here's the thing. I am married.
Me too.
Right?
20
And
years.
my husband and I, we have one child thus far.
2.
We don't have rules where he's this or I'm that. If the trash is full,
whoever
someone
gets
takes
to
it
it
out.
first. Exactly.
If I'm tired, busy, preoccupied, my husband will bathe our daughter.
Correct.
Right? When I do the laundry, he helps me fold it. Sometimes I ask him. Sometimes he sees me come in with the basket in the living room. It's my favorite place to fold the laundry. He gets right up and he helps me. When I go to the supermarket, he unloads the car. We don't have submit to this or that. We submit to our family.
Yeah, I like that. We
the
submit
goal-
to each other.
Yes.
Correct. For the greater good of the family.
Progresses the family is what we submit to. If us helping each other create a healthy, happy home for our daughter is what we need to do together, that's what we're committed to. Some days it looks like 100% me. Like for instance, when he went on a business trip for 6 days to New York and then to Atlanta, it was all me. Bathing, feeding, grocery shop, kids, playing with the kid, taking the kid in and out the car. It was hard as hell, but it was all me. My husband is at work. The minute he came home, he gave her the bath. He, put her to bed, did all the things. So I just couldn't imagine being in a submissive situation with him where he never bends to my will, or he never comes to my aid,
But that's
or he
not.
never
That's what
comes
I'm-
to my rescue.
That's
But
what
I
I'm
do it
saying.
for him. But that's exactly what you're saying.
And
It's
we're
just
not
not
kink
the
shaming.
same
Not.
that I
I
am.
said it, and I'll say it one more time. I can only speak on a DS level. I am not a traditional wife. In a DS relationship,
Right.
it is based off a power exchange. Everything is give and take. Where I am giving up control, I am gaining control. Where I may
So it's
give up
basically a
something to
kink,
him,
is what you're saying.
Yes, it's definitely a
DS
kink.
relationship is a yes.
That's a kink.
Yes, it is. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I from the minute I came on earlier, I told you that's what I was in. That's what my page is on. I don't lie about it. I don't front about it. You know what I mean?
So it's okay. So that
And there's
But
levels
also,
to it.
with that being said, like if I'm cleaning and say there's a lot and I'm overwhelmed, he will come and help me.
But
There's
he
there's
doesn't
no-
have to because you're the
No, he don't have to, but I don't have to also go work the 12-hour days he works either. What are you not saying about that?
Okay,
I don't
so
have to
Well,
go
you
out
said
and
you
work
don't have to do that
you said
anyway.
you
That's
don't
the
have
point,
to
is
go
that
work
some
12-hour days, is what you just said?
Yeah, what I'm saying is like, say he goes out and say he's working 12-hour days, right?
Right.
I take care of the house. Give, take. So
Right.
I'm not going to sit there and say, you have to do this, you have to do this. I'm respecting the people. He helps me. I don't have to ask. Okay. But I don't understand how like.
Wait, I'm confused. So you don't work. He's the one that takes
No,
care of
I
you.
work. But I work part-time.
Okay.
What I'm saying is like, when you said he doesn't have to help, no, he doesn't have to help me, but he will. But it's the same thing as I don't have to go out and work these long, treacherous hours either. So it's.
You said you work part-time, so part-time would be long, central hours. You work part-time. You said you work part-time.
Yeah, I work part-time. I'm saying him.
You what you're saying, the point is that
You said
it's
you have to go out and
mixing.
work these long hours. Part-time isn't long hours.
His
I don't know what
hours.
part-time is. I
His
guess.
hours. I said I won't have to go
I
out and
understand what
work
you're saying.
his long hours.
Right.
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
From what I've gathered, Little
I need
Sum
to look
and
into
her
this. This
Dom
is very
relationship
interesting.
is more
blows my
based
heart.
on the security of the financials and him being able to provide her the stability that she is yearning for. And in return, she doesn't have any. So, you know how most of us, like, we discuss our finances with our partner and we pay bills together and, we do stuff. We write grocery lists and whatever. He controls all of the finances. He makes sure that everything is taken care of.
So you
And
have
she
to submit
tends-
your paycheck to him as well.
I don't know
So
your personal-
everybody, and I know where you're going with this. Everybody's relationship dynamic, as I call it. Everybody's relationship dynamic.
You
is
said
different.
24 hours.
As far as for me, I take out like money I would want for myself if I want whatever, and I give him the rest, and he takes care of all the bills. I don't
Wait a
have to do
minute.
it.
So
But like, this is why.
so does he? Did he tell you how much you are
He
allowed
do.
to have? I'm sure he had to.
No, he don't tell me. He don't tell me anything. He says, I said I got paid here, and I sent it to him. Absolutely not. He don't tell me nothing. And if I need more, Can you send me this? Yeah, no problem.
So if you decide to keep the entire,
In other words, it's like one person's taking care of something, another
so
person's taking care
what
of it.
happens if you want the entire check? Are you able to keep the entire check?
If I really needed it, wanted it,
No, just if you wanted it. Just if you wanted it. Let's just say from now on, you did not want to give him any portion of your check. Are you able to do that?
Yes.
Without even a conversation.
Well, yeah, I would have but why wouldn't I have a conversation? All of a sudden, I'm saying, "Oh, never mind. I want my money."
But if he says no, then you're gonna have to give it to him anyway.
No.
This man.
You just said it's total submission, and he has the final say so.
Okay, but listen to me. When you're submitting to someone, you're doing it because you want to. You're not doing anything because it's forced.
That's not my point. That is not my point. You said he has the final say.
You're saying he's
you
going to
said
do
he
it
has
anyway
the final say so.
That's being forced.
If you call him and say, "I no longer want to give you my check," and he says, "Listen, I'm the dom, you're the sub, you're going to give me your check," are you not going to give him that check?
I'm absolutely no. We're going to talk about it and figure it
Then
out.
That's not submission. You're no longer describing submission.
Well, no, it's submission, but it's on their terms, so it's not total submission.
Everybody's dynamic
This is very confusing. Either that man has very good PENIS or you have low self-esteem. I can't figure out which is which.
He's got the first. But I don't have low self. Why would you think I have low self-esteem?
No. Just based on the conversation, no judgment. Just
the reasoning behind why you're in. It's the reasoning behind why you're in.
There's definitely reasons why people,
But that's what I'm saying is that your reason, you could do that without having to call her. So what we're saying is that's why it's dangerous because they're saying that just because you can still, you could have, that lady in that video is what they're saying.
That is
she could have did
correct,
all that without having the caller and like promoting a whole lifestyle that she's not really telling the truth about because she don't even really understand it, which is why she did what she did. But
go ahead.
That's all. We understand why you involve yourself in this situation for yourself, right? Same thing with other women who do the same thing. But there's other women who do it for different reasons, right? Yes. The point that we're making is that it's dangerous to get on the internet, go viral for telling people about a whole lifestyle, but not telling them about the real, what is real underneath it, which is what you're talking about. The fact of you still have a choice in that matter. There's no such thing as total submission because you're going to submit to each other in a healthy relationship. And that is what the host is saying. And then there is a respect factor there. But the problem is that while we're on this live talking about this topic this way, there's people on other lives and being involved in other people's lives in reality. And they're talking about submission and wanting what you're talking about as far as their wife doing and being and doing what they got to say. They cannot have a say. They cannot talk back. They're saying if you even in a conversation, if you ask me something, you're confrontational, you're combative, you're aggressive, you're all the things that say black women are. If you're in a sub-dom relationship or you're in a marriage, they're trying to say basically there's what he's saying, you don't got no voice. But what the host and everybody else is saying is that in a healthy relationship, you are able, there are rules, rules of engagement.
From what we gather, you're in a regular relationship.
That sounds like a regular relationship to me. That's how
No, it's not. It's being described in this, like that's not what it is. And
what she's describing is a regular relationship.
What she's describing, I would not consider total submission, to be
perfectly honest. That's not total submission.
She's a sub to her dom under their pretense, but that's not total submission. She still works a part-time job.
Correct.
She still has a lot going on. In order for like a dom to give you total submission, like in order for that arrangement to be effective, she would be able to have to be at his
available 24 hours a day. Correct.
So in order to be at his service 24/7, she can't work an 8-hour, 40-hour work or whatever type of job.
Correct. Because you can't leave that job if he calls her.
Her job.
Correct.
He is her job. So that means she gets up and she cooks him breakfast and makes his lunch before he goes to work. The house is clean. Dinner's on the stove.
Yeah, but that would also
like,
be depending on what kind of sub you are. I'm not
You're not a total submission.
So confusing.
No, I'm not a service sub. I don't
listen. It's like those escort women. This is the cheaper version of it. Is it not?
No.
I don't know if it's necessarily cheaper because in a true total submission Dom sub relationship, the Dom is going to be the financial provider.
He's doing everything.
There's going to be no weight on her shoulders. She's going to be in a place where she doesn't have a care or worry in the world.
Okay, so, all right, so let me explain what I was staying at home for a while. I don't have children. I can't have children. Okay. So I was staying home for a while and I felt like my purpose, like I had almost, there wasn't enough for me. And I always enjoyed working. So we made a decision together. I'll work part-time. That's how it's all right. He's working, we work the same hours. So he's at work, I'm at work. So what am I doing for him while I'm sitting at nothing. So that's the way we do.
But if I'm going to submit to you, why in the world would I give you my paycheck? The submission is the paycheck, baby. Why would I take my check and give you anything from it?
Okay, well, why would he sit down and get his paycheck and get me anything I need?
Because
same reason I do for my wife and children. What do you mean?
No, honey.
What do you mean?
It's no, you guys, you gotta.
It's a different thing. Wait. So here's the thing. She does totally submit. But she doesn't know she's doing it. Because I'm about to tell you how. Think about this. If at first I was thinking, okay, the submission on his part, we're trying to figure out where's the submission on his part, which is having those conversations with her when they do decide to make a decision, right? Same thing with the work. Him submitting is allowing her to go to work, but you're giving him your check. So the submission is null and void. Like, it doesn't, to me, like, if he was submitting, like, if that's what you wanted to use as your excuse for his submission was that he allowed you to go to work because you were bored at the house or you didn't feel like whatever, you're not that type of sub or whatever, then that's fine. But then you coming back from that submission and giving him your check is again, it's the same.
You're not.
Don't when couples get married and I don't know what everybody's thing is, but don't put your money together and pay bills. And isn't that?
That's my point. That's the point. The point is that you can do all of that without doing the whole like wearing the dog collar and being a part of the kink community and doing da. All that, man, like Marquis said, he gives his check and pay for his kids and his children and his wife. Correct. And he don't care.
And she ain't wearing no collar.
And that's the point. That's why it's dangerous to get online and tell people.
Have you actually seen a day collar? Do you know what they look
like?
Yes,
they look.
It's online.
She just sent a bunch of them.
Okay, all right. No, the only reason I'm asking is because a lot of people think right away when they hear a collar, they think like these thick leather, like like our play collars look like, and that's not it at all. Like if you are not familiar with day collars, you see me walking down the street, you're not going to know that's what I have on.
It's not about the other person noticing. It's about the dangerous connotation that other women who are getting involved in these situations that are not prepared for them because they think that because they're married, they're already going to have to submit to their husband, which is fine and dandy. But what we're saying is that if you want to submit to your husband, like that's what y'all relationship is, that's fine. What we're saying is you can do all of everything you're talking about right now can be done without the connotation that at any time I need to give myself to you for you. Whenever, however, wherever, doing whatever you want. I don't have to do all of that to get married to somebody and have a healthy relationship with them. That's all we're saying. Nobody's saying like we get it.
And it goes perfectly with people who were wearing day collars now who aren't taking the kink, what they see.
Yes, I was just going to say that's the.
You know what I mean? And people are arguing with it and saying, "Oh, well, it has to be a kink thing." No, it doesn't. Because I'll argue till I'm blue in the face. You can't sit there and put down somebody wearing a day collar and then say, "Oh, but engagement rings are okay." You can't. You can't.
An engagement ring and a day collar are not the same. Are not one and the same. First and foremost. Hold on, wait a minute. Because first and foremost, if you're engaged, you're technically still boyfriend and girlfriend. So there is the level of submission is not there, not biblically, because you're not even supposed to be living together. You're supposed to be not even supposed to be living together.
Symbolizes
your marriage. The lady that said she's that lady on that video
correct. She's promoting this under the guise. Correct. You're promoting this under the guise of Christianity.
but she also says that's what she uses in her relationship.
No, we're not talking about her. We're talking about you now. You're equating
Me?
an engagement ring. You're equating an engagement ring.
My day collar to me shows my commitment to my dom and to my fiance. That's what my day collar is.
An engagement ring is not not equivalent.
Carol, how long have you been submissive to this dom?
1 year.
You've been submissive
1
to?
year.
1 year.
So what else comes with this? So what else comes with this kink? Okay, he's paying everything. You don't have to do stuff. What about the sex? Like, are you in a collar?
It's fantastic.
Are you?
I don't mind a collar if I want to wear one. I mean, it's not just. I don't have to be like it. It depends on what we're doing. I mean, everybody's kinks are different. Everybody's into different things.
I guess I'm trying to understand where the kink comes in, because
That
usually
is the
the
kink.
kink comes in.
So
The submission is the kink.
If you really want me to, get into that in your
The
life,
submission, the submission
It
is the
is.
kink.
It is. And some
So the
women don't have
submission
it,
is
but
the
the husbands
king.
that do
Correct.
have it and they want to be dominant, or they think they want to be dominant because they don't know what it means. They want their wives to submit in the way that we're talking about, and it's not the same thing.
Correct.
So it's
And
a
again,
power
we're-
trip for your man, in a sense.
Correct.
And you're playing the role. So it's a role play
kind of
for a situation where
That's
the
it.
man is the king,
Correct.
and you're not even the queen, but you're like the villager or
subject.
something. A subject.
No, it's more like the man is the daddy dom. He's a daddy dominant, and she's the little sub. She.
You're a
Oh, that
child.
sounds. Ooh,
She.
girl.
I don't like that either. That's
I
even
don't like
worse.
that daddy and that
Little
little.
sub, but tell me if I'm wrong.
Is
I
that
mean,
why your profile picture
You're
has
right
the
so
daddy and
far.
the little?
So little sub, she says I'm right so far, so I'm gonna keep going. So the fact that she's got little before sub, that's a different context of this whole lifestyle.
Yeah, and honestly, I wouldn't mind. Like, I don't want to get into that part. I really don't.
Well,
Okay,
I
we
can
don't have to talk
Google
about
it.
it, but I'm gonna
I
explain
can
it to them.
Google it.
You don't have to disclose your lifestyle. I'm just
Yeah.
gonna explain to them that aspect of it. So the little part is people who that's like an age play thing where
Oh!
Yes,
Well, you're
that's
pretending
like-
to be prepubescent,
No,
not necessarily diapers or anything crazy like that.
but you're
just
pretending
the
to be
immaturity.
underage.
The
No,
immaturity of being the little sub with a daddy dom who protects you and takes care of
That is
everything.
some
You have
sick,
no worries.
sick,
You don't have to
sick.
ask questions. I can give you my whole check because you take care of me, and not me personally. I'm just.
Oh,
this is
I
how it
understand
is.
exactly what you're saying.
I
Okay.
can give you my whole check because I know that I trust and know that you're gonna provide all of my needs. If I
Oh,
need
so you're-
$200 back or something, I know you're
Right.
gonna give that a good dom.
Because
and
you're
this dynamic-
daddy. You're my daddy.
So you're being a good little girl for daddy.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Okay, now I understand. Okay.
Well,
That makes a lot more sense.
And that's why
No,
men
I
also like it. All daddies are like
no,
too.
I gotta stop you right there because there's a whole different thing when you're talking about age
You
play.
said,
you're
duh,
talking
I
about
had
age
no
play.
idea. I did not know we were
It's
age
totally,
playing.
totally different.
I mean,
So,
there's a
you
part
know-
of that to your dynamic, though, Lil. To be honest, I'm not
Yes,
degrading you because I am
absolutely,
open to
absolutely.
this entire. I'm a lifestyler. I'm curious about things, experience with things. I have friends.
So,
on
all right,
sorts
I'll
of
tell you
levels.
right now. I am a submissive brat. I am a middle. I am a masochist.
Okay.
So I am all those things.
Okay, so
My
all of
little
our kinks
part,
are
my
there.
little, I'm going to tell you what I am. As far as my little and middle part, there's no sexual aspect of it in that part. That
No,
is
it's
just
never
basically-
supposed to be. That's where he brings
No.
her stuffed animals.
Right,
or-
and that's what I want to make clear because right away you'll get people thinking.
No,
oh,
it's
so
not a pedo thing. It's a he
yeah,
brings her
not at
colored
all.
books
Not
or
at
her
all.
favorite
Not at
little
all.
snack or the things you would bring your little daughter if she asked. And Daddy,
That's
can you bring
that still to me would still fall under that branding. If
Yeah,
you
it's
gotta
swimming
pretend
on
to
a
be a little
fantasy that you
girl,
can't-
I get
Yeah, I think
again. I'm trying my
that's
best not
a
to be
dangerous
judgmental, but
Not
it's hard.
necessarily. It's more of the caretaking. It's the
Right.
caretaking
He's
part of
he's
it.
gonna make sure all of her needs are met like a dad
Well,
would. He's not gonna.
Like a husband would. Husbands do that too. Without you having to pretend to be a little girl.
My dad has always done better for me than my husband. Not daddy Dom, but my
And
actual
daddy's
dad.
taking your check. That makes it even worse.
That's why this is why
my actual dad was a good man. He was a good man, Savannah.
Okay, see now where my dad was not.
Oh, she's bad,
man, I don't know the man. But what as far as with age regression for me, it's just I'll do things like I don't know, I like to color. I'll sit there and color, and I like things like that. Yeah.
Okay, I have a question, and this may be too deep, and if you don't want to answer, feel free to not answer. But I'm going to ask it anyway. Did you experience any form of abuse growing up as a child?
Not as a child, no. I was in a very vanilla relationship. I will highlight here. I was in a very, very abusive vanilla marriage years and years ago, but not as a child. Absolutely not. Except that my dad left. But
Oh, so that would be the rationale for wanting this daddy dynamic.
Listen, I don't use kink as therapy. It's therapeutic, but I don't use it as therapy.
See, this is where we get disingenuous, and this is why we saying it's dangerous, because y'all don't want this. Again, back to my original point, it's the honesty factor, right? When you're with your partner, you need to be honest with them and feel like you can't have, or they're not going to have judgment.
It is kink.
Right?
We understand that it is kink, but there's a root to this
my
kink.
partner knows everything and anything.
I agree. No, yes. Okay. Now we can get to my
now we're getting somewhere.
Discussion. With all of that, right? Again, we go back to how we grew up, what we grew up around, who we are when we first got here in the world as a person.
Okay,
anyway,
90,
right? But
I
then
need you to become one of my
this is
TikTok
why
friends
I will say I can appreciate, and I would much rather a grown ass man doing age play with a grown ass woman who can understand it and that wants to do it than with a fucking child. And that's the only reason why I will say, okay, if that's what y'all want to do that. Because like if you think about it, I like what I don't agree in the normal natural sense of it. It is definitely, that's crazy as fuck.
Hey, now you just losing the language again, Dazzle.
I'm sorry. I need to be checked one time.
I'm gonna get a swear jar going on you in a minute.
But it's like if you can't be honest about that's what it is, because so what I'm gonna
To
say
me, that
is,
makes
again,
a lot more sense.
When people talk and I listen to them and people say stuff, they don't hear it because they're not really understanding. So even earlier with that whole racial conversation, we're having the same conversation now to another lady that
It is, Mooney, very problematic. Age play?
If you're sitting here and you're gonna say like, because like for me, I can honestly say I love being taken care of. That's as a person, right?
Everybody does.
In your life, if you grew up as a woman without your father and you're looking for that behavior from a man and you enter a relationship, it don't matter if you're wearing a collar or not. There's going to be certain behaviors and certain dynamics within that relationship to say, I'm doing this, like I'm paying all the bills, I'm doing all these things, I'm blah, 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 and some women like that. Whereas there are other women who are saying, we understand that, but we don't like that. Like we're not into that. So the problem is that, again, to my original point, people are getting married or into a relationship with people not being honest about their issues or the things that could be issues or the things that they like or desire or want to do. And then they get into these marriages and that, again, divorce, complications.
No, age play and regression are the same.
I agree with you from the beginning. I said in any relationship, you have to be completely honest. Like, so for me, like, it's just, he gives me a space to be who I want to be.
A little girl.
No, no matter what it is, no matter what I'm feeling at that moment.
So who decided? So I mean, whose desire
was it? You can get
it?
that in a regular relationship is the point, and so
No, she can't get that in a relationship with me. I know. I don't want you acting like a little girl. I want you to be a grown woman.
What I'm saying is you can get. There's a man out here that will do all the things you're saying without even requiring the collar. Is what we're saying, and so what we're saying is that, because those two things exist, don't try to mix the two without being honest about the foundation of it, if that's what you're gonna do. But don't sit out here and say it's Christianity to just automatically do that because you're a Christian. That's what I don't know.
I think the girl with the Christianity and mixing the two, like back, I'm older. I'm a Generation Xer, so my grandmother and in church, I was raised like there's a Corinthians verse where your duty is to give your husband, you're supposed to do that. You're supposed to satisfy your partner. That's like
how old are you?
She's a Gen Xer.
I mean, just from that era, like it's in the Bible though. Like it's 1 Corinthians something. I forget which one. But it's in there. And older folks.
If I was made by a man, by a God or somebody somebody who loves me, who wants me to have my free will.
But here's the thing about that: if you're going to say that, then you're also now justifying marital grape. Because if you're supposed to give yourself to your husband, and your husband and you don't feel like it, and he says, "Oh, you're going to do it anyway," that's in 2025. That's great. But if you're but you're using that to say,
I had an aunt that
when you say you're older, that's why you go by this.
I don't go by it. What I'm saying is the girl on the channel who's trying to mix the marriage aspect with this lifestyle, with the submission part of it. I had an aunt who had a husband that was, raping inside the marriage, and the pastor told her that brought this Bible verse and said that it was her duty to give him that. So it wasn't great. They're basically telling
why
her
people think religion hinders women and this is exactly why, because religion is very widely used.
You're not gonna put that on God, boo.
Oh, come on now, punch it. Come through, punch, girl. Come on, punch through, girl.
I was just trying to rationalize why this woman has put her submissive.
Let me clearly explain the scripture.
Hold on. We're gonna let Punchy come through. She hasn't spoken.
I say, let me clearly explain the scripture. The scripture says to render your marital due at an agreed upon time.
Agreed.
Actually, it's saying, and actually, Paul in that chapter was encouraging people not to be married at all, to be like him, so that they could worship God. Without having to see about their wife, see about their husband first before God. But it definitely says that you have to render your marital due, or you will make your partner a subject for the devil. And I think we can all understand that with common sense. That just means you want to regularly make sure you're taking care of your partner's needs. It don't say nothing about no collars, no financial abuse.
Right. But that's it. That's what we use in our community as a child. So who is anybody else to judge us?
Right.
Yeah. No, about judging you.
We're not talking about you. We're talking about this woman that's trying to make this Christian.
And she specifically says that she uses it for so and so and so and so reason. So why is anybody taking?
You're in the community. You're in that community. Here's what I think is happening, right? And this is again with the racial conversation, right? You're into that community, you have been, so you're educated, you understand the experience, you know the knowledge about it, right? What we're saying is that to throw that knowledge out and not give the precursors of what is all being shared is dangerous. That's all we're saying. We're not saying you're wrong. We agree with you. Do what you want to do with your partner.
I agree with you, but everybody's jumping. Now listen, I know there was two ones. There was one like the princess treatment lady and then the day collar. I think you're talking about the day collar one. She specifically says, we talked about this. Me and my husband discussed this. That is consent right there. That is consensual.
But that's not.
So why is everybody making it look like, oh, she just came up with this collar and been like, oh, this is what I'm gonna. That's not
because that was video. That was several videos after the one that went viral.
Okay, all right. Listen, sometimes people do things and they're corrected and they change their mistake. I understand what you're saying, and that's why in our community we try to. Oh my God, try so hard to preach, educate. Look, before I decided to get into this thing, I took 2 years. 2 years to educate myself because I didn't want, I didn't know what I was doing. I knew what I wanted, but I didn't know what I was doing and how to go about it. You need to educate yourself. You need to do that. And if you're going to put content out there, yes, you have to talk about the good, the bad, the ugly, the blood, sweat, and tears it takes to achieve something like this. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna sit here. I'm very proud of my relationship. I'm very proud of my lifestyle. I'm very proud of all of that, but I'm not going to tell somebody else that's how they should do it. Everybody's different, and if that's how she
confused as I was when we started.
And that's what makes her happy, then, and the thing is we get upset because here I am and, we're bringing up the age regression and everybody's making well, that's fucked up. You're kink shaming me. So who the hell is anybody to judge me on what makes me happy?
No,
I'm not hurting nobody. I'm not.
Again, the same conversation from earlier. You're missing the point.
You're not hurting anybody, but you you have to understand how problematic that becomes.
How's it problematic? It's in my house, my home, with my family. How's it
Correct.
problematic?
With your man who clearly has an affinity for you. So if he can play with you, what would stop him from going out there and getting the real thing?
He's not. He doesn't. We don't play. When I'm in middle space, I'm going to close down. When I'm in, we don't do anything. That is not a sexual thing for us. That is very personal to me. It has nothing to do. He just allows me to do that.
That doesn't turn him on.
Like
That don't turn him on in the least bit. How do you know that doesn't turn him on? How do you know that doesn't turn him on?
Well, I mean, I think I know things that turn him on, and he doesn't really.
9 times out of 10, it doesn't.
That is
it's not a
my
sexual
personal.
thing.
That is my personal time. I take myself. I don't. That's what I was just saying. Mooney was in here, and she said age play is
problematic, and that's riding along.
I do. Again, this is why we try to say, if you don't know the lifestyle, don't talk about it.
I can talk about whatever I want.
No, but I mean, but you're saying the wrong thing. You keep saying
you've been contradicting yourself for the last hour, and you call yourself well educated. It doesn't matter. My point is, you've been. I've shown that you contradicted yourself over the last last hour 6 or 7 times.
I didn't contradict myself.
You've been contradicting yourself. You've been contradicting yourself. You give a definition and then you spiral all around it. Where by the time you get done, the word no longer even means what you said it means.
Tell me exactly what
do we have to go back?
I think, guys, you guys.
My relationship, what goes in my relationship. Right. How is that? I'm giving you the basics of what it means and then telling you, but in my relationship, this is how I do it and what works for me. So how am I in any way, shape, or form contradicting myself?
Right. Let's not forget, guys, that her relationship is a kink. It's meant to be bizarre.
Absolutely.
And it's meant to be their thing. It's
I am
other.
24/7. I am my lifestyle is not just
It's not 24/7 because you go to work. It's not even 24/7 because you go to work.
It's not
the norm. A lot of people in the kink community work.
That's not the point. You say you're a submissive 24/7. How are you available 24/7 if you got to go to work?
What do you mean? How am I?
You're a part time. That's not 24/7.
And he's not also. He works too. So what the hell? I can't.
Even if he works, he should be able to hit that phone and call you because you're available 24/7. That's what 24/7 means. You see how the words don't even match up with what you're saying. You might be available 18 hours, but you got to work. That's not 24/7.
So yeah, just nobody out there.
I think it's impossible to explain a kink because it just goes against the very nature of the word itself.
No.
That's like me saying I love my husband to rub peanut butter all over me and eat it before we have sex. Like,
no, that's easy to explain. You just explained
that
it.
if you're not into
You just explained it.
But I mean, it might be gross to
It's
other
gross
people.
to us, but you explained it. You explained. She's not explaining.
So let me try to do better for a second because, like, yeah, the little and the brat and whatever, those are like, she can be immature, she can be childlike, she doesn't have to be an adult. He's the adult.
That's the problem I have with it.
That's it's not sexual and it's not.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Why do you have a problem?
The reason why I have a problem with it is because you can have a kink, you can have a fetish, you can have a preference, right? That's all fine and dandy. When people have a fetish or their kink works out to being a little brat, a little girl for daddy, a little anything, it gives us, the listeners, the creepers, because it makes us wonder, is either of you exploring this kink outside of each other? And what does that mean? Hold on, because you're the one that's submitting and he's the dom.
Correct.
So you don't have any say so in what and how he explores his kink. Because if you're the adult and he has you submitted and he likes you to be his little whatever,
You have no say so.
how do you know that he isn't?
Can we pause for a second?
No,
Because there's a confusion because 9 times out of 10 doms, they don't necessarily prefer littles or brats because they want a submissive that's
But
going
hers
to
does.
Hers does. So
Not-
they
no,
help
he
out.
doesn't
So
prefer
they
it.
help out.
He agreed to that for her.
Right.
Whatever
But that's
their
what
agreement
that's
is,
you guys are
she
saying
earned her collar with that pretense that she could be her little girl and she could be her brat and he will tolerate it.
I'm sorry. If I'm married to my husband,
we do not agree to that dog collar getting on your title says collared, and I didn't mean to read you wrong, but just looking at the profile picture and little sub, I do like not etymology. That's the root word of submitting. And that's what a dog does to a human. That's why he's on the leash. That's why he follows the human's commands. And I don't know if, let me just ask you this. Is it true that y'all have like a real relationship with dogs? Because even with the police and the dogs, like y'all just really them
with dogs?
The fact that you want to be one with a collar on.
We don't want to be dogs.
That's foul.
The collar is a symbol.
That's not
Listen,
a
I
line.
don't care.
That's
like,
a
I don't,
reach.
if you
How
guys
is
want
that
to
a
ask me
reach? You wanna be
questions, I am more.
That's
I am
not a
more than
line.
happy to answer
you
questions,
can
but
be
you aren't gonna get.
respectful. No one has mentioned animals.
Correct. We're
Yeah,
gonna.
yeah.
No.
On her page says she loves animals. Y'all not doing your research.
No, I'm dropping. No, I'm gonna.
Marquise, with all
No, I'm
Marquise.
sorry. No, let me apologize for that. I dropped her. That's out of line.
Yeah, because not for nothing, it's even going on.
BCN.
Not for
Now
nothing.
we've been on this. We've been on this live 6-7 hours. Nobody has mentioned bestiality whatsoever.
And Marquise,
We're
not
not
for
gonna go
nothing,
there.
it's even
We're
going
not
on
gonna
in
do
your
that.
comments, but I'm willing, I'm putting my life out here to try to explain to
That
people.
was disrespectful.
It was disrespect. That was disrespectful, and I dropped
And
it.
I'm getting disrespected left and right. And that's why
No, that was
people that are
disrespectful.
involved
We
in
agree.
this stay to ourselves and we stay within our community. This is the exact reason why, because people that don't understand judge right away. Instead of asking and just saying, hey, what is this? What is this? What does this mean? Out of curiosity, it's always judgment. And I'm getting in your comments too, when people have no idea what they're talking about.
Well, I am judging this lady because she brought Jesus
Yeah,
in
no,
too.
I will
I'm not
apologize
judging
on
you,
behalf
but
of
I am
whoever
judging
this
her
young
because she
lady
brought
is that
Jesus
said
in.
that.
Yeah, and the collar isn't about being walked like I mean, there's levels to this. So I know some women who
There are.
enjoy public
Yeah.
what is that public they like to be degraded in public, so having the collar and getting all fours and being walked down the street is a kink for them. That's not what she's got going on. And the lady on the internet, I don't believe she's doing that, but the collar, wearing the collar, a day collar, is a representation that you are owned. You are already somebody's property. So if somebody, just like a wedding ring shows that you're married, you're not available for marriage. The day collar shows that you are already collared and owned by somebody, and you're not available to be a submissive to anybody else.
Right, and I totally understand the nature of your
a
thing.
ring. You can have a ring and you can also wear a collar at the same time. You can have a ring and not have a collar. You can have a collar and not have a ring. That's
And
all
you
we're
can
saying
have a
right
ring and be married to your husband and have a collar, and your dom is not your husband.
Oh no, that's
I know
not.
that's the point.
That's not.
That's the point.
That's not. Man, that's not
the
biblical
point.
marriage.
No.
That's not
No,
biblical
that's-
marriage.
I'm just
That is an
telling you.
affair, ma'am. That's
There's so
not.
many
Right.
levels, and no,
That is-
because in that lifestyle, the husband is aware that his wife needs a dom for whatever reason. Like
No, ma'am.
everybody's on board and
No, ma'am.
everybody agrees. And yeah, I mean, it's not illegal.
No, ma'am. We're not gonna do
Marriage
that.
is probably
We're not
legal
gonna do
on
that.
paper, but it's
We're-
not
we're-
under God's.
We're talking about Jesus. When you talk about Jesus, you got to separate them two things. When you screwing other men, that is not of God.
I was
Okay.
just explaining
Now,
how it works because
that's
they
fine,
both
but no,
represent different things.
no, it isn't. No, marriage means the same thing to everybody.
No, I mean
in
the
Christian
wedding
faith.
ring and the collar. So like if
No, we don't
she's
do that.
engaged, she's not married yet. So she's probably got an engagement ring, and her dom is her fiance. But if she was engaged to somebody else and she already had a dom she'd been dealing with for years, who allowed her to get
Good one,
engaged,
Punchy.
like that's real.
Hold
That
on, I
happens
like.
in that
Wait a
lifestyle.
minute, I like this.
Oh
Punchy.
yeah, I know.
Hold on, we-
Yeah, the point
Hold on,
is y'all are not telling those insider tips. Y'all are telling the just overall of doing the thing and not saying the insider tip.
Hold on,
That's
just a
the
second.
problem.
She had something to say.
Hold on, just a second. I want Punchy to come through with this. That was beautifully said. Both people wear a ring in a wedding. Only this woman is wearing a collar.
That's good.
Come on, Punchy. Come on, just turn that mic on. I'm gonna let you have the flow because you handling it. You handling business tonight. Go ahead.
You can't
you can't equate them two things.
Because
There are
people
collars, man.
people also wear red and white.
Right,
There-
that's see what
But
I mean.
only
That's
one can wear the
exactly what I mean.
collar.
There are
There-
relationships where the guy will wear a
But
collar.
there's
and
only
some
one
people
that can wear the
don't know what
collar.
we're talking about.
There's only
Somebody-
there's
She
only
said-
one
he
that
said
can wear the
he would wear
collar.
it too.
There's only one that can wear the collar, right or wrong.
No, that's not true. No.
There's
Maybe
a
not.
dome and a sub. There's a dome and a
It's up
sub.
to your specific dynamic. Some people, they both wear it. Some people, one person does. It's up to you and your relationship. Kink is customizable. Everyone is different. Nobody does anything the same.
A switch would wear a switch. Okay, so in a switch relationship, right? They could both decide to wear a collar. I got you. A point that is being made right now. That is the point that we keep trying to get through, and it keep getting glossed over.
Right.
You don't. All the things that you're getting out of your relationship. You saying you can stay home in color or be free to do and act how be you. You can get all that from somebody that doesn't want you to actually wear the collar. The problem is, again, going out and putting and saying that this certain type of lifestyle is in the same realm, or it should
Come on now.
automatically be given as
A Christian
as when you
marriage.
get a marriage with a man, or even hold up, or even to just a man that is doing those traits. Just because a man is doing that doesn't mean that he's going to be the best dom for you, right?
No,
So my thing
no,
is
but
this
you're
again. Again, it comes down to the fact of when you get into a relationship with somebody, whether it's that type with the kink and all that, or if it's just a marriage or any relationship, right? What I said earlier is still going to stand. You need to be able to be honest with your partner about your desires, what you need, what you want, because this is what happens. And this is why we start bringing up what that lady said, how like, oh, your dom might be outside of your marriage. You shouldn't even like your dom. If you wanted a dom, y'all should have got married because you're already in that dynamic. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, why would you go marry somebody else that's not in that dynamic? So to cross over the two, this is where the problem is coming in, because y'all trying to cross over the two when you can have either or and still not be married. But you can have either or and be married. So it's not about the marriage. The problem is you're telling people who are not, like, you're okay with what you do because you know yourself. Like you said, you have to know yourself before you decide that these are the things that you want. But for people who are coming up into these relationships and they are not clear, again, because they're not getting those insider tips. They're getting, the overall brushstroke of the painting, and it's beautiful and it's great because I get to do this, this, and this. But there's no underlying tips of what this means and possibly how this came about, i.e., it does come about for some people within their childhood. For some, it comes out by what they went through and growing up in their life, even in college, or from them going to work and being high-powered jobs or low jobs, whatever it is. It can happen. You can develop that type of desire from multiple things without it being related to just you got married or just you want somebody to accept you for who you are. You can have those things without feeling like, I gotta wear this collar and whatever he says I have to do. And that's the part that's dangerous. And this is the part that's dangerous is because with these, wait a second, you have a trust there with your partner. You think that you think you can trust your partner to that level, right? But there's been many cases where some women don't, they think they can trust their partner and their partner is not listening to them. So for a woman that likes to be tied up, right? You have a safe word. Everybody you got a safe word in any kind of dynamic, like situation, right? The safe word is no. But the problem is that what happens when you're in a position to not physically how do you say, like you yourself are not physically able to enforce your no, and somebody is not listening to you. Everybody does not deserve or should not be in those type of dynamics, whether you desire to or not. And that is our point.
You're never in that position. You're never in that position. If you're doing some more,
but you can be if you're misinformed and don't have the insider tips. That's what all
right,
that's
and that's
all we're
why
saying.
you should not. That's why I'm saying you should not do this or get in this type of. And I'm just talking on the dom sub relation. You should not in the kink community. Period. You should not get involved without the proper education. Period.
And here's my thing. I have a question. Are we out in public being kinky? Because if we are, that's the problem for me. Like,
Well, what do you mean? You think I'm walking down the street? No, I mean, I
They're
wear my.
they are wearing the.
I'm new to this. I'm first time hearing some of these terms in this conversation, so I'm just questioning. So
Yes, they're wearing the collars in public.
Yes, I wear my day collars 24/7.
Yes.
If you can see, you can't really see them in my picture that well, but you would not. It's not. It's just a necklace. That's all it is.
So do you?
Is it to be seen? You said you can't see it in the picture. Can I ask a question? Is it to be seen? You said you can't see it in the picture. So
in the picture, it's just the way the picture is. You could see. Well, you could go on my profile and you see I don't hide a damn thing. I love my collars and I'm very proud of them. I don't hide them so people can't see them. They're there. And
my question is like, I don't have a problem with people's sexual desires or whatever, but I'm just saying, like, do the whole world have to know that you're kinky? I mean, like I don't feel like the whole world needs to know that you are kinky. That's between you and your partner. It's just my personal opinion, or anyone who's in that day collar thing. It's just my opinion, you know. I feel why do we need to know that you're into that? Like, we don't care.
And we don't. It's not the whole world. If you look at them, I'm telling you, unless you know what they are, you're not going to know that's what it is.
Oh, we all know.
You're not going to know.
We all know.
But people who do know,
I'm sure we'll know.
Can I raise a point?
If I want to walk around wearing my day collars, okay? If I'm walking around, and I do, and I wear my day collars, I never take them off. I haven't took them off for a year, okay? I wear my day collars all the time. Why is it who cares? Who cares?
Because
I know what it's for. Other people know. If you know, you know. It's one of them things. If you don't, great. But why is everybody so involved in everybody else's?
I'm glad you said that. Because
she invited us into their relationship.
Let me finish. 9 times out of 10, a little kid isn't looking at my neck and knowing what it is.
Oh, when you put it out there, of course, questions are going to be.
They know now.
I don't understand why people say who cares, but they put it out there.
Correct.
They put it out there for questions to be raised on this.
No, because
people don't know. They're going to ask
nobody's going to look at my neck, or 9 times out of 10 look at a day collar, and unless you know what it is, you're not going to know that's what it is.
We know now.
What I'm saying to you is, when people put it out there, and this might be.
Look at that girl's day collar. It's a little circle on a gold chain. It's
correct.
AT head.
We know now.
Walk it down the street. Unless you know that's a day collar, you are not going to know. And I don't care what anybody says.
Of course, who cares? But when you put it out there, it's going to be questioned by people that don't understand. You're saying who cares? You put it out there.
Yeah, we know now.
That's fine. You can have. Listen, you can have questions. Like, I'm out here and I'm putting myself out there.
I really don't care.
Out there being asked. You know what I mean? I'm not voluntarily. If you're going to put, if you're going to put this type of dynamic or this type of lifestyle out there,
some of them look regular. There's some that are a lot more elaborate.
Yeah, but you.
My thing is this: if my person could buy me a diamond necklace, and I could wear the diamond necklace and not have it look like even look like a collar, right? So my thing is this: you're saying it doesn't matter. Nobody should care because that's what you and your person are doing, and we're showing right now, and we're telling people there's questions that are going to be asked, right? So my thing is this: if you go out in the world wearing your day collar or whatever, which is fine, I don't care. Do what you're going to do. The thing is, like, if people are going, like what she said, people are going to have questions, number one. But you're basically saying that you don't need to wear the collar. You're wearing because you want to wear it, right? But then if you want to wear it, you can't also in the same breath be upset that people are irritated with the fact that, like, you're basically saying all the things in your relationship that you got with that collar. Whereas, like, somebody else is saying all the things you got in that relationship, I got with my ring. Whereas somebody else is saying, I got all these things, but I didn't need a ring or the collar. So to say that, oh, my husband gets this of me because he married me, is telling a whole population of people that, hey, any husband, y'all should be looking for this because now, because I married her, I got this too. And that's not what's happening. What's happening is they already were into that shit before they got married, and they probably, brought it out into society, and now, sorry, my language, and now it's coming back around and out.
Normally people don't get caught. So the same thing with a relationship where they use a ring. You're with the person for a while and then you get engaged, you get the ring. It's pretty much the same thing with a day collar. There's really no difference. That's the thing. There's no difference. You don't right away get collared. Just like you're
But
not.
when I said that earlier, you were trying to tell me that I was incorrect. So that's all I'm saying.
So you've been with him a year. You've been with him for a year. How many? That's 12 months. How many months was it before you got a collar?
3.
So it only took 3 months.
90 days.
Yep.
That's
He
amazing.
was on a 90-day probationary period, it looks like.
Yep.
Shoot, I need to tell my husband he need to be my dom. I'm missing something.
You are. I tell people.
I'm missing something.
And we're gonna be out here.
It might seem like you gotta remember. I went into this. You got to remember something. It might seem like a short time to you, but I went in this knowing what I wanted, knowing what I was looking for. I knew exactly what I wanted, what I was looking for. There was no hesitation about it. I mean, I gave up pretty much dating and everything until I knew exactly.
Is he older than you?
He got to be.
No, we're the same age.
You said you're 47. He's 47.
I'm 48. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I mean, like
Does he have children?
No, neither one of us have kids.
Oh wow.
Well, good. Praise God.
Well, why is it good? Praise God.
Praise God.
Why is it good? Praise God.
I mean, because we
opinion, like everybody has their own opinion.
The children that are involved in this craziness, honestly.
You don't love your kid. You don't. It's not like this.
What she's saying, we call it craziness.
We're out of the bedroom. It's not like when we're out of when you're in a 24/7 DS dynamic, you don't sit there. You're not walking around. He's not walking around with like.
As someone who has a child,
you don't do that in front of kids. You don't do that in front of kids.
As someone who has a child, I can speak for the child or children having community.
Mm-hmm.
And the first thing children inherit from you are your beliefs.
Yep.
And it's
I'm
really hard. It's really hard. You can try. Kids are very smart.
Very.
And very intuitive because they run off of energy. They don't have the facts yet because they're young. So they trust their energy.
Right.
And they trust the energy of their environment and that of their parents. It's the only thing. It's their survival instinct. It's how they communicate and interact with the world around them. Because like I said, they have no facts. They're new here. So I'm telling you that expression that Marquise and myself made was because it was a relief to hear that you guys had no children.
Right.
You know, no judgment, but
okay. So what would they literally see? What do you think they'd be seeing?
Everything.
No, you're wrong.
Everything.
You're wrong. What is everything? What is everything?
They look at how you interact. You don't think that your children or his children would see that you submitted to him and how you did it? You don't think they would observe?
Can I get a call?
No.
You don't think so you really think that a child that spends 24 hours, if they're young, a child that spends a great amount of their time living out
No,
I don't think you're honestly making any sense because
because you're not a mom or a dad.
Right.
So
Okay,
you have no idea. Listen, you are in an arena that and you have no idea what you're talking about. Respectfully, you have no children. Your mom
I'm
has no
confused
children.
because you're saying what exactly is it you're saying don't see you submit to him? What do you see in submission?
And I'm trying to answer you.
I'm sorry. What do you
Children, okay.
Maybe I can help.
Let me try to explain it to you. Children model behavior.
Yes.
And what kind of behavior do you think we have?
The children would be modeling subconsciously whatever interactions that go on between you and him. And I'm not talking about sexually, if that's what you mean. They watch how you love each other. They watch how you engage.
Correct.
They watch how you communicate.
Which is all normal,
and they
like you
model
would know.
everything.
Honestly, little sub, the life that you live, your children absolutely would know.
They would know.
It's so funny that
you're coloring as their mother. I mean, coloring with your kids isn't a bad thing, but the life that you live and how you live it and the level of submission, it's not just being a submitted, devoted wife under a Christian context. It's the level that you're living. And your children absolutely would. Unless you are living it under the context that we're turning it on and off, in the appropriate times.
Well,
Which-
I
which
tried
isn't
to, I
full
tried
submission.
to, I tried
Correct.
to explain that earlier, that when I am in middle time, that is me personally. That is me by myself. I pretty much am alone in my own little world there. I wouldn't
And if
take
you were
that out
that
to my
part
kids.
too, if you have to be alone in your own little
That's
world,
what
if you have
I said
children,
earlier. So like
right?
my
But if
kids
you had
would
children,
see
where would they
there's
be?
nothing
They
for
would
them to
be
see.
alone in their own little world while you're in your little world.
I'm
Hence
gonna
why
tell you
everybody
something.
Well, I
we're
wouldn't-
happy. There's no kids involved.
And let me tell you something. If you have children, they're going to be around you 24/7. There's no.
I mean,
break.
I don't know. I
And
don't
even
see.
even after 18, there's still
For
no
the
break.
first portion of their life,
There
they
are.
are.
So,
Look
like,
at
what do you
neither one
think?
of them
Do you think
decided
that
to have
people in
anything.
a lifestyle do not have kids?
When you hear mothers
A
complain,
lot of them have kids, and a lot of them are leading. You guys need to go watch like Peach and Crest. That's who you need to go watch. Who have kids? Who their kids have? They just look at it as their parents have a healthy relationship. You're taking it like.
No.
Yes,
Let me
yes,
tell you something.
yes.
Listen.
Yes.
No, ma'am. What you call healthy doesn't necessarily mean that it's healthy for the children.
Amen.
Okay,
But
children
there's nothing
have
fancy
a
that's
blank
not
slate.
the norm.
I'm trying to explain it to you. Children have a blank slate, right? And they should be treated with the utmost reverence because every and anything that you do affects them. To be a parent, you can either make or break a person. That power is in your hands.
Correct.
Do with it as you will, but just understand that person will be made or they would be broken. And that's on you, irregardless of the choices that you make. When we're telling you the people who have had children and are raising them, what we're telling you is that they model behavior because they go off of energy. They go off of frequency, not what you say. Not
Right,
what you
but
do.
what I'm
How
saying to
you
you is
do.
when all they're seeing is, it's not like you see. It's if you would see a normal relationship. You don't see different.
It's normal for you.
It's
but
normal.
it's not
There's nothing
normal for
different.
them.
What is it that I do so differently? That's what I'm saying.
You're in a sub dom relationship.
Yes, I am.
Totally different.
And to have children in a home where that's the exchange, that's the frequency that they're around, which is what they embody. That's all we're telling you. Children absorb your energy. You cannot be. You think when you think your kids are not watching, they watch. They hear. They observe. From the way that I hug my husband, my daughter hugs me that way. The way I kiss my husband, my daughter tries to kiss me that way. We didn't teach her that.
No.
We didn't teach her that.
I just want to throw this out there. Hold on. Can I just say this? I have a friend who's a lifestyler, who's submissive, and the dynamic, they have children, and it's not sexual weird stuff in front of the kids. However, you made me think of it like what the kids absorb. She's treated like a child. So the children don't respect her as a mother. She's basically an equal to them. They don't respect her because the Dom dad, he makes all the decisions and rules. I just thought about that while you guys were talking, like, wait, the kids. And I was like, oh my God, right? And how she's treated like she's the elder sister or something. She doesn't have a motherly role in the relationship. I just realized that.
That's why we were all relieved. It's not because we judge you.
But see,
we were relieved for the children because we as parents know exactly what it means to have a tiny human. And people who don't have one will never understand because the dynamic of your life changes the moment you bring that baby home. Everything that you do, everything that you are, everything that you believe in gets absorbed by that child. Whether you think they're looking or not, they're always looking, listening, and observing because you are God to them until they realize differently.
I'm sorry, Christy. There's a comment and said that friends me. No, baby, it's not. Honestly, I've never. I lifestyle parties. Yes, BDSM. I've never got into it. I have an interest in being in a safe space that would allow me that type of submission, but the safe space is way more important than the submission for me. I wish I could be in the position. Me and my man still struggle with power. You know, I was raised very independent, and there's still power struggles in our relationship where I could never bow down to that level of absolutely not. My mouth is way too out of order. Absolutely not. I don't take no for an answer. There's no way. I can't.
And I say that without judgment. I just was trying to make a point when we
No,
exhaled
absolutely. And I
and we were
appreciate
relieved.
everybody's,
It really was because we saw ourselves in your situation trying to raise good people, and not saying that you guys are bad people, but there's a lot that to have young children requires a lot of filtering. And I don't see how you could filter your words effectively if you're playing a role and then you're also playing a role to them, which is parent. You know, so when does it switch off from sub to parent? And which role are they observing or connecting or modeling? That's all it was.
I mean, could you be, and I'm generally asking, because you're right, I don't have kids. Could you be a submissive to your partner and a mother to your children? Couldn't you separate the two?
I mean, it's
not.
not.
I don't see how that's.
I think healthy submission in a marriage is one thing, but the level of submission that comes with this type of lifestyle is
different. I was gonna say
it's a different level of submission, and not my type of submit. And children shouldn't be involved in that. And the friend I know, like she doesn't have a day collar that she wears, you know what I mean? However, that too plus, before this woman went on the internet showing you guys what a day collar was, like now pay attention, and when you're out in public, this lifestyle is very prevalent. These people have been wearing day collars long before she admitted to it. She just exposed it. This isn't a new concept.
Yeah, you know what? You're right too, because I couldn't understand at the beginning when everybody was like doing posts about it. I was like, why is everybody acting like this is so new? Like, this has been around for a very long time. I couldn't understand.
Because what you guys are picturing, like the dog collar thing or whatever, that's referenced as a play collar. And that would be something that was only for the bedroom. The children wouldn't see that. That would be behind closed doors during their grown people time, right? But the day collar is a representation of the ownership that they wear so that other people in that lifestyle, if they see them, because just like people will see that you're an empath or they'll see that you're a certain type of person in public, in that lifestyle, that, you know, gardeners attract gardeners, you know, they attract other people in that lifestyle. And if you're property to your dom, you don't ever want to be propositioned, you know, it's to be known that you're already spoken for. Kind of in essence, like a wedding ring says that you're married. It says that you're in the lifestyle and you are already owned and belong to someone.
So is it fair to say that doing little subtleties like such things you just described is all just to maybe have a chance at more socialization within that community to like recognize each other and build on the community? Or what do you like? Because that's the only thing I could foresee. Like, that's the only thing I can see. Like, that's it. But it's like, I agree with what, I mean, I get it from that perspective, but that's what I think everybody is saying.
And then the dom chose her. There was a 90-day vetting period. She earned that collar. Just like a woman earns their wedding ring and you don't take it off. You're proud of your ring. Just like she said, I wear my collars and I'm proud of them. She earned them from him. He found her worthy enough to be his sub. Like, it's very complex and it's different for everybody. Like, I'm trying to give you guys the basic. You wanted the little, like, give us the little tool. Like, it's all different for all people. So, like, there's no, like, one general, but I'm trying to give you the basics, how it kind of works.
I understand.
Right, and like, you know, you want to say, you know, like your husband, and I'm just going because, you know, how you just said it, your husband chose you to be his wife.
And I also chose him
concept. The only difference is I'm kinky. You're not. That is it. That is
the difference is that his husband a level field where she's just as valued as him and they're equals. They're equal partners.
There's no sub and all of this sub and all
the dom sub, you're volunteering and willingly going in beneath him, and that's where you want to be. And I'm not judging you. You know,
no, I know you're not.
Why you want to be there? I get your mentality to it and why it works for you. It doesn't work for everybody. But just like monogamy works for some people and it doesn't work for everybody, right? Like there's different strokes for different folks.
Right.
Yep.
But she wants to be. She doesn't want to have to think about the light bill coming due or that's all him. All of that is him. She has none of the stresses of being an adult. Like, no, absolutely not.
Lose it. But wait. Lose every time. Keep saying that they're not, that you can have all of what y'all are talking about from a regular relationship or a regular marriage, or like not even be in a relationship and still get the same stuff. So the point is, don't attach don't attach a man giving a woman a collar to the level of submission she's supposed to give to him.
Right,
in a
and that's
marriage.
what that girl
Don't
was
equate
saying.
the three things. They're different things.
It's
That's
I
all we're
didn't like
saying.
that.
I don't care if you do
I
it or
think
you don't.
The traditional.
I think if she never wore the collar like this, it would totally this
I mean,
conversation.
she was wearing the
You know,
collar.
listen,
before
I'm
she
beyond the
explained
whole
it.
collar thing now. The collar, I could care less. You guys could wear superhero capes. I don't want to. But listen to this part. The part in the video that really triggered me
Come on.
is almost as the girl, the woman in the video is showing or advertising a correlation between being given this lifestyle as a result of her submission, and she's able to bask in her femininity, and as a result of that man giving her space, and space could mean what you're describing, the financial aspect, whatever, emotional, if that's available too, whatever he's giving her, right, her submission is representative of that. And then she decided to tie religion into it.
now.
So it's almost like she was an ad campaign for guys, look at me. This is what happens when you submit to a man who basically provides whatever space for you to
Come
be
on now.
or to reside or to rest in your femininity. And as a result, you can submit and have this lifestyle. See, no one goes 4, 5, 6 videos down.
Correct.
That rarely ever happens.
Correct.
Sometimes the first interaction is the only interaction. And the takeaway from that video is exactly what I explained. So then a woman says, well, gee, I need to do that. And it's rooted in Christianity too. I'm a Christian.
Come on now.
Maybe I'm doing something wrong. And that's the issue that we took with that video, because you're her friend, you know her, you can speak to her morals, you can speak to her character. We don't. We just got the video.
Correct.
That's all we have to go off of. And this lifestyle that she's presenting, and like I said, having her little ad campaign for, it's dysfunctional, in my opinion. It's very dysfunctional, especially for a young woman who doesn't know who she is yet, or hasn't found herself or found her mate or found her place. Something like that is very disturbing, very dysfunctional. It's false advertising. It's a scam, because every woman is not going to find what she has in their man. And every woman is not going to, a lot of them may find it, but a lot of them are also going to realize, wait, I don't want this. I thought I did, but I don't want this. Why is wanting this making any sense? I could do this for myself.
And again, that's where the danger comes in, because they get in a situation and now you got consent and safe words not being listened to because they feel a certain way about it. So I don't know. I just feel like that's where the danger is
It's
at.
clearly a kink, and it's meant to get your rocks off. That's how we say it in New York. You get your rocks off with whatever energy exchange, power trip
But
exchange.
instead of
that's
saying that,
going
that's
on.
the thing. Like, she should have, if she would have came on here and said, "Hey, I have this like thing, this kink or whatever," and and did her whole spiel, and then maybe shared some of the actual information on it, maybe. But to try to make it seem like the reason she went out and wanted to earn her collar for the man that chose to marry her was because they got married, like because he chose her to marry her, is crazy.
I have an epiphany.
That's
You
not
said
why
your
she got that
friend was
collar.
there
That's
also?
not why she got that collar. She could have gotten all the things from her husband without doing from another husband or that husband without doing all that. She wanted to do that, which is fine. But the premise is that this man wanted to marry me. He made me earn this collar to marry him. I'm gonna earn my collar and marry him and let him have full submission from me as his wife, and that's the end of the story because he chose to marry me. Some people get married and that is not what they want to do. Whether it's a woman or a man. So it's like, don't tell all people who want to get married that this is something that comes with that, or that is a requirement or a precipice or a premise for that. And that's what her video kind of came off as, which is what the problem is and what people are saying.
Which is what everyone's having a debate about. She could have easily said, you know what? Welcome to my kinky life.
Come
my
on now.
husband is my dom.
Yeah.
I'm his sob. And as a
That
result,
would've
blah,
went
blah,
viral
blah.
too.
Yeah.
Listen, we would have been, I'm here for it. Like, listen, you are in a kinky situation.
Yeah.
You do you. God bless you. I love your life. fine. But you give full disclosure so we understand what we're getting when we watch your video. But you're selling it as if what you have.
That's what I was about to say. And then she's acting like it's something that God approves.
Come on now.
Exactly.
That is not a godly marriage, you know. I mean, what God says is what he says about marriage. And we may not agree with what God says about marriage, and that's fine if you don't agree with what God says, but you can't be out here promoting the opposite of what God says about marriage. You know,
it's all these trad wives.
Deceiving. It's very deceiving. It's very deceiving. You know what I mean?
First of all, nobody even wants to be a trad wife. I don't know why they keep trying to sell this thing that no one's buying. We don't want your stale milk. We don't want your sour cheese. We don't want your old ass butter. If you want to be a trad wife, go churn your butter and go milk your cows and cut grass and feed your animals hay and or make cookies in a wedding gown. Whatever you want to do, you do that. But stop trying to sell us. You know, stop trying to sell this ideology that's an absolute fantasy. No one lives that way. No one with children.
No one.
And without a full-time staff, unless you have a nanny or two to grab your kids, a makeup team, a lighting crew, an editor after you film the video. You know what I mean? Someone to help you either run to the store and get the groceries for what you're gonna make while you breastfeed your newborn, which is all what's going on these different accounts. But we don't see that. We see this carefully curated, perfect little life.
Come on.
In a 1-minute video clip, and it's so inspiring that women aspire to be that when it's false. It's you know what it's like? It's like that Pioneer Woman magazine and Martha Stewart's magazine creating reels every day.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? This is their whole life is a magazine that represents that lifestyle. It's not real. It's edited. It's made up. It's make believe. It's like believing in Santa Claus in your 30s.
Oh well, we know that I mean, I'm just gonna go off Nora Smith. We know that the video is made in 2 minutes. But we can't hate on her that she does it. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not hating on her, but we have to be
I'm
careful.
not either.
We have to be careful because what is the actual?
And I would never want to. One thing I would never want to be something because I see.
What is the actual message?
And you may not be, Crystal, but you're speaking from a place of a 40-something-year-old woman.
Right.
You're not 18, 19, 20 still just learning life and trying to figure things out. There's no difference.
I see what you're saying. You're saying the video inspires other young people to do it, and it's not really reality.
Especially when you're rooting it in Christianity.
Right. I'm trying to figure out marriage and religion and Christianity.
Oh, we're talking about that today.
And then thinking that that's what it is.
Right. And a lot of them,
all the time. So.
And it's
a lot of these young girls.
It's not like
and she still got to work.
It's not like they're getting enough word or they're not reading the word for themselves to fully understand what the Bible is saying about marriage and relationships, about fornication. We don't even say that word anymore.
Come on now. They've normalized it so.
Intercourse. We don't say fornication because fornication hits different.
Oh, yeah.
The Bible has everything when it comes to lust and marriage, and he's very clear. He's very, very clear about what he means when it comes to union and marriage. And when you go out here and you go in your own beliefs, your own ideology, your own lust,
hold on, let me say something.
You can do that. You can do that. But it's very dangerous. Nowadays, as we have social media, it can get out there. It's very dangerous, like the woman was saying before on here, when you do that, because you're spreading deception and people who are not free thinkers or can think for themselves, think and haven't read the word so they can see what it is, will go out here and try it and do it and have no conscience of thinking I'm doing anything wrong because they don't know what the word is saying about marriage.
Right.
Absolutely.
And it's just like those children who are now the teenagers who are now in their very early 20s. And everyone was complaining that, oh, they have no work ethic. They don't want to work. Well, gee, I wonder why. Society sold them on the fact that they're influencers. They're their own brand. They don't want to work for anybody. They want to pose for the camera and they want to show up when they want to show up and get paid. We created these children and we say, oh, no, we didn't do it. We're not taking any responsibility. They're just lazy. Who showed them this idea? If you're 20, 10 years ago, Instagram was at its early inception.
Right.
So you grew up on the internet.
Right.
Anything that has to do with the social world is real life for them.
Correct.
My sister and I were just talking, and she said, you know, these kids are the loneliest kids I've ever seen. They have thousands of friends online, but no one in their lives.
Nope. Can't sit across from the
They
table.
don't get together.
Correct.
They don't call each other, but they're always on that screen. Tap, 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 tap. Who are they talking to?
Each other. They could be sitting next to each other and texting back and forth rather than looking each other in the face. That's how that's how rocky they got.
I saw that.
Oh, I've seen it in person.
And no social life, no social skills. And you know what? Likes on social media means more to them. Likes and followers means more to them than actual likes in real life.
And I have to piggyback off of what Christy was saying about how, because I was born in '79, right? So I lived through the '80s, '90s, to present, right?
Yep.
So I remember.
I'm an '80s baby.
Right. So
Oh
you
yeah.
guys know.
Oh yeah. I'm there with you. We were
when we were younger, right?
We were outside.
Right, and also the TV.
I was too.
After 10 o'clock, it was static. We also had a group of parents who fought for us. If that music was not appropriate, you had to put an 18 over. They fought over the music. They fought over TV shows. If the commercials was too pervert, they fought over everything. Remember those mothers? They were called MAD, I think. Not MAD, but they were the mothers who really cared about what we saw as children and how it was censored. Well, those women are no longer around. And we grew up in that. And so the reason why it's not so much censoring for our children is because we have became those mothers and fathers now. And we're not a lot of us are taking the charges they did to make these businesses screen that. We don't want to see that. You know what I mean? Yeah. And it's not a whole lot of that. Like, where is that organization? I don't know where they are anymore. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, we don't have that protection for our babies like we had that protection.
Absolutely.
Besides in our home.
They're exposed to everything. So even if you're raising your child, your ideas and your ideologies are basically outnumbered by whatever they're seeing on the internet. They call into question everything they're taught versus everything they've seen. And they've seen too much and they've heard too much at such a young age that it's warped their entire view, their entire mentality. Is very, very different. So this is why when we say things like, oh, we don't like this movement and we don't like, the call to action that Mooney was talking about. You can do this and you can do that and you can use sugar on yours, or you're speaking into their subconscious. You're speaking to their psyche. So now you have someone who is 22. Already they have no social skills. Already they grew up on the internet and they want to be Nara Smith. That frontal lobe is not issues.
That's what I was talking about. That's what I was talking about. So I understand what you're saying. You're talking about the younger.
Because this is who it's
I understand what you're saying.
That's who's going to be most.
Smith and
But she grew up on the farm.
She
grew up doing all those things. People have to understand. See, some people just see it and think, "Oh, wow," but she grew up like that. So then people get upset, like, because she's putting this content out that younger people are looking at and like, yeah, they want to be that. But because she grew up like that. I understand what you're saying there.
And see, I screen my children. I always have. My mother did me the same way. You don't get to do this, or you don't get to have a cell phone until you're a certain age. You don't get to go,
Thank you.
Go here. You don't get to do that.
Correct.
You don't get to, until you're a certain age. Do they like it? No. But it's beneficial because it keeps you in a certain level. It keeps you in your age range.
Correct.
You know what I mean? And it keeps you from the world that I'm not ready for you to be exposed to. You're rushing to get to it.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Correct. Absolutely. And I'm the same
there's
way.
Somebody in my family already addicted to corn.
See?
I believe that.
And they started at 15. So they have 5 years in the game. And we just found out that they've been looking at this stuff from age 15. And how we found out was because the father, not being technologically savvy, didn't really know how to use the Apple laptop, grew up on Windows. So he got the clicking every damn thing, trying to make the internet pop up. And he made the window pop up. And it's folders upon folders of them exposing themselves to people in chat rooms. Men that are twice their age, twice and a half. And these conversations are hours and hours and hours of text and all this stuff. All because he didn't know how to use her Apple MacBook.
Yeah.
But you can also get them people in trouble too. They have a page. They have a page of guys that's doing that, and they're going after them.
But she's actively engaging in full-blown porn.
Yeah.
Full-blown.
But the guys that
On
know
the
that
internet, though.
page know better.
Listen, I'm
Well, she's
talking
20, so
toys,
she's grown.
lubricant, everything.
Yeah.
And
I think she was
she's
15.
20 now.
She's 20 now.
But before, there are videos of her younger than that.
That's awful.
That is
Things to
sad.
herself.
Awful.
And I blame the
she
people
learn
that
that?
engaged in it too.
You have to
Right.
be tech savvy with these phones with your children. When my children
So we
were
want to know when, who, what, when, where, why.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
I'm with you all the way,
I have
Terry.
questions.
I didn't
mean,
play those games. I was very old fashioned with my kids. Still
Me
am
too.
very old fashioned with my kids. My daughter's 16. She did not get a cell phone. She was the last one in her group to get a cell phone.
And she's not even allowed to have a TikTok.
And you guys see her on TikTok. On my TikTok, she doesn't have social media at all. The only videos you will ever see her in are those with her daddy. I don't play. I do not play.
I got my children.
You are one parent. I do know, Marquise. You don't play.
I don't play them games.
I met a guy on here, Marquise, and I really want you to meet him. How to find his page. He's been with his wife since 9th grade.
Mhm.
They have, it was like the opposite of you. The same as you.
Very close.
They have 2 children, and his daughter, I think he said is 17. She just got a cell phone at 15.
Yeah.
And then they got an 8-year-old son. Like when he was talking, I had to listen. I'm like, oh my God, this sounds like Marquis. And he don't play.
I don't play.
And they were just talking about relationships and they were saying, oh, you too hard. And I had to chime in and say, like, I don't even know him. I had to chime in and say, no, he's not.
Yeah.
He know what it is. He know what, and social media can tear a child
Don't
down.
tell you
And they get addicted. I was with him. I'm sorry. I was with
And
him.
those video games and channel 257 and 9 is cussing now, and it's
I
like they're
was
just
with 'em.
shoving this fast life down our younger generation's throats, and the agenda is not healthy or good on any level.
You have to slow
Listen,
it down. You have to
PBS
slow it
Kids
down.
is what you get. That's all you know.
Well, I'm gonna say this. You know, when we were younger, we didn't have social media, but we had the magazines. We had the VHS tapes.
Yeah.
You know, you would go
The
to
magazines. My uncles had magazines. I took one of my uncle's magazines
That's
to
what
school
I'm
one time.
saying. You would go.
And
to the
I got
house and
tore
find
up.
it. You would go to the house and find the tapes and the magazines and be sneaking and looking. I mean,
Right.
kids are going to be kids no matter what generation.
I feel like they're
The
starting
access now at your fingertips is crazy.
Right,
Correct.
being able to do that at 15, like we were doing stuff, but I don't feel like we were starting that young though. Like these kids are starting at like 8.
I mean, I thought that the male genitalia was gross.
Listen,
I
we
literally thought it
we
was
all
the
started
most
young like
disgusting
that, y'all. We all started young like that. You want to know why? Because it's hormones and puberty's kicking in. It's just that we wasn't so easy to get it. We had to really get out there and ask a friend, look for it when the parents really
Yeah.
search for it. But it's no matter what generation, hormones is hormones. And we just have to get smarter. We have to be
Yeah,
smarter.
but how you
with our
15
children.
on your second boyfriend?
I mean, hey, you can't judge. I mean, every generation has that, and hormones are.
We can't judge either. I don't judge nobody. I'm a teenage mother.
Right.
I mean, same thing.
But it's
I read an
worse now.
article
It's
recently
worse
where-
now.
I'm not judging.
I read an
Kids are
article.
so hypersexualized now. But you have to understand, our peers were the people that we saw, and maybe if we were lucky, we got like the centerfold from the, it would be either whatever celebrity crush or whoever, and we would collect it and stick it on our walls, and that was the highlight of our entire childhood, just collecting all this memorabilia. But it's so different now. It is so completely different now, where your favorite person is at your fingertips. They're everywhere.
Yeah.
You cannot get away from it. Kids
I
don't
do want to say this. I was a teenage mother, but I thank God none of my children were teenage mothers or fathers.
Me too. Correct. Correct. No, no.
So I will say that I do have a granddaughter. My daughter got pregnant at the age of 20. And, she was upset. She tried to hide it. But she was in college and she just was really, really scared of something. And I told her it's going to be okay. We're going to figure this thing out. But I can say that my mother wasn't really open with the Smecks word.
Right.
So I always said when I had, I'm not going to be like her.
Yeah.
Like she was just really strict. We couldn't come to her. We couldn't talk to her. And my children, we are very close and we can talk about everything. So I do thank God for that.
Well, Well, you know, it was a taboo generational gap. They just didn't talk about sex. Like, they had to learn on their own. You know, they just didn't talk about it.
Very
so,
dangerous.
and so our generation
was singing in the choir. Our
generation came through and was like, you know what, we're
We're
going to talk
gonna
to
do
our
it.
children about it. We're going to make sure
Absolutely.
that they know at the appropriate age, you know, we're going to, and that's why we're that generation who want to sit down and talk to our kids,
Got that
because our
right.
parents didn't talk to us like that. And then
Nope.
they did, but they didn't.
You got
You know
it.
what I mean?
Absolutely.
And it's also so weird because most of the other generations, actually all of the other generations, except us millennials,
right,
they got to raise their children the way they were raised, with very minor exceptions.
Right.
We are raising children in a world that we didn't grow up in.
You got that right.
Exactly.
It is uncharted waters.
It is.
And we don't know how to navigate that. Because we have, there's nothing to compare it to. There's no tricks we could pull out of our hats from that was used.
You gotta be like
on
more
us.
kids. Gotta be old school. You gotta
Everything that every way that we were brought up has disappeared. We don't even recognize the neighborhoods anymore. Everything has changed completely. Social media has completely ruined the childhood experience for the Gen Z children. So that's another thing that it's very, very, that's why a lot of parents are taking away the devices and are really trying to pull back.
Yeah.
But to be honest with you, when you take one thing away, these kids find another way.
You got
it. I have a friend that she never introduced it to her son.
All
She never
right.
introduced it to her son, so he doesn't even know.
All right, Christy, they're not gonna keep us up to 9 a.m. tonight. me and Christy Crystal have been doing this. This is the second night. I'm going to bed before the sun come up tonight, so we're gonna wrap. Don't you feel that way, Christy?
Christy said she was hungry. I ate. I had my phone on.
I haven't even eaten. I'm about to close YouTube.
Wait, I'm eating at night.
Oh no, we're not gonna do it tonight. This has been